Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,000.
All right, the intro did not want to play, so we're going to skip it. It was having a little bit of a glitch, a glitch in the matrix there. Machine's running hot. I know why it's hot in my house. It's not because of the weather outside. It's because of the machines that I'm sitting in front of. It's toasty. They're toasty. I felt like I was in the club for a second. Like the strobe lights, let the beat drop. It's awesome. All right, we are back for what? We're back for part three of this trial today. It's been a whirlwind as we flew through the closing arguments this morning. The state officially closed. The defense closed. They gave their closing arguments. The jury deliberated for all of an hour and 15 minutes. Came back with a guilty as of first-degree murder, and then immediately we kick off into the penalty phase of the trial. And so now we're picking up there. At that point, the judge says, "Hey, okay, let's have lunch real quick, a quick lunch, and then we're going to start again with trial." So that's where we are right now, waiting for a judge to come back and the jury to come back from their brief lunch break. I did get some food. I finally got some food. I'm feeling much better. I'm not hangry anymore. So I'm not going to be like snapping at you guys and being all rude and stuff. Not that I was before, but at least now you're safe. You know you're safe. So we're good as we're coming back to the penalty phase. So if you missed the first part of the trial, this will be really insightful. You'll basically get to hear a condensed version of some of the same evidence, and we'll also get to go into some things that are admissible as evidence in the penalty phase that are not admissible in the guilt and innocence phase. So we know that there's one of the witnesses that was going to talk about military service and things like that, one of the expert witnesses on the part of the defense, that is allowed here that was not allowed during the guilt and innocence portion. We can take down the sign that says, "Don't feed the recovery addict." I think judge is coming back now. We've got the audio turned on from the courtroom, so and we've got sound effects as well. Quiet sound effects turned on. Let's see. Like the Bushman beard look. I think it's going to go this weekend. It's about to go. It really is. It's not scratchy yet. It's soft due to the high humidity in this part of the country right now. Everything's just a little bit damp. You know, it's just you get out of the shower, you dry off, and you still feel like you just need to dry off one more time, and that's perpetual. So high humidity here in the Carolinas right now. Part three, for those of you who can't get enough in two parts, we are back for part three. Just waiting for the jury right now. Is this a good judge? Dallas is so out there. Virginia Little, Dallas is different, but I would say yes, this is a very good judge. Things I like about this judge, extremely succinct. He does not use three words where one will suffice. He's very to the point. He's very quick. He pushes to get the agenda moving forward. We've had one delay on the part of the judge where he was about, I don't know, what was that, half an hour late, or I guess an hour late, and then another 15 minutes on top of that, something like that, where he had a prior engagement that he made us aware of. But other than that, it's really just moved along quickly. Comments not on the screen. That's going to be the first comment of this video. Comments not on screen, which means I also forgot to post who was first in chat. Was it Kim? Kim, were you first in chat? I'm scrolling back trying to see if I can find it, but it's too far. Let's see. Kimar did it. I think it's Kimar. Congratulations, Kim. I'm going to say it's you, and even if it wasn't, sometimes guilty people or innocent people get found guilty, and in this case, you've been found guilty of being first in chat, and are thus responsible for the internet.
Paw Prince get a Snickers. Rough Paw Prince, Paw Prince.
I'm not hangry, I promise. Thank you very much, Buttercup, for that one. Appreciate the super chat, Rebecca. Let's see. By the way, if you need more mosquitoes, I can send some your way. We have them in our area. You're welcome to take all of them and count them. My legs are just like one big mosquito bite. Becca, they found him guilty. It took an hour and 15 minutes of deliberation, and they're like, done deal. Now, just because they're agreed on guilty does not mean these guys are going to throw the book at him. I wouldn't say that would be an indicator as to the penalty. I wouldn't say that because it was an hour and 15 minutes and came back with a guilty verdict so quickly that he's going to get life in prison without parole. I don't think you can read that into there. It's just that the way the law is written in Texas and the way the evidence was played out, including predominantly the evidence that the defendant offered on his own testimony when he was on the stand, he admitted to being guilty of this crime, and the jury did their job and said, "Yep, he's guilty. The evidence shows he's guilty."
Bring the jury.
What's the little pup's name? Zoe is the pup's name. Zoe was watching me very closely as I ate my lunch. My wife and I shared part of a little chicken pot pie, and then I had Thank
you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Ms. Mitchell, call your next witness, please.
I don't even know why I said barbecue. I had broccoli cheddar soup.
Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, could you please turn and face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
This is Emily.
Please have a seat.
This is Amber.
Mitchell, perhaps also
right.
Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
No, I don't know. That's not her. That can't be her.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Is this Amber? Zoe's outside. This isn't Amber, I don't think.
Kelly.
It's Kelly.
I'm sorry, Kelly. You're Kelly. Melanie. Sorry about that. I was going to say something to you, Kelly. Melanie, can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name? Spell your whole name.
Okay, it's Melanie, Melony. Last name Blackburn, Blackburn.
And Ms. Blackburn, up on the screen, that's James Faith Jr., is that correct?
That is.
Okay, and how did you know him?
First, he was my boss. He was my director. Before COVID, we had some reorgs, and then he moved to a different group, but still kept in contact with me. Second, he was a mentor and a friend.
All right. How long did you know Ms. James?
And since the time of our merger, when they moved to Dallas, that's when he became my director, and our group moved under him.
But even after he was not your direct supervisor, y'all still kept in touch?
Right, we did keep in touch. I actually talked to him the Thursday, the week prior, before he was murdered.
Okay, and what were you guys talking about?
He called just to check in on me. We were all locked down at American, and he knew that was probably driving me crazy. So checked in on me, made sure that my husband and I were doing okay. My husband also works for American. Making sure we're okay, making sure that I was taking care of myself, along with all the work that we were doing to try to prepare for that new world that we were living in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Particularly, it's the airlines particularly hard too.
Right. And the group I was in, we had a lot of changes we had to make to accommodate passengers flying. So he knew that I was working more than I was supposed to be, probably. So.
Was that a common trait of his to check on people?
It was, yes. He would reach out, check on us. Anytime he'd see an email come through at 1 o'clock in the morning, or know that we're on vacation, or even just to say, "Hey, did your daughter do this?" Like things that we would talk about. There were a lot of times before we moved to our new office buildings that it would be him, another one of my coworkers, and me were generally the last three in our area that were still there. So there were a lot of times we'd talk about the latest technology, what's happening in my daughter's lives and Amber's life. A lot of times you'd get a text, she just landed, I got to go. So it was always, we had that business connection, but we also had that personal connection.
And speaking of that, would he invite coworkers or people he managed over to his house?
He would. There's several times he had meetings at his house that everyone would go. I went over one time for a dinner meeting.
How would you describe him as a manager?
As a manager, he was very fair. He would fight for his employees. He would always have your back and left you to be the one making the decisions. He might kind of guide you to tell you this is the way it's going, or.
And he was pretty high up, would you say? Like, what was his title?
He was a director of customer technology.
And he had a lot of employees under him, correct?
He did, probably around 300 at one time.
And did you feel like you still had, or his employees still had a connection with him, even though there was 300 of them?
They did. There were a group of us that, like I said, he'd always just check on us and make sure we're okay.
You were talking about to me earlier about charities. Can you explain what?
Yeah, we were very passionate when U.S. Air and American merged, passionate about making that connection so it's not an us versus them with the IT community. So we would do charity events, we'd do quarterly events, try to bring that psychological safety to everyone and to make us one. The biggest event that we had was the last in-person event in 2019, which was our holiday party. We would always have Toys for Tots, and then generally like Animal Angel Tree or some other organization as well. Things that we were all passionate about, kids and animals. So we would have raffle tickets. Everyone coming would have the chance to have raffle tickets. We would wear that one in particular. Jamie always at Christmas wore a Christmas jacket, and then From A Christmas Story, yes. I cannot remember that. From A Christmas Story, and then I had a little holiday dress on, and so he was the MC, and we were going around and we were getting people to buy the raffle tickets. That year we had 4 huge Toys for Tots boxes overflowing, and we also did a coat drive for Addison High School because we were very connected with Addison High School and do a mentor program there.
He was a cheerleader.
He was.
He supported his team.
Oh yeah, he supported everyone, and that year we had the biggest donations that we ever had, and it was nice being able to deliver that check to Toys for Tots for those.
Would you consider him kind of goofy?
Oh yes, he was very goofy. He didn't like a silent room, so if we were in a meeting and there was a lull, he would always have something funny or witty to say. He'd pop up in meetings once we started with the Teams meetings, pop up and he'd have like a disguise on or something funny to make you laugh.
You also talked about after his death, like how the American Airlines, how you guys all came together. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, immediately after we learned of his death, which was right that same morning, we jumped into how can we help Amber and Jennifer? How can we help their family? We knew Mom and Dad would be in, we knew Sister would be in. So we arranged a meal train and collected money. Well, we didn't arrange the meal train. We collected the money to donate to the meal train. So we were able to donate a week's worth of meals for the family, along with donating to the GoFundMe and other things. I
think you also said there's just like sort of a chat too.
And we do.
Hundreds of employees were.
We created a Teams channel chat, and it's pages and pages of just memories from people who have moved on from our group, just saying nothing but wonderful things about him and his mentorship.
I know several of you and your coworkers have reached out to me to say how
we did.
They wanted to speak on him.
Yes.
Did he have any, just really quick, anything particular hobbies or Any particular memory that you have of him that stands out?
He loved the Green Bay Packers. Even had, like I said, he had the Christmas Story jacket. He had a Green Bay Packers jacket he wore with his jersey. He loved to cook. He loved sharing his knowledge on the latest technologies with you. He really loved life and loved to travel, and he loved Amber.
Thank you so much, Ms. Blackburn. I appreciate you being here.
The GoFundMe.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
And you may be finally excused. Please be careful of any of the wires. Call your next witness, please.
At this time, you're on to the state rests.
Whoa.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
told
Mr.
you
Sanchez,
fast.
what says the defense?
Okay, defense is calling a witness. The GoFundMe money that was raised, $60,000 that was raised and given to Jennifer. She spent some of that money, I think, on gifts for the defendant. GoFundMe, as a company, reimbursed every donation. Every donation they reimbursed out of pocket.
Please face me and raise your hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. I do. Please have a seat. We're responding to questions first from Mr. Sanchez and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell directly in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready. Thank you.
I think this is a military friend of
Please
his.
state your full name for the record.
My name is Philip Stephen Heil. That's Philip Stevenheil.
And Phil, where are you from? Can I call you Phil?
You may.
Okay. Where are you from, Phil?
I grew up in Lubbock, graduated high school in Galveston, Texas.
And how do you know Darrin Lopez?
I first met Darrin in 2002 in the Special Forces qualification course.
And did you serve with him?
Yes.
So you met him in 2002 in the qualification course. Were you training at the same time? Were you ahead of him? How did that work?
So he was actually a little bit ahead in the medical course. Without getting into it, is a little bit longer than the weapons sergeant course. I was weapons sergeant. We were training on the range. Darrin was providing medical coverage for the range while we were doing our weapons training. So we did that training. After that, we kind of stayed in contact a little bit, but very busy in the qualification course on doing different jobs. So I didn't run into Darrin again until I got to 5th Special Forces Group, deployed to Kuwait, was assigned a team. I walked into the tent where my new team was and saw Darrin. And I was like, oh, hey, what's going on? I hadn't talked to him in a while through the training. So
From that point on, did you serve with him in combat?
yes, we were on the same Operational Detachment Alpha, which is a small 12-man team. Not always 12, but that's where you're supposed to round out. We served together for probably just over 3 years through our first 3 combat deployments in Iraq.
And that was with the Special Forces?
Yes, as Green Berets, members of an Operational Detachment Alpha, our team number was 575 in 5th Special Forces Group.
And what kind of things did you have to do in the Special Forces when you were serving with Darrin?
On deployments or just
deployments.
overall?
Overall.
Wow, there's a lot. I will keep it extremely brief. There's a lot of things that a Special Forces team can do. Mainly in the first deployment, we were tasked with finding I don't know if everybody's still familiar with the Deck of 55, the top 55 members of the former regime. Well, then there was lists below that. So we had these lists and we were tasked with sort of finding these individuals, apprehending these individuals and bringing them in so that they could be questioned with regard to the whole weapons of mass destruction thing or any information that the government could get to help build a new government or guide them. So
Was this part of the search for Saddam Hussein?
I mean, everybody was looking for him. Everybody. Nobody really had to be tasked. I know there were certain units that were specifically tasked with that hunt, but everybody was looking for information on him. So,
Was this dangerous work?
yes.
Did people get injured?
Yes. Fortunately for us on that deployment, no one in our team was injured, but we There were enemy combatants that we engaged at several times and were engaged. So yes, it was dangerous, and we had to engage people and close with, kill the enemy.
And you are familiar with Darrin's decorated past as a soldier, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty familiar.
You've actually looked at his military records.
Yes.
In order to be able to explain to the jury, to the jury, the awards he received as a Special Forces soldier.
Right, just to kind of refresh the memory a little bit, because it doesn't quite work as well as it used to, but just to get some of the dates and things together. But yeah.
I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit number 8. Does it look familiar to you?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to look at them before you testified, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The tabs that have been put on there are in colors. The red ones, I believe, are awards you received, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you? And also, you've brought a demonstrative aid that can help you explain to the jury the medals that he's received, correct?
Yes. Actually, we were able to get one of Darrin's old uniforms that was kind of together as it was, as he kind of left it years ago, in probably 2013-ish when he was retiring. So we have that with some awards on it.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to enter into evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 8, the certified public record of Darrin Lopez's military service.
Any objection? No objection. Defense aid submitted for all purposes. You may publish.
I'll put him right here for that one. I'll put him up here. If I may get his uniform, Your Honor, as a demonstrative aid.
Any objection from the state for this being displayed to the jury as a demonstrative aid?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to put the poll up as far as the sentence. I've never seen this done before, this demonstrative aid. Uniform on a
Put it
mannequin.
in the chair. Can everybody see it in the chair?
Polls up for the sentence. What sentence should the jury recommend?
Now, this is his actual uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who had saved this? Did Darrin's have it in his possession? Where'd you get it from? Do you remember?
I believe it was recovered by some friends out of his house.
Okay. Can you briefly describe for the jury what the medals are on that uniform, if you can?
Briefly. Basically, there are a number of awards you can get for different things. I guess some of the main ones would be the Bronze Star for service, and there's 2 awards. You see a little appurtenance there denoting another award. His Purple Heart that he got in the dual VBID of Vehicle Improvised Explosive Device Explosion. Then you see a Meritorious Service Medal, and I say medals, these are just the ribbons that represent the medals, because we don't always wear the medals.
Let me just stop you there. So, for example, this is the Purple Heart medal that he received when he was blown up in the explosion, correct?
Correct.
So the bar that's on the uniform actually comes with inserted here in the medal itself, right?
Correct. And there are certain uniforms you can wear your full medals on, but not this particular one.
So usually, or a lot of times, you don't wear the actual medal when you walk around. You just wear the bar showing that you did receive the Purple Heart.
Correct.
And if you can describe briefly, I'm sure we'll have another witness talk about it, but briefly, that Purple Heart was for his injuries for what occasion?
So that was in 2005, in September. We were preparing for a mission that night. 2 of our vehicles we had to work on, and we wanted to take them out just right outside. We were stationed on an Army base. We had our own little section in back, but we had to take the vehicles out, make sure they were running good, before we went out on a mission that night. So Darrin, Nate, another medic of ours, Greg Underwood, and John Terrell were the 4 guys that just took the vehicles out of the front gate, went out for a little bit, maybe 600, 700 meters down the road, and they were going to turn around and come back. When they got out there, there were 2 dump trucks that were stopped on the side of the road. There were some Iraqi police there, a lot of people screaming, coming up to the trucks and the guys saying, hey, these trucks are stolen. You know, you need to, can you help out? Can you do something? So our guys were there and decided to help investigate this. So they started moving in. At that point, like I said, we were still back on the base. So things go on. We hear a very loud explosion. It rattled the base, rattled our tents. We go outside, look, you can see the smoke plume rising in the sky. We know it's the general direction that our guys were, the route they were driving, just a little out and back. So we start trying to raise them on the radio, and we can't get anyone. So we immediately start to put our gear on, get our other trucks, get in there, and we are going to go out and make sure our guys are okay. About the time, there were a lot of other things happening. It was very chaotic. About the time we started to go out, our 2 trucks, pretty beat up and broken, come in. Darrin is coherent, but I mean, I guess it's cliche, but you can say the training had kicked in. He gets out. He's like, we need to get Greg out of here. Greg was conscious, but very badly injured. We'd already called for a medevac. We're pulling him out. Greg goes on a medevac. John Terrell goes on a medevac bird, gets out. We knew there were concussive injuries just from the way that Nate and Darrin were acting, but we were on that Army base and they had some medical personnel there, so we kind of held off sending them. We sent the most apparent and more wounded in Greg and John out.
And this here is the part of his records where it actually shows that he really did get a Purple Heart, right?
Yes.
You yourself were able to provide us with some pictures of the aftermath of that explosion. Was it you that provided those pictures?
Yes, it was.
Cameraman's working overtime trying to get the angles on this. Those are the military records, I believe, indicating a award of a Purple Heart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. These are going to be a little bit out of order, so I'm going to call them out. Defendant's Exhibit number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 26, and 27.
Oh,
I'm sorry, and 28.
How about the 23, 24, 25?
These are the pictures that you provided us from that day that you're talking about.
We got to close out the poll
Yes,
here really quickly about this.
And is everything depicted accurately in these pictures?
Yes.
Any objection from the state to admission to meetings into evidence?
No objection.
Those exhibits are admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, this wasn't just some little explosion, was it?
No, sir.
These were 2 big trucks. And what were they filled with?
So the EOD report after the next day, you had 2 big dump trucks, each filled with 4 55-gallon drums of ammonium nitrate explosive covered in gravel.
What does this picture show here?
That is one of the vehicles that was close to the dump trucks when they exploded, and it has actually been blown across. You can see in the front there's the canal area here in the front, and then the car in the back. It was actually blown 40 meters or so, probably, across that canal to land on the other bank.
What do we see here in this picture?
It looks like one of the possible axles to either the dump truck or trailer. I mean, there were several vehicles out there, and it was just a mess in the blast area. And as As I said before, there were some Iraqi police already kind of on site, and that is one of their police vehicles.
Were some of those police officers killed?
So our 4 guys were the only 4 people that left that blast site alive.
Do you estimate how many people died in the blast?
Again, with EOD, and that they figure there were probably about 19 people in the vicinity of the blast.
Same police car?
Yes, sir.
Same cars as their view?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, could you call out the
Oh, I'm
exhibit
sorry.
numbers?
The last one I showed was defendant's exhibit number 17, and this is defendant's exhibit number 18.
Thank you.
Defense exhibit number 21. What do we see there?
That looks like some of what was left of one of the dump trucks.
So this was a full dump truck
Yes.
before the blast.
Yes, before the blast.
I think he has the right to testify in this phase as well.
So after that happened, you said that Darrin was able to get Greg out safely.
Yes, well, he actually had to resuscitate Greg. Greg was non-responsive after the blast when Darrin came to, so Darrin had to restart breathing, restart heart, get him in the truck, and then the 4 of them were able to get back. John had a lot of shrapnel wounds, but was still able to move, whereas Greg was not, so Darrin had to resuscitate him.
So you also pointed out earlier the gold star that he received. Do you know what that was for?
The Bronze Star?
Which one you felt it? The Bronze Star?
I'm sorry, the Bronze Star.
The Bronze Star, right. The Bronze Star, and then with the second award, those were given for exemplary service during a couple of deployments. I think one was the first deployment, and then one was on the third deployment. So they're typically given for exemplary service for a particular period of time.
So on the records here, where there's a yellow tab, that's for the evidence from the military that he did in fact receive a Bronze Star medal, correct?
Correct.
And all the red tabs that are on there are for different types of awards that he received throughout his service.
Yes, that's correct.
The beret that's attached to the uniform, is that something you all wear all the time in your service? Or?
Contrary to popular belief in movies, those are only worn when we are in garrison service. So when we're back here in the States, in our uniforms around, that is the green beret that's worn there. Typically, we don't wear them on deployment when we're out doing whatever it is we're doing. Those are typically reserved for garrison duties, but that is the headgear, and that is the symbol for the 5th Special Forces Group on the flash, the black and multicolored.
Before testifying today, did you somehow do the math of the magnitude of that explosion?
Yes.
And what was it?
It came out to roughly 4,866 pounds of ammonium nitrate explosive.
And if you compare that to the Oklahoma City bombing, how did it compare?
Almost exactly the same amount.
Now, let me show. Let me show some other photos that you provided. Defense exhibit number 23, 25, 28, and 24. Did you also provide these pictures?
Yes. I think all but maybe that one.
Any objection to these pictures? I move to admit 23, 25, 28, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objections?
23, 24, 25, and 28. Let me put that in order for you guys.
Defense exhibit number 23, is that Darrin in that picture?
That is.
And who are the individuals that are around him?
Those are some local national Iraqi children. And then I can't remember exactly who the other individual is, but they're local nationals. And I think, if I remember correctly, that's probably around Yarmouk Hospital in Baghdad. So it's a local national hospital in Baghdad.
And Darrin was a medic at this time, right?
Correct.
And did he have a lot of interaction with children when you were in Iraq?
Not just children, but the hospitals in general. One of the things that we do as a team is to provide medical services if needed, or help local indigenous populations out with anything we can. And most of the time, a good way to do it is medical, because our medics are very highly trained. So he was very involved with Yarmouk Hospital, and then several other areas. Anytime we would see a local national, or if somebody needed treated and we were there, then he would provide assistance.
Defense exhibit number 28, that's him treating one of your comrades?
That is Darrin treating a Kurdish Peshmerga fighter that were assigned to us to help with security during our trip in OAF2. And I believe that one he had caught some shrapnel, and Darrin was doing a little minor surgery to get the shrapnel out and get him sewn up. So he was, I guess, what we would call a partner force.
Caught shrapnel
Kurdish,
like it was playing
Iraqi.
ball.
And again, this is him again, working as a medic. Now, this picture here, defendant's exhibit number 25. Is there anything important about this picture, or something you remember about it, about the little girl?
And so this is the third trip. I think on that one we were working, we did a mission where we were working with some civil affairs people, Army, military, civil affairs. And in that particular operation, we'd come across this gentleman and his daughter. And I do not remember exactly what medical condition his daughter had, but I remember him, her father, being very upset and trying to find some treatment and trying to find somebody that could treat them and help them. And Darrin kind of took it upon himself to help this man and his family and try and find something, get them in contact with someone, or find some way to get treatment for his daughter.
And he was able to do that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You had mentioned to me also that Darrin had received something, a good conduct medal or something to that effect?
Right, so
If you could tell the jury about that.
Right, so the Army Good Conduct Medal is awarded every 3 years of good service, I guess you'd say. So no, you're not getting in any trouble, no violations against the Uniform Code of Military Justice, basically keeping your nose clean. Every 3 years you receive an Army Good Conduct Medal. And that's this one right here on the end. I know it's hard to see. And then you get little clasps that you put on there for each successive award. That particular silver clasp with the knot denotes Darrin's 6th award for
18 years of service.
Army Good Conduct Medal.
At least 18.
That's 18 years.
18 years, yeah.
I passed the witness.
Just a few questions. Mr. Heil, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Darrin Lopez was discharged in 2013?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Okay. The beginning, do you remember when?
I don't exactly remember when. We were, I think my team was in Afghanistan at the time, so.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, there's thousands of service people who have gone through explosions before.
You're correct.
And thousands of service people who have also been discharged disabled as well, correct?
You're correct.
Nothing further?
I'm done.
And he'd be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Very good, sir. You may stand down. Or excuse
So
me
fast.
for further service. Mr. Sanchez, before we call your next witness, or perhaps while they're coming up, you want to make sure that some of the exhibits are taken care of.
Please clean up after yourself, is what the judge was saying. Put your dishes in the sink. It was honorably discharged with a medical, with the 100% disabled in 2013, and then this happened in 2020. Or 2021. I don't remember.
Good afternoon. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom before you have a seat. You turn face me and raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. We respond to the questions from Mr. Sanchez first, and perhaps also Ms. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Greg Underwood, Gregunderwood.
And where are you from, Greg?
I'm currently from just outside of Fort Campbell in Palmyra, Tennessee. I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
And you came here to testify for Darrin because you wanted the jury to know good things about him, correct?
Yes, I do.
You understand that after everybody's testifying that they're going to go back in the deliberation room to decide what the just and proper sentence should be on this case. Do you understand that? Right?
Yes, I do.
But you wanted to talk to the jury and talk to them about some experiences you've had with him, right?
Yes.
Now, you served with Darrin in Special Forces, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long did you all serve together?
I met Darrin Lopez December of 2002, just before Christmas. He had just been assigned to ODA 575, and we were getting prepared to go to Iraq. We didn't know if we were going to invade. We didn't know what was going on, but he had been assigned as a medic to the team. I was the senior communications sergeant on the team at the time, and we were just coming back from schools and a lot of getting prepared right after Afghanistan. We'd been in Afghanistan up until April of that year, came back and got prepared, and we were refitting and outfitting to get ready to go in January to Iraq, or we were going to pre-position in Kuwait.
And you were in the car with him, or truck, when that explosion that we just saw the pictures of happened, correct?
We had two different vehicles. He was in the forward vehicle, and I was in the second vehicle. The vehicles had a driver and a gunner on them at the time. There's usually 3 or more people on the truck, but that day we were taking the vehicles out. We had done some damage to one of the vehicles and repaired it, and we needed to get it fixed. We needed to see if we could get the vehicles up to speed just on the road a little bit, so we took them outside the front gate of the forward operating base we were on, and Darrin was in one of the lead vehicles.
And so you were behind him?
I was in the secondary vehicle, yes.
And is that when you were approaching those dump trucks?
On the way out of the gate, we were told by the front gate guards that, hey, just down the road, the local police have something going on. They've got a couple trucks that something's going on. I couldn't hear it very well because I was up in the turret of the second vehicle. Darrin, being a senior NCO, and the other gentleman, John Terrell, they made the decision.
What does NCO mean? I know we use
Non-commissioned officer, sergeant. He was a senior sergeant. He made the decision that, they made the decision that we were going to go down there and take a look at it. And we drove down the road. We saw numerous police cars, and we saw 2 large dump trucks. I say 5-ton dump trucks because that's just easier to say 5-ton. I don't know exactly the size of the dump trucks, but they were the size of the dump trucks you see going down the road here for construction daily. The 2 rear axles and the big dirt bucket on the back, I guess, the gravel bucket, whatever you want to call it.
So what happened?
We were there for just a couple moments. We had noticed that the drivers of the vehicles that the police were talking to were in their, what we would call Sunday best, but over there they're Friday best. And that automatically gave us the something's
Friday
not
best.
right. I don't recall which one of us yelled, hey, we need to get out of here. But one of us yelled, hey, it's time to get out of here. Something's not right. Darrin and John were at the front vehicle, and about that time, there was a dump truck that was within just a couple of meters of them exploded. I was probably 50 to maybe 70 feet back, maybe a little bit less, but somewhere in there. But I could see the plume of everything going up. I immediately ducked down. I felt debris and everything coming down on me. The next thing, I stood up, I spun my gun around because it was time to pull out. My driver, Nate Coker, was in the truck or getting to the truck, and that's the last thing I can remember. And that's the last thing I truly have focus on for almost a month. But what I've heard from those three gentlemen that were there and everybody else that was there afterwards on the forward operating base, my team and other people, I was killed in that explosion. I was struck by metal and debris, split the helmet off my head. Darrin and Nate got a hold of me. I was not breathing. I had no heartbeat. Darrin proceeded to put a tube down my throat, as he's trained, start pumping my chest till my heart started beating. And apparently he was having some trouble with that. I wasn't coming straight to. Sometime in there were artillery rounds that came in from our local FOB. They had heard the shock of the explosion, and they thought that it was a launch towards them. They heard the shock, it knocked things down. They thought somebody had rocketed them, and that was where the rocket went off. They had,
Let me
sure.
So there's an explosion.
Yes.
You're dead.
I'm got for somewhere between 3 and 6 minutes that nobody had a clock, nobody was taking time. Somewhere in that time frame, 3 to 6 minutes.
And while he's trying to save your life, more bombs are coming in, but it's because the military thought they...
Friendly fire thought that they were taking out a blast site that was attacking them at the time.
And then so what happened after that?
Darrin and Nate got me back into the truck. Darrin stayed with me while Nate was driving and kept making sure that I was okay. I'd come to it right there as these things start coming in, maybe the shock of the noise or whatever, but Darrin actually got my heart started. I was conscious, but I wasn't fully adherent to anything. So they took me back to the FOB and medevaced me out to
Forward operating
Baghdad and then on to Landstuhl, Germany.
So you owe
I owe that man my life. I owe that man my life 10 times over. And there's been times that we have stood together with near-death experiences on more than just that occasion. Neither one of us were wounded in those occasions because of the grace of God. But that man has stood next to me while artillery went off right above our head. Guns were fired with bullets passing by our head on God knows how many occasions. I've seen him save foreign troops that were just laying on the side that were being overlooked by other U.S. personnel, the other regular military units. They were taking care of U.S. soldiers first. Darrin ran a chest tube in a man that I saw later on in the day during the first deployment in Baghdad on our first couple of days there, that had he not put that chest tube in him, he would not have lived. He would have been dead. This was the enemy. These were men that were adamantly trying to kill all of us, blowing up tanks, had just been in huge ambushes that American soldiers had died. These guys were sitting there with holes and bullet wounds from Americans in their chest. Darrin took the time to go over and said, hey, let's just go see what's going on. He wasn't told to go over there. He wasn't made to go over there. Nobody said, hey, Darrin, we need you over here to work on these guys. Darrin just wanted to go see, hey, let's go see what happened. We walked over. He saw the enemy sitting there, and nobody was taking care of them. It's our job to take care of them, too. But Darrin made sure that I know of at least one of them that lived that wouldn't have. We saw him later at the prison camp, and maybe a day or two later. He was up walking around, and he thanked us for his life. Thanked Darrin specifically for his life.
You had talked about an incident also where a lady in a house or somebody was trying to shoot you all.
There was an older lady who was protecting her son. Her son was a bomb setter. He was setting bombs. We went into the house. We were trying to get through some double doors inside the house. The lady at some point picked up her son's AK and was firing through the door. Missed our heads by inches. I mean, literally, if any of us had just turned our heads, some of us wouldn't be here. The lady, her son got the AK and proceeded to start shooting towards the door on his way out, blew her elbow off, literally shot her elbow off. We didn't see this happen, but when we went through the door, she was laying there and her arm is just barely hanging on, while the rest of us went and hunted down the son who was now trying to shoot at us. Darrin stopped and made sure that that woman lived, because she was bleeding out right there, not just a little bit. She was gonna expire. The blood was on its way out. She is alive today and still has her arm, whether she can use it or not, because that man took the time to sit down and bandage her up, sit her down, take her vitals, and maintain her until somebody could get there, like an ambulance or something, to take her to a hospital. And while the rest of us were doing our jobs of, hunting down these guys, that's what Darrin's priority was. His priority was to make sure that he took care of the people who were injured.
So this portion of the trial, they're trying to make both the victim and the defendant look really good, each side. That's what they're doing here.
Did that lead to you having to leave the military?
We'll get through this fairly quickly and move on to the
being
deliberation.
Medically boarded. I retired in 2010. It took a few years for my recovery and for everything. I also have PTSD with a brain injury. I had broken bones. Yes, I ended up having to leave.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Underwood, just a few questions?
Yes.
So, yeah, as you just described, you were seriously injured in that explosion that day.
Yes.
Where they showed the photos, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Lopez, he was trained as a medic, and it sounds like he did his job in the military.
Did a very
That was
good-
his job, correct?
He also helped. I mean, there were times that if
It's just a yes or no question,
yes,
Mr.
yes,
Underwood.
ma'am. Sure.
He did his job, okay. And how long were you in there total in the military?
I was in the Army for 24 years.
In the Army for 24 years, okay. And you also suffer from PTSD and TBI, is that correct?
Correct.
And you guys have remained friends since both of you have left the military?
Say again?
You and he have remained friends since both of you have
Absolutely.
left the military?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Appreciate it. No further questions.
So she asked you, he was just doing his job, but he also went above and beyond that, didn't he?
He would take care of the family members. We'd have little flus, little aches and pains. Sometimes a dog might be not feeling good. He was our, hey, Darrin, what's going on here? What do you think? What's your opinion? Kind of like an advice nurse before we would go to the doctor or the emergency room and to find out, what's wrong with my dog? Do you think it's something? No, just give him some charcoal, or it's just the stomach, or I don't think it's the flu. I think she's got a cold for one of my daughters. And that really helped out a lot, because we knew that we didn't always have to be worried about something. We had somebody to call that wasn't just somebody I worked with. This was my close friend. This was my brother that I could call, and he was like a member of our family. And it was like having a son-in-law or a brother that's a doctor or a nurse.
I forgot to ask you, did you said you stayed in contact with him up until he was arrested?
Up until he was arrested, just before he was arrested in that December of 2001, I think it was, or yeah, 2001. We had breakfast, and we tried to go to breakfast. He had been very distant for a while, but 2001 he was trying to get back with us.
So there was a time where, after he came back from deployment, that 2019 maybe.
2019. I'm sorry, 2001. That whole time with COVID and everything, just.
Right, 2019 to 2020,
right.
Around that time.
Right, 2020, yeah.
You all would try to meet earlier in time, we'd try to get together often, but closer to 2020, he started to withdraw a bit from the group?
He was very withdrawn, especially right after he got out. There were a lot of little things that happened. I can't recall all of them because there were so many little things that just happened. And we had a lot of things, like our buddy Don had committed suicide, and those things that really made it so that a lot of us withdrew, but he was a little bit more withdrawn. Where I talked to my buddy Donovan and Phil, Darrin was more secluded. He put himself more into the stay out of our lives kind of thing, where we tried to call him all the time, but he just really stayed withdrawn.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused.
No objection, Chair.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. Mr. Sanchez?
You call Donovan Garland to the stand.
Okay, we may have one more. I think these are his 3 military buddies. Hey guys, I appreciate the service of veterans, but us arguing over the use of this is not going to change how defense is handling this.
You could please, before you have a seat on the witness stand,
It's
turn and face me.
going to be a few minutes. Let's get
Sir,
through
the
this.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. Responding to questions first from Mr. Sanchez and next Mr. Mitchell. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Donovan Garland, Donovon, Garland.
And where are you from, Donovan?
Originally from Upper East Tennessee. Right now I live in Clarksville, Tennessee, about an hour north of Nashville.
Is that close to Cumberland Furnace?
It's a different county. It's about a 45-minute drive, yes.
And obviously you know Darrin Lopez.
I do.
And there's some things you want the jury to know about him, isn't that true?
That's true.
And did you serve with him in Special Forces also?
I did.
And in what capacity?
And we were teammates from the spring of 2003 until he left the team sometime in middle of 06, I believe, 2006. And then at a future time, 2008 to 2009 time frame, Darrin was a multi-purpose canine handler, and he was attached to my Special Forces detachment, and we worked for an 8-month period together on that deployment.
And we've heard some testimony about the explosion.
Yes.
Were you there for that?
I was on the base. I was with the team. I asked to go on that patrol, but I was not with them, no.
Were you with him at other occasions where there was combat?
Yes, many.
Where was that?
So each of our deployments to Iraq was about a 7.5 to 8 month time period. Generally, we went to a different place in country each deployment. Our first one was Baghdad. I was a new guy, so I was the junior communications sergeant attached to that team. Darrin was, at the time, the junior medic. And so in that capacity, we did patrols, we detained bad guys. That sometimes there was some enemy combatants that got killed. But specifically on our second trip in Iraq to Samarra, kind of the center of the country, we'd been in there about 6 weeks on the ground. Our team house was a 2-building compound, and we received. We became attacked on the 18th of June, about 7:30 in the evening. The compound was isolated by vehicles that blocked off the road. We started receiving small arms fire, indirect fire, and RPG fire. We had Peshmerga in one building, our guys in another building. At that time, our detachment was 8 of 12 guys. And then we had 2 squads of U.S. infantry and about 16 Peshmerga, and we're the only U.S. presence in a town of about 400,000 people in about a 9-kilometer square. And anyway, so this was a sustained fight that entire night, and on 2 sides of our compound was a local cemetery, which gave us some standoff. The enemy started using RPGs,
What does that mean?
a rocket-propelled grenade, and they were using them as indirect fire, kind of lobbing them up because our positions were on the rooftops. And they got lucky, and I had a RPG round, air burst. I was in a sandbag bunker with a Peshmerga crew and a machine gun, and the shrapnel from that RPG round hit me in the back of the head. It knocked me down, took a chunk out of my ear, and I was bleeding. I tried self-aid. I wasn't unconscious, but the team leader launched Darrin as the medic. I met them down in a stairwell. We went to our little aid station. He treated me, and he put seven stitches in my head and a heavy dose of morphine. That fight continued for another 36 hours. It was done by the second night. Our team was accredited with killing over 200 enemy combatants in that cemetery. At the end of...
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
So you all were in a position where you couldn't leave.
Correct.
The enemy, were they attacking you from both sides?
3 sides.
3 sides.
Yes.
So you had to fight the enemy off from 3 different sides.
Correct.
Hoping that some help would come.
Yeah, we asked. They didn't come.
So you were sitting there almost, I don't want to use the term dead duck, but we were isolated. You were isolated, being attacked from all 3 sides.
Northeast and south. The river was to our west.
How many days did it take for you to fight off the enemy or get ready?
This was a 2-day defensive battle. 2 days, 18, 19 June.
And we say it's 2 days, I mean it's 24 hours, right?
They started in the evening and they went till about an hour or 2 after first light when the sun started getting warm. And then they would shut it down for the day, kind of refit, and then they started again the second evening.
And eventually did rescue come?
Yes, after that second day they kind of broke. They made a tactical mistake. Basically the conventional force commander had Air Force aircraft ahead. The enemy combatants turned RPGs and shot them at the aircraft straight up. The aircraft electronics registered the RPG as surface-to-air missiles, okay, which allowed the pilots of the airplanes, it changed the rules of engagement for them, and so they could do gun runs on the enemy in town. Because the enemy was fighting from the city, the populated environment, we were limited, the commanders were limited fairly, on what their escalation of force and response could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
But during that time, he helped you with the shrapnel?
Yeah, he sewed me back up, yes.
Now, the state saying, well, he's just doing his job. Is that what it meant to you, just him doing his job?
No, it's far beyond that. Far beyond that.
Let me show you something that you sent me regarding Darrin. Is this what, did you send me this magazine? Did you send me?
Yeah, Special Operations Medical Journal, yes.
Okay. And he was featured on the cover of that, right?
Yes.
He's just doing his job, right?
Doing his job, yeah.
Right. At this point, I would ask to admit defendant exhibit number 30.
No objections.
Submitted for all purposes. You may publish.
So they featured him in this magazine on the cover.
Correct.
For going above and beyond his job.
Correct.
Now, we've heard already testimony about some of the trauma that Darrin had gone through post-service.
Yes.
You had talked about a situation where, was it a friend of yours or somebody that was a house invasion?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
I was not present for that, no.
Was Darrin present for that?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just briefly remind the jury what that was about.
Darrin...
Object, Your Honor, he wasn't present for it.
Objection sustained.
Well, the jury's already heard about it. Well, did you talk to him about it afterwards?
Him being who? Mr.
Did Donovan talk to Darrin about it?
No, I did not.
Did he ever share his feelings about it?
No, he did not.
Wow, that was a dud. They thought they could get something and they just missed.
You did talk about also the trauma that he went through when your friend and service member Donald
Stutzman, yeah.
Stutzman. Now, earlier in closing arguments, I think the name Donovan Garland
Yes.
was named as the person who committed suicide.
Right.
That's you. That's Donovan.
Yes.
So you're here. But this is a copy of the
Memorial flyer.
memorial flyer.
Congratulations
And,
on the recovery. What
And
was
you
that?
brought that because you wanted the jury to see that, right?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the defendant's exhibit number 29.
I missed that. Is his name the same as
Defense
somebody
29 is admitted. You may publish.
unalived themselves, or did the prosecution misstate the name?
Who is the person in this picture in defense exhibit number 29?
That's Donald Stutzman, our former teammate. We served together, me being Darrin, myself, Greg, Phil, and Donald Stutzman, served on ODA 575 for those first 3 deployments to Iraq.
How did he died by suicide?
He did.
And how did that affect Darrin? Do you know?
Greatly. Darrin at the time was in group as one of the canine handlers, and Darrin's daughters and Donald Stutzman's daughters were close, and so Darrin and his wife Rebecca, in an unofficial capacity, served as the unit's casualty assistance officers, helping the family go through that hard time.
I pass the witness.
Okay, we're almost done, guys.
I have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
May he be finally excused.
Yes.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. Please watch your step.
I think we have an expert witness.
Call your next witness, please.
Summer Nelson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat, could you please face me and raise your right hand? Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. We respond to any questions first from Mr. Sanchez, perhaps also Ms. Mitchell in front of you. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Ma'am, can you please state your full name for the record, please?
My name is Summer Nelson.
Thank you. And where are you from? Where did you come from?
I came from South Carolina. I'm originally from Arizona, but my family lives in Tennessee, and that's home.
If you mind pulling the microphone a little closer to you, you have a soft voice.
Sorry.
But you live right now in South Carolina.
I do.
And you flew in to be here today to be able to tell the jury about your father, right?
I did.
So is Darrin your biological father?
He is not my biological father.
Do you consider him your father anyways?
He is the only father I've ever had.
When did Darrin come into your life?
When I was 7.
Do you remember him coming into your life?
I do. I remember my mom bringing home this guy who I thought was the biggest nerd I'd ever seen in my life.
And how did that go, him being in your life?
You know, at first I was a little, I don't know who this person is, but eventually he became my father.
Was he involved in your life?
Absolutely.
He was gone a lot, right?
He was.
But when he would come home, would he get involved?
My dad was very involved in my life when he was home. He'd help me with school. He would, when I was a cheerleader, he would come out and he would be the biggest cheerleader for me and my team. He had special shirts made for him, my younger sisters. I mean, he was very supportive of me wanting to do sports and be a cheerleader.
Did he nourish your love for school?
He did.
What way?
Any time that I would have to, write essays or anything for school, he would, be there. And if I had any problems, he would, make sure that I felt good and that he felt good about my schoolwork. And I was very prideful with my school. I took it very seriously. He gave me books to read. He really nourished my love for reading. I'm still an avid reader. It's a way that I escape. Books that he gave me were very important to me. He just a lot of my personality and a lot of the things that I have taken, he's really nurtured and been a part of.
Now, there came a time when he finally came back of disability, did you have interactions with him at that point?
I did.
You had mentioned that there was a time when you started to see a bit of a spiraling in him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it had to do something with the dog. Is that true?
I would say that, yeah, that's true.
Explain to the jury what that was.
My father spent the second half of his deployments as a dog handler. He would be attached to different teams, and he was given a dog that was trained and given to him to go in and do all the things, basically. I called her my little war dog when she was sent home with him.
What was the name of the dog?
Her name was Ezra.
Ezra. Mm-hmm. So this dog was with him in Iraq?
She was with him in Iraq for the last 3 deployments, and when he was home, she was with him.
So when he retired, the dog was also retired?
It took a little longer for them to officially release her from the military, but yes, she was retired as well.
As a matter of fact, Ezra had a higher rank than Darrin, right?
She did. She has her own award plaques.
Mm-hmm. She has a Purple Heart too, right?
She does.
Or she had a Purple Heart.
She did.
Does anybody still have those awards for Ezra?
I'm not sure.
How did you see the effect of Ezra affecting Darrin?
My father was devastated when he lost his dog. She was his only really constant for those last 3 years that he was, or 3 deployments. You know, she was with him with every event. They were a team.
As a matter of fact, even when you mentioned the story when you went to Disneyland.
Right. Not me. I did not go to Disneyland with them because I was a grown-up and out of the house and could not get myself there. But they would go, my family would go to Disneyland, or Disney World, sorry, pretty much every year. And he took that dog with him, and her little tactical vest and her Mickey Mouse ears.
It's a good mix.
So that's when you first saw the beginning of his downward spiral. When did it get worse? Was it when your mom left?
At the time I was traveling out of state, I was hearing a lot of things from back home. When I would come home, my dad really preferred that I stayed with my aunt. It was almost, I would come to the property to pick him up for us to go to lunch or something, and he would be at the top of the property, and this is acres up, waiting for me because I don't know if he didn't want me to go down into the house or whatnot, but he just was, I wasn't even able to come into the house anymore.
And were you concerned for him?
I was very concerned for my father.
And then that was after your mom left?
That was after my mom left.
Did you try to stay in contact with him?
I did.
Was that hard or easy?
It was very hard. I would text him. Sometimes I would get responses. I would call. I wouldn't always get an answer. There would be times where I would get a hold of him, and I'd be like, you need to work on this. Like, I need to know that you're okay and everything's, that you're doing okay. And he would be okay for a couple of weeks, and then it would just fall right back off.
Now, when he was in jail, were you his first contact? Are you the only person he called that you know of?
I'm not the only person that he called. I am the only person that he has remained constantly in contact, not constantly, consistently in contact with.
And,
guys, let's be nice in chat.
Did you all talk about...
Let's just hold our tongues for a little bit.
Or did you all talk
This
about...
is an important part of the trial. We might not agree with how it's being presented, but it is the right, and it's being done following the legal process.
The person that died, Jamie Faith, that was killed, was not the person that Jennifer portrayed to him.
I am actually the person who made him aware that he would be receiving this information. And I gave him the information I was given.
And how did that go?
He was devastated.
Did you make a comment about
He
about Jamie's daughter?
he did. Sorry. He basically said that he took him, the equivalent of him from me, away from Amber.
No questions.
May this witness be found excused.
No objection.
Ma'am, you may stand down. You're excused. Mr. Sanchez,
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time you would rest.
any rebuttal?
No expert witness.
Very good. Members of the jury, it's customary in our law and
done.
our procedure to take a break at this point. So, if you would please go back to the jury room and await further instructions. I would say at 2:15, be back in there, everybody at once. That's in about 15 minutes, maybe closer to 17. And we'll see you then. All rise for the jurors. Please don't discuss the case, and please don't do any independent research.
All right. So the penalty phase is over. That was it. It was very abbreviated, extremely abbreviated, and where the jury now has all the information they need. In addition to the testimony they heard during the trial, this was additional testimony to give you background information on both the victim and the defendant. And now that's here, and Zoe's back. Yes, Kim. Now they're going to be tasked with recommending a penalty, the actual verdict. Let's see. Okay, Zoe, you want to be right there? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be up on the desk? Oops, sorry, girl. Here. You can just plop up here if you'd like. Is that all right? Just make yourself at home. All right, there we go. Perfect. All right. Let's see. Up on the desk is where we want. I don't know what kind of puppy Zoe is. Somebody will have to tell me. You guys have told me once before, but she's just a sweetie. How old is Zoe? I don't know either. I would say older based on the the appearance. Or she's not a puppy anymore. Definitely full grown. Okay, Caper 000 says, I thought the judge decided the sentence, not the jury. Wow, this is different in every state. Every time we go to different states, we see little differences in how that jurisdiction carries out justice. And so in this particular area in in this part of the country in Texas, we've seen things unique about this case. For instance, both counsel, prosecution, and defense remain seated during questioning witnesses. A lot of the other parts of the country, it would be disrespectful to sit there and you have to stand. But in this case, they actually have to stay seated. We saw just little subtle differences there. Obviously, the judge as well in this case, very succinct, very straight to the point, and even shows that way in the oath that he administers to each of the witnesses, where it's just he promised to tell the truth. Good. All right, that's it. You don't get the so help me God. You don't get anything else. It's not. It's not very verbose at all. It's basically just, are you going to tell the truth? Yes, good, that's good enough. So very interesting. The case itself, the sentencing, the judge in some cases does the sentencing, and were this a capital case with a mandatory minimum, if there was only one option, if like sentence to death was the only option, the jury would be out of here by now. As soon as they determined guilt, the judge would say, okay, you found guilty, here's the sentence, and administer it. But there's a range here. The jury can come back with anything between 5 to life without parole. And they get to consider all these things. And now it is proper to consider, whatever evidence they feel is pertinent that has been presented here as to what the outcome of this trial or the penalty should be. Puppy press sound buttons. I think Puppy is laying on mouse is what's happening. So I'm struggling to click on comments. Is it bring a pet into work day today? It is. It's hot outside, and my friend is working his tail end off outside on the garage. We're hanging doors today, getting ready to paint. Hey there, Zoe. What's up? Where do you want to go? Do you want to come down? Haven't figured out. Zoe's a good little girl. She's a cutie. Let's see. Can we get a close-up of Zoe's face for the purpose of breed verification? said Rudy. Hang on one second. Okay, Zoe, you want to look at the camera for me? Here we go. Is that any better? Does that help? There you go. It's a mini Shih Tzu or Pekingese. And immediately she lays down on the keyboard again. Let me get the focus right here. Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it, Tower Hill Girl. I don't know. She did smile. Best guest ever. The quietest one and easiest one to interview for sure. Was that the dog used to distract the inspector from properly doing their job? Yes, Adam. Yes, that is one of the duties that this service dog performs very well. The building inspection support dog. Can we create a Zoe sticker? I probably could. Let's see. She's tiny. Yeah, she gets carried around a lot by my littles. And she's very patient. I don't think she likes it at all, but she gets carried around. I've never heard her bark, ever. Very, very quiet dog. Also never seen her run. She walks everywhere. It's just no rush. Nothing. Even if you've got like a nice juicy bit of bacon or cheese or something, she likes people food, and she'll just wander over in her own sweet time. Let's see. Goodman Law Firm. What was the victim's background? I missed that. P.S. Digging the goatee. It's like it while it's here, Nicole. The victim's background. He was in IT. He worked for American Airlines. He was actually like a director level, pretty high up, and had, I think at one time, like 300 people underneath him. This was during the time of COVID, so there were some challenges there, especially in the airline industry. By every account that we've heard here, he was like the perfect husband, perfect boss, perfect friend. Just lay on the keyboard. It's all right, Zoe. You're good. Just a good guy all around. There's also zero testimony that anything that Jennifer alleged that he did was actually true, that there was any abuse at all in their marriage. So... what, Pekingese or Shih Tzu? I think I don't know. Thought it was Pekingese. What does Mrs. R.A. think of the goatee? She helped me find the charger for the razor. Is that an indicator? She's like, you know where the charger is, right? Yep, it's going to go soon. Where's the victim's wife? Allie, great question. The victim's wife is actually in prison, in federal prison. She's serving life without parole. She was charged during this. She was arrested and charged with obstruction of justice because she wanted, she told Darrin to take the sticker off the truck that would help identify his truck for the authorities. She also told Darrin to delete text messages, and that was enough to get an obstruction charge. While she was in custody, they found additional information that proves that she was much more involved in this. Funny that the information the state does not want to come in during this trial. But because of that information, they had enough to charge her with a capital murder. And instead of facing that capital murder charge, she took a plea deal and accepted life in prison without parole. So she's in a federal prison. Okay. We've got the audio on. We're not going to miss anything from court. I do see the judge's head bobbing around. It looks like he just went out of the room again. So we all need a little Zoe today. Brandy knows this. If you've been over on Brandy's channel, watched through trial, there are many times that a pet is very useful as we listen to trials. So hopefully you have one of your own. And this is the best kind because I get to hold her and pet her, and then she goes home, and I don't have to do all the cleanup and all the work that goes into dog ownership. It's not just something you just feed and it's always there for you. The dogs need to be taken care of. That's one of the reasons why I don't have one, because I don't think I would. I don't think I have the time to properly care for a dog the way it needs to be. Okay, that was weird. The laptop, what? Shut down, no operating system, but here I am again. Tommy, you're back. It's hot. Laptops don't want to work in the summer. How long have you had your puppy? This is my neighbor's puppy, my friend who's helping me with my Airbnb. As he works out in the yard, I'm dog sitting. As all my littles are off at the splash pad right now. Brandy has a very cute pup. Yes, Lucy is Brandy's pup. Lucy's a cute little doggy as well. Would love to rent a puppy for a couple hours. That would be a good business model if it were if you could ensure that it would be good for the dog. I mean, some dogs would be fine with that. Other dogs, that would be very traumatic to do dog rentals. But it's very similar to having a dog that travels around in a recovery center for cancer treatment or whatever. It's very beneficial. It's good for our souls to have an animal that can be pet and cared for. All right, now that we're on the pet topic, a therapy dog, very good. You have children to clean up after the dog. It's more than clean up, though. Yes, I've made the joke that I'll have a dog as soon as they have a breed that doesn't poop. I hate dog poop. It's one of the things I just hate. I hate any poop. I don't like stepping in any poop, no matter what it's from. People, animals, anything. Generally, it's dog poop that I step in, and it's a pet peeve of mine. So that's one of the reasons we don't have it. But it's more than just the cleanup of a dog. A dog needs proper care, and it can't just be there when you want it and not when you don't. It's a responsibility I take it quite seriously. Cat poop is worst. I think you're right, but cats at least try to hide it. Ivan says, been lurking. I think the jury got it right. I'm sure you'll know my vote for sentence, life without parole. Love you all. Have a great day. Yellow Courthouse. Ivan, thank you very much. Good to talk to you last night, my friend. Thank you very much. Let's see. I just missed a comment that I wanted to catch. Sorry. 1 second. Zoe, you're taking the whole mouse pad. I have no room to move the mouse. She's like reaching for my hands, like putting her head closer and closer. So now I just have the little top corner of where I can track the mouse. Zoe, you're making this difficult. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to get Zoe's hair in the roller on the mouse here. I'm trying to click some things up here on top. This is impossible. She wants more lovings. Okay, I'm going to have to move you just a little bit, Zoe. Right over here. Right over here. That's good. Right there. There, you're good. We'll just have, this is your half of the mouse pad, and that's my half. Is that okay? Okay, we'll negotiate. Okay, Ivan, by the way, congratulations on the 6-month membership mark. Thank you so much. And Eric comes in with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. So he's like pushing like a bulldozer, just like, love dogs. Personality, it's great. Just when I thought, all right, I couldn't get any sweeter, the animals bring out my sweet side. I'm actually allergic, though, to cats. Although I like them. Cats are not pets. You don't own a cat. Cats may or may not come to you at times when they want something. It's a little bit different. Looks like a kitty. This is actually a little puppy. I think it's Pekingese, maybe. Zoe's a spoiled little princess. How cute. Yes. And she loves being out on the job site. And she'll be right underneath your feet. And she is, I say she doesn't run, but she can dodge feet so well and just avoid being stepped on, yet still be right next to you at any given time. Is that right, Zoe? Huh? Thank you very much, Eric, for the gifted memberships, by the way. Appreciate you, my friend. Okay. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. That's very well put, Katie. You serve the cat. Dogs. There's the friendship and loyalty that is pretty neat and sort of goes both ways.
Is there any chance of getting a crew neck sweatshirt in the new pattern?
A crew neck sweatshirt? I can do that, Leslie. Give me it's going to be. I don't know how to add it to like that batch of stuff. So if you go to the spring website, you can see other items that I have there. So it'll be in a separate batch, but I can put that same item up in a crew neck. Is there a specific color you want available? It limits me to 5 colors. So if you have a specific preference, maybe if you text me to the burner phone the color and just say crew neck sweatshirt. You know, if there's a specific size, like if you want like a triple small or something like that that's out of the norm, let me know, and then a color option. I don't know. I'll look for an option that's available and try to do as close as possible for you. Dogs are toddlers, cats are teenagers. What are the logo stickers? We have a couple ones. We have we have a sticker that's in the new design. If you do exclamation point uniform in chat, there's a. Oh, you want a belly rub now? Is that it? Yeah. If you do that in chat, you'll see a link for it just says Recovery Addict, and it has the courthouse color of progression. So all the courthouses in a row of what color they would be as you progress through the membership perks. And then on the front of the shirts, it just says exclamation point seat, because that's the membership command that's available to you as you're a member. That's sort of unique to membership. Creative B, Debbie. Good to have you here. I know you're probably very busy. For those that don't know, Debbie is the creator of this. Oh, I always point the wrong side of this little plaque. My first and most loved. If I ever get another plaque, this will still be my most loved plaque. It's that she sent me when we barely broke 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. But Debbie has an Etsy shop. Do exclamation point B will get you to Debbie's Etsy shop, and she does amazing awards. So if there's somebody special in your life that just needs to be recognized for something they've done, you might want to check out that shop. Thank you very much, Debbie, for your support of the program as well. Leslie, please reach out to me on the burner phone. I'd be happy to get the item of merchandise created. Just give me a little guideline of what you're looking for. Will we get an outcome here today? Last Poet, it's becoming very, very likely that we will, because we just finished the evidentiary portion of the penalty phase of the trial. So now it goes back to the jury. They're going to get instructions one more time, and they're going to go back to deliberate. We already know they're on the same page as far as guilt, but we could have people that are very, very far apart as far as what the outcome should be. We could have someone who's there, guilty, life without parole. That's what he gets. That's what Jennifer got. That's what he should get. And we might have other people that look at the more of the complete whole picture of his life, whether or not you feel that that's appropriate. I mean, it's what this phase of trial is for. You get to see the background, who the victim was, who the perpetrator was, and honestly, I think you should consider that he has no other convictions in his life, that this is a first offense as far as a criminal record goes. Anyway, that's cool. So they're going to come back with something between 5 years and life without parole, and they might do it very quickly. So we might have this all wrapped up before the weekend. Let's see. Let's go back to court here. I will say, I said I've got the command as uniform for this link, but I think if we look at the rules of court for a lot of the judges, because there are logos, because there's things that can be read, there's messages on it. A lot of courts don't allow messages on your clothing, so we probably need to find like a standard dress code for court, and find something that will work within that dress code. And maybe it's like a unique, I suggested something like a shirt that has different colored sleeves, or a striped pattern, or something that would be easy to pick out and still look good, so that when we have addicts that are in court, they could wear that shirt and we could pick it out and say, oh, there's so-and-so. We can see somebody as they're one of us because of the uniform. Looks like we're back here. Or at least throwing keys around. A suit jacket with extra long sleeves. Yeah, like droopy wizard type clothing. That's funny. He's always about to trigger some sound effects. She's going to sleep on my computer.
You listening?
Pickle plaid. Looks like the jury's coming in. Personally, like button-downs or polo golf shirts. That would work, but we'd have to do like a different color. It's going to have to be something that's distinct and not something you could pick up off the shelf off your local clothing store. Yes, it's a cult uniform. That's what we're looking for. Pickle Hawaiian. It's got to be court approved, court friendly. Coops, thank you very much.
Sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Wait for it. Coops, thank you very much. I appreciate the super sticker.
All right.
As a woman, polo's a no-go. Yeah, we'd have to have a version that would work better. Obviously, the polo goes up very well for a lot of men. I don't mind a good polo shirt. She's laying on the cord. Like, she waits until the cord's like right under her, and then she plants her head down on it. So now I can't move the mouse anymore. I'm not a cat. Zoe, I've got to move this. There we go.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Both sides have rested and closed, members of the jury. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this trial, the law is very much a procedure. Same procedure is going to apply in this phase that did in the previous phase. There is law that is applicable to the punishment phase that I'm going to read to you and also give to you in the form of another jury charge. And just like in the guilty or not guilty phase, it has all of the law necessary to enable you to reach a verdict on punishment, and there is a verdict form as the last page. It's 3 pages plus the verdict form, so it's not quite as long. The law does require that I read it to you, and I will do so now. State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez. Cause number F21-75024 in the 292nd Judicial District Court right here in Dallas County, Texas. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, the defendant, Darrin Lopez, has been found guilty by you of the offense of murder. This court has received and accepted your verdict of guilty, and you will no longer concern yourselves with the innocence or guilt of the defendant. You shall now limit your deliberations under the law and the evidence in this case to the question of punishment, which it is now your duty to assess. Punishment authorized for the offense of murder is imprisonment in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for life or for a term not more than 99 years nor less than 5 years. In addition thereto, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. You are instructed that in assessing the defendant's punishment, you may take into consideration all facts and evidence admitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law as submitted to you in this charge and the charge heretofore given to you by the court. You are instructed that if there is any testimony before you in this charge regarding the defendant having committed offenses or bad acts other than the offense of which you have found the defendant guilty, you may not consider such evidence unless you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such offenses or bad acts, if any. The burden is upon the prosecution to prove such extraneous offenses or bad acts beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecution's proof must exclude all reasonable doubt concerning the extraneous offense or bad act, page 2. Therefore, if you find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may consider such evidence in assessing the defendant's punishment. If you do not so find, or you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant committed an extraneous offense or bad act, then you may not consider such evidence, if any, in assessing punishment. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so, but if he does not do so, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in the punishment phase of this trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed, or 30 years, whichever is less. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. You are instructed that in determining the punishment in this case, you are not to discuss among yourselves how long the defendant will be required to serve any sentence you decide to impose. Such matters come within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons and Paroles and are no concern of yours. You are further instructed that your verdict must be unanimous and shall be arrived at by due deliberation and not by drawing lots or any other method of chance, nor shall you add any combination of figures and divide the answer thereto. Page 3. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to their testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given you, and be governed thereby. When you have reached a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror shall fill in and sign the verdict form that conforms to your verdict, and then announce to the officer who has you in charge that you have reached a verdict, signed by me. Again, Honorable Brandon Birmingham, the presiding judge, the 292nd Judicial District Court, right here in Dallas County, Texas. The verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, having previously found the defendant, Darrin Lopez, guilty of murder as charged in the indictment, unanimously assess the punishment of the defendant at confinement in Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of blank, either 5 to 99 years or life, and a fine of blank dollars, 0 to 10,000. And there's a spot for the presiding juror to sign and print his or her name, I guess her name. Now, once that conforms to your unanimous verdict, it is my understanding that the state is going to waive their right to open this, which leads me to the Honorable Juan Sanchez on behalf of Darrin Lopez. Sir, this is your jury. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here's the plea.
Please, the court, counsel.
Now they're closing. So it's funny. We're having the whole thing in one day. It's weird, all these little segments. But so now they have closing statements.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your work on this case up until this point. We're not going to quarrel with your verdict, because that's not your job now, or our job is to quarrel with your verdict. It's our job to point out to you things that you should consider when deciding what the proper sentence should be in this case. And for Darrin Lopez again, and especially now, this decision really needs to be based on your own individual moral assessment, not only of the case and of what you found him guilty of, but of also Darrin Lopez and when you look at his whole life. Okay? This is a huge range that the Texas legislature has given juries to deal with. It's 5 up to 99 to life, or anywhere in between, is what you can sentence Mr. Lopez to. And when you're doing that, you have to look at everything that you heard of in the first part of the trial, all the evidence you heard, all the witnesses that testified in front of you. But now you can look back all the way to the life that Mr. Darrin Lopez had, and decide whether it's redeemable, whether he did anything good in his life that you would consider in deciding what the proper sentence should be. You can look at all that, because before you were just, like the state had said in jury selection, you only looked at a snapshot, just what happened on October 9th of 2021. That's all you're going to be looking at when you're in the first part of the trial. But now you get to look at everything. You get to look, everything is open for you to look at and consider. And when you do that, you have to do it with serious consideration. We all said that during jury selection that you would consider mitigating evidence, which is what we get to do at this point in the trial. If the state had anything bad they wanted to present against Mr. Lopez, anything other than what you found him guilty to, they had a right to do it. So don't get back there and think for some reason, hey, does he have a record we don't know about? Did he do something else that didn't have brought this? Because there isn't any, okay? Because if there was, these fine prosecutors would have brought it to you. I'm sure they would have. So don't get back there and say to yourself, you know what, is there something we don't know? You've heard it all, okay? And so when you're doing that, you have to look at evidence relevant to a person's character, record, or circumstance of the offense, which you can still take into consideration, which might serve as a basis for a lesser sentence than you usually would give. And when we talk about mitigation, it's not an excuse. It's whatever you decide it to be. It's an explanation as to how Mr. Lopez got here. No one's saying these are excuses for his actions. You're saying this is the world he was living in, this is a context in which it happened, and this is the condition he was in, based on his whole life that now you consider and that you've heard about. And what do you have in front of you? You have the fact that Mr. Lopez grew up in a military family, and that he served in the military faithfully and honorably. Not only did he serve and did his job, he went above and beyond that. And that's why we thought it was important for you to see the military awards that he had received. A Purple Heart, which represents him giving a part of his body for the country and all of us who sit here today. That's what the Purple Heart is. The Bronze Star, which is not an easy thing to get. And all those red tabs in those records indicate an award that he received for going above and beyond, not just doing his job. They don't give awards for doing your job. They give awards and commendations and medals for people who do more than what it's asked of them, that sacrifice themselves more than other people. And that's what he did. His friends from the Special Forces took a week out of their time to be here, to stand with him. They traveled from far away, as did his daughter. That itself should tell you and be worth something to you as a jury when considering it. When people are willing to take time out of their lives to come tell you something good about their friend, their comrade, or their father, that means that that person has some redeemable value still left in them. And I think you saw that when you were sitting here listening to the evidence. Another thing you can consider are the circumstances of the offense. We don't know what you, at this point, we don't really know what you believed, other than you decided that the state had proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and that you rejected the defense of another. You may have gone back there and said to yourself, you know what, we do believe that he was manipulated. We do believe that he was misled by Jennifer, but we just don't believe that the danger was immediate enough for him to do that. If you believe that, and you believe that he had noble intent, even though he broke the law in doing it, you can consider that in deciding what the proper assessment of the punishment should be. And no one can tell you otherwise. Okay? You can look at the fact and take into consideration his good conduct in the military and his good conduct even before he was in the military. Again, I remind you, even if he was a juvenile, if he would have shoplifted a stick of gum, the state could have brought that to you. So because they didn't, you know for a fact he had never done anything wrong in his life up until this tragic day. And he's going to be punished for it.
That might be a little stretch.
He knows he's going to prison. But what we're asking you to do is consider the proper sentence based on what you heard here today. He was a good father to Summer. Summer came here and told you about it. Even though she wasn't his biological daughter, he treated her as his actual daughter. He was involved in his daughter's lives. He was the cheer dad. He was all those things until he went to the military and he was damaged. You can take into consideration the fact that he was injured in service to the country. There's nobody that can tell you otherwise. And we're asking you to take that consideration because I think the evidence showed you that that was a factor in this case. So the same way it was an aggravating factor as far as him leading to the death of Jamie Faith, is also a factor in explaining, in mitigation, why we're here. You can take into consideration the fact that he did save lives. Mr. Underwood, who testified here today, is here today and sitting in this courtroom because of him. And that's something important. I mean, how many of us in our lives can actually say we've done something like that? That has to help in some way in your consideration of what the proper sentence should be.
I think they're legal interns.
Take into consideration that he not only took care of his comrades, he took care of people who were trying to kill him. I don't know if I would ever be able to do something like that, but he did. Again, going above and beyond what was expected of him. And one of the other things you can consider too, and I think it's important in this case, is that he did cooperate with law enforcement. He did cooperate with them. You heard Detective Barnes tell you that he cooperated in the prosecution of Jennifer Faith. And that should count for something, and I think it will once you go back there and consider it. So, I'm going to remind you of a few things and talk to you about some things that when you're back there, the law never requires a certain verdict. You get to decide. I know the state may come up ask for a certain number or the maximum, but it's up to you, not them, not us. And the law never requires a certain sentence. You get to decide based on the evidence you've heard and based on the mitigation that you've heard what the proper sentence should be. And no one can tell you that you can't do that. There's no automatic sentences. It must be the result of meaningful deliberation. That means you all need to go back there and really talk about it, because this is probably the most important decision you've made in your life now. how long you sentence a man to prison. And you really have to talk about everything you've heard, not only in the first part of the trial, but in the second part of the trial, and discuss it. And then make a decision based on your individual moral assessment of what you've heard. And if you get to a point where you say, this is what I think the proper sentence should be, and somebody else disagrees with you and says, well, I think it needs to be this. You're crazy. This is what it should be. You get to stand your ground. No one can make you change your vote. You can allow yourself to be talked into a different view. You can deliberate. That's what deliberation means, is that you talk to each other. But sometimes you can get to the point where, you know what, this is what I believe, and I'm going to stick to it. And you all told me during jury selection that that's something that you can do, and that's what we're asking you to do. And you base it, again, on your own individual personal view of the case. You're not to assess a sentence based on chance or averaging. It's in the jury selection. And what that means basically is you can't say, I want this number, I want this number. Let's just meet in the middle. You can meet in the middle, but only if you really believe that that's what the proper sentence should be. Does that make sense? That's why that's in the jury charge, because we just can't be flipping coins back there. Thank you, Your Honor. And all 12 jurors must agree on the actual
Somebody's phone.
You all have to vote as a group, but also as an individual, and it has to be unanimous. And so I'm not going to sit here, and I don't think the state's going to tell you what you have to do, because I'm leaving it up to you. We're leaving it up to you. That's your job, not ours. We presented all the evidence that we could at this point, and presented all the witnesses that we could, introduced all the evidence we could. So it's going to be your job to decide what's proper in this case, and we ask you to take into consideration Mr. Lopez's service, his years of good conduct, his years of being a good family man, being a good father, and we ask you to take that into consideration and make that decision that you can live with when you leave this courthouse. I know you all are reasonable people, and you're going to take this decision serious, and we're looking forward to hear what your sentence should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Court recognizes the Honorable Brandon Mitchell on behalf of the state, ma'am.
State's going to close.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am. Please
And then the
support
jury.
counsel. Well, first of all, let's make it
Welcome,
clear.
Julie Sons.
Any cooperation came after he got caught. Months after. When he was caught. It is terrifying that he planned and pulled off this murder without any basis in reason or an investigation. That he was that quick to plan a murder, drive 10 hours, and go and shoot this man. It is terrifying that he did this to this man he has never met in person. It is terrifying that he laid in wait, anticipating, and pulled it off in a public street at 7:30 a.m. when people are taking their kids to school and going off to work. But he didn't care about that. He cared about Jennifer Faith. It is astonishing the speed that he pulled off that execution, and astonishing how he drove back home, back and back to his life, back to Jen, back to the relationship, back to everyday grocery store shopping, back to doing what all of us do, back to ordering sex toys for him and Jennifer, back to all of that. No remorse. No remorse. In fact, they don't talk about it. It's just done. Now it's us. It is astonishing how he was on the group text with Jen and Rob and Jeremy and all of her friends and family. And he's inserted in and starts acting like he's one of the group. He's now with Jennifer, and they're going to be together. Ladies and gentlemen, with your verdict, you will not be saying anything about how you don't support the troops, or you don't think they do a fantastic job, because they all do. You are saying nothing about that. You're saying nothing about the fact that when he was in the military, he evidently did his job well. There are a lot of people who go through, unfortunately, service members who go through explosions, and a lot of servicemen and women who are discharged with disability, who don't go and execute a man. I want you to take that into consideration when you're assessing a sentence. I certainly won't agree with Mr. Sanchez and won't give you a sentence, but I certainly believe the minimum is nowhere near what is appropriate for this.
So she's the first to name a number, or
For taking his life.
name
His
a range.
49-year-old life. And this man didn't have a chance to fight for it. He couldn't even treat him like a man. He was just here and then he was gone, leaving his friends and family, his family devastated, his co-workers missing him. I want you to think about Jamie Faith. And I know you'll do the right thing, and I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
They're so fast.
Ms. Mitchell, members of the jury will retire to consider your verdict. The same rules apply about asking for evidence. We'll send those exhibits that were admitted in both phases of this trial back to you for your consideration unless they were admitted for record purposes. And the alternates will be in the same place they were before. Court's in recess pending the verdict. All rise for the jury.
All right, so now we get to go back to Verdict Watch. So I will go ahead and bring that up here now. As we're, I need to change this to be Sentencing Watch. I can't spell penalty. Would it be a Penalty Watch? Does that work? You know when you write a word so many times and you're like, that's right. And then you look at it one time and it's like, there's no way that's the correct way to spell it. That's what happened when I looked at penalty. I'm like, I guess that's right. All right, so jury is deliberating one more time. Maybe fast, maybe very fast. They don't have to pick a foreman now. They've already had lunch, so they've gone straight to deliberation. So sentencing watch, would that be better? Kathy, you can relate. You do that a lot. I once did that with the word it. It's like that. There's got to be more to it than just those two letters, right? There's like a silent Q in there somewhere. Yes, I'm actually going to hire myself out as an expert to courts cases that are dragging on, just to announce that I'm taking lunch so that they can rapidly progress to the next phase of the trial. Because that's what happens as soon as I stop the live stream, we can move forward. We have done a poll on the original verdict. Excuse me. I need water and I have none. The cup is empty and all my littles are gone. I'm just going to choke on my words. Asking a question for Caper 000. What if the jury can't agree on the sentence? It does have to be, Caper, first of all, I apologize if I missed your question. I try to read as many as I can, but sometimes it jumps. If the jury is not unanimous, they have not reached a decision. And in this case, the jury has to be unanimous. Hola, welcome back. A recap of this bit. This was the penalty phase, and it was quick. We had the verdict basically right before lunch. The verdict took about an hour and 15 minutes for the jury to reach a guilty. They came back. It was unanimous there. The judge then immediately kicked off the penalty phase, which also has evidentiary portions where they heard more testimony. We heard just a couple witnesses from the prosecution, I think 3, maybe 4 from the defense. They were all very quick. Not a lot of drama, not a lot of explosive cross-examination on either part. For the defense part, most of it had to do with the prior service of Darrin. It didn't even go into PTSD worth anything, really. I mean, it just skimmed over that and his traumatic brain injury. Just focused on the good in his life, and that's part of what they're allowed to cover. That's what they're supposed to do. Basically, you get to see a whole picture of the defendant. You get to see a whole picture of the victim. It's sort of like victim impact statements, which I think we still have, but and that might also come today. It could be really quick. Anyway, so that happened. The judge gave more jury instructions than we had closings by both sides. Also very quick, very, very quick. Both the prosecution and the defense are, they don't waste words. They say what needs to be said and leave. And they end before you think they will, which is neat to see in court, because so we're used to lawyers who probably bill by the hour, and the longer they talk, the more they earn. And you didn't get that feel in this trial. Let's see. Is there a poll up? I don't see it. I don't think there's one up right now. Oh, yes. No, there's not. I need to close this pin because Brandy Mitchell's finished her closing statements. I'm here until the verdict. Well, Judy, any minute now, they should be coming back. I'm not sure if we'll have the light to be able to view the light or not. For those that were watching immediately before we went to lunch break, the cameraman focused in on the light on the wall, so we could see exactly what it looked like. It was a notification where the court can be notified when the jury has a question. It's a jury alert type thing. They push the button, the light lights up. And I commented on that, and I said, that's going to trigger my OCD because it's dirty. It's all dusty on top of the light, like it hasn't been cleaned. And as soon as we stopped to the break, the guy comes over with a little cloth, and he wipes off and cleans off all the dust off the button. So somebody in there is watching and paying attention. We appreciate that. How many hours do you think deliberations? Well, AJ, this is the harder question, really. How long to sentence him for? They all agree that he deserves time, or at least they all agree that the law says that he deserves time. I think that would be a safer way to put that, because they were unanimous in finding him guilty. They basically say the definition of the law, as it is written, as we are instructed to follow, he committed murder. That's established. There is now a penalty, and the law, once again, says because he has committed murder, because you have found him guilty, no longer concern yourselves with whether or not he is guilty or not. Now just focus on how much time to serve. And there's a huge range. And we might have people in on both sides. There may be people who just barely could in good conscience vote and say, yeah, he's guilty. And there are other people who from day one said he admitted it. Why is he pleading not guilty? I mean, he is guilty. You could have people on both ends of the spectrum. And so anything between 5 years and life without parole, that's a wide range to try to find the exact number. And supposedly they're not, the rules were sort of unique, because we heard the instructions. The jury's not allowed to do some sort of math and add up and say, well, because of this, and this factor, I'd give him 5 for this for that, add that up at average. They're not allowed to do little math tricks to reach a number. So you can't, I doubt, I don't know, I think you could still reach a symbolic outcome. Maybe the number of years that, the age that Amber was when he was killed. I don't know what symbolic outcome they might find here. I would be disappointed if they chose the date that it happened on or something like that, that way as to be the number. We did vote on this. Most of us, over half of us, came back with an expectation, that the jury would come back with 5 to 20 years in that range. So in the lower end, if it comes back with 5 and he gets time served, he's already basically served half his sentence. The judge has said, though, if you do anything less than life without parole, anything less, we have no idea what the parole board's going to do. We cannot, if parole is available, it may happen. It may happen a lot sooner than the jury thinks. So if they don't want him to get out on parole, they'll really need to say life without parole and come to that conclusion. Okay. But what if they can't all agree? Who sets the sentence then? I don't know how closely the judge has to follow this sentence. If he is bound by the jury's decision here, or if it's considered a strong recommendation. The judge will pass the sentence. The jury, I believe, recommends a sentence. Let's see.
Call from
Mr. Ivan.
Hey, Ivan, how are you doing today?
How you doing, sir?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
First of all, I love your little adopted for the day pupperoo.
It's the best kind of dog to have, honestly. You get to have them.
Well,
when you
yeah,
want.
I mean, it's sort of like being a grandparent, right?
Yes.
You know, I mean, like,
You rile up the kids, you feed them a bunch of junk food, and then you send them home for the parents to deal with. That's
right.
how
Give
it
that thing as much beef jerky as you got, and then let it go home and do its mess. But so, what do you think? If you had to put your money on it? What's your number?
I'm firmly on the camp that the jury was right on the verdict, the guilt, the way the law's written. There's no way
Give me a
around
number.
that. The number. This is a hard question for me. This is a hard question. I have to look at the testimony and say when I was listening to the testimony, everything the defense said, there was no point where I said that is just. I mean, there's one point actually. There's one point where the defense was talking to me. I said that's baloney. I'm not going to believe that. And that was when they said that Darrin's entire life he never did anything wrong until
Yeah,
this.
he was the archangel of
That was like, really, guys. Choose. You say somebody said it in chat. The better way to say that is there's no record of him ever breaking the law. A clean criminal record. He's never been in trouble. That would be a more believable way to put it, other than But for this one sin, he would be a saint, and that's not right. Nobody's in that boat, and so that's the only point where that
I'm
really
sure that
stood
lawyer's
out.
going to kick himself when he watches this over, because I'm sure that's not what he meant to say.
Yeah, but really, I look at that and I say, the jury is instructed. I'd say we, because we're here in the court of public opinion.
Right.
We are told to look at his record, to look at his past, to look at to view the picture bigger than just the singular event that happened. Now, because the singular event happened, there has to be a punishment. That we believe, we're a law-abiding society. We believe that there's a debt to society that needs to be paid.
Don't we?
I will say I'm not life without parole. I'm not there. That is too far. 5 years is too little. I think.
Well, this is what I was saying in the chat. Not to cut you off, you got to factor in. I know this isn't like something the jury will factor in, but just common sense. Like I've said all along, I've never seen any statistics, but watching guys go to the infirmary and never come back, the estimated age or life expectancy in the joint, I would say, is 60 to 65. Truly.
And he's what, 49?
Yeah, he was right. So. That's why I said anything at 20 or more, that's it.
It's basically a life sentence.
I very much doubt he will outlive his time.
I'll buckle and I'll say a number first, and I believe 10 years. I believe 10 years would be significant enough to show that we believe he is responsible and that he has that culpability, not just like a token 5 year. That's the minimum we could give you. If it was any less, we would have gone with that. 10 years is good. Less than 10, I think, would feel like an insult to the family. More than that, I don't know. I just think there's a shared burden here, and maybe it's right that everyone involved, everyone who's guilty, both Jennifer and Darrin, should have an equal penalty.
Think of this, all right? Like if you're a getaway driver in a gas station robbery, and that robbery goes wrong, and that man dies, he gets murdered too. You don't parse it out. You know what I mean?
Right. I see that.
Same there.
I look at the testimony. I look at Darrin when he was testifying in his own defense, and in my heart, I look at him and I say, as much as I think what he did was disgusting, what he did was wrong, what he did was, that I would not have done that, or I like to think that I would not have done that in the same situation.
Right.
I look at him and I believe that he believed.
So you don't think he was part of it?
I don't think he was part of it.
You really don't. You think he took her letter to the law word for word? You really believe that, huh?
I would have to say that he maybe intentionally ignored red flags, which is he shouldn't have done. The average person should have said, "Hey, full stop. This is weird. I'm out of here," type thing. I believe that he, with a combination of the blinders, the bad place he was at in his life, he did not have the bandwidth to allow this not to be real. That he needed this to survive, or he thought he needed this to survive because of everything that happened emotionally with the military, with his injuries, with if I, taking at face value, I think that as naive as it looked and as weird as it is, I think he allowed himself to believe that and never questioned it.
Well, I guess the last thing I'll say is I know you had said that you didn't necessarily think that the swiftness of the verdict meant that it was any indicator of their opinion of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. I guess I disagree. I really think that there were, all these mitigating factors that we're talking about. It doesn't seem as if the jury talked about those. You know what I mean? As quickly as they came back. And so, I saw an overwhelming percentage of the chat, commenting that they thought this would, take some time, and it very much did not. And so, I think that the jury sent. I think it was a statement. How quick they came back. I think they were sending a statement, and I don't think they're going to be kind. I know I might be in the minority, but I really don't.
Yeah, you might be right, Ivan. I've been wrong before, and I reserve the right to be wrong again. But yeah, they might be all on the same page, and they're if they've signed it and they're ringing the bell right now. It could be a done deal as far as that's concerned. I do think that the jury was able to take all the information during the evidentiary portion of the trial and set aside the irrelevant facts and just look at the jury, start with the jury instructions and say, were these elements met? And set aside all the sleazy emails that we read and all every other piece and just look at the letter of the law and say, this is our job. This is the law. This is what we have to do.
Right.
I think this part will be harder. I really do. And there's our button. I don't see the light on, but look how clean it is. It's not dusty or anything. But yeah, Ivan, as always, I have a ton of respect for your opinion. You have some life experience that is not shared by a lot of people. You have a perspective that's awesome, and we've benefited a lot from that. So thank you very much. We don't always agree perfectly. Maybe this one is one of those cases, but
For sure.
I appreciate the way you're able to articulate it and share it, and we try to do it in the most respectful way possible, and that means a lot to me. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate the forum, man. And I think it's one way or another. Half the population is going to be very surprised, I think, with how this comes back. That's all I'll say. It's one of those polarizing cases, and I've been in countless trials with you guys now, and I don't know that I've ever seen I don't want to say a chat divided, but as volatile as exchanges I see. And I think anytime you include, I used to say it's kids that usually get people going, but I've now since realized that you include the military, and it's its own can of worms. And
yeah.
So,
military service is something that is near and dear to many people's hearts. We have many people here in chat who basically could, as far as records go, oh, there's the light. The light just came on. They're done. Ivan, you were right.
I told you.
Okay, speaking of red light, Baby Bear gifted Super Chat $99.99. Baby Bear, absolutely incredible.
Listen in.
This is amazing. Ivan, we'll let you go. You were right. I will eat my words. They say when make your words soft and sweet, so when the time comes for you to eat them, they will taste good and be easy to chew. I may have to eat my words on this one. And this is it. The red light flashing. Thanks, Ivan. We'll catch you later.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my goodness! Lights on, lights off. Maybe they changed their mind. I think they might have reset the button. Did anyone push the button? That was quick. Maybe it could be a question. I doubt it's a question. I really do. I think it's so clear what their responsibility is right now. Baby Bear, thank you. That made my day. That is just awesome. Your support of the channel is amazing. And for those that don't know, Baby Bear also sent just some amazing food to the P.O. box. Some cowboy spicy habaneros, just pickled habaneros. Great stuff. I very much appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. It could be a question. That was quick, not a good sign. I don't know. It lit up. And now it's done. I think they opened the door and went in, and so we'll see what happens. That was 15 minutes. And honestly, once again, Ivan's been right and I've been wrong before. This is Texas. And things are a little different here. This trial has been different. The speed of this trial that we've been moving through, the speed of justice, the wheel of justice have been on turbo throughout this. Oh, man. What does it mean, penalty watch? Dodie, that means that in Texas, in this case, the trial is divided up into different parts. We have a guilt and innocence phase where the jury just decides whether or not he's guilty or not. We did that first. They came back as guilty. And then the second phase, they have more testimony and they discuss what the penalty should be. But less than 20 minutes of deliberation until we get the first red light. So, whew. Oh my goodness, I'm giddy. Baby Bear, that is awesome. Thank you so much. That's just an awesome Friday. Okay, AJ, thank you. It's not relevant to me if you're a model citizen or have a criminal past. You deserve a life sentence for cold murder. This was AJ. That's the hardest thing for me is if I look at this through the lens of I believe sorry, I almost said Darrell Brooks. I do not believe Darrell Brooks. If I believe Darrin Lopez and have his glasses on and see things through his perspective, I can look at the evidence and say this all makes sense. Up until when he pulls the trigger. If everything else was the case and he's got this story of all this happening and then they come out and they're out walking their dog and they're just talking, there's no immediate threat. Stalk him, follow him for a little bit, wait till she's being burned or whatever. There has to be some sort of threat there, and I hate that I'm saying there are people that are in desperate situations and need people to intervene. There was no evidence. There was no evidence that he saw of that other than her word for it. And you can't defend someone without. Okay, as a concealed carry holder, you can't just take someone else's word for it. Just show up and shoot somebody. Say, hey, they said they needed it. That he deserved it. So I'm going to do it. There has to be more there. There has to be more, or you're responsible. And in this case, the jury's come back and said he's responsible. It was premeditated. Yes, he testified to that on the stand himself. He said he made up his mind before he got in his car to drive down to Texas. That's what was going to happen. And also the after actions, the fact that he had planned a getaway. There's the judge. Here we go, waiting for the audio. I'm gonna clear the timer off the screen. Not that I'm gonna keep it going just in case they're still deliberating, but. The after action where he didn't hide everything. He didn't throw away the gun, delete his emails, burn the truck. He didn't do all that, but that he attacked Jennifer to give her.
Just testimony. There was testimony a little bit from Fabian. I tried to see that for the record. I tried to see it.
Okay, just some idle chatter in the courtroom. Everybody's in the well, just chilling. I wonder if the light went off, they changed their mind.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Oh, man. I'll fall out of my chair if he gets less time than Aaron Dean. For those that aren't familiar with the Aaron Dean trial, Aaron Dean was a police officer that responded to a call for a suspicious circumstance and saw a house open, went around the back and ended up shooting the homeowner through the window as the homeowner heard noises outside and retrieved a firearm themselves. And he, I forget what sentence he got, but it was a long one. Was it 10 years or 11 years? That was a symbolic one, right? 11 and a half years or something like that. That was a trippy trial. The judge in that trial, if you want to do a little research and see a judge that maybe shouldn't be on the bench anymore, he's got a little bit of history there, even with using a shock collar on a defendant that refused to answer his questions, or a shock device. All right, doors opening and closing in the courtroom. Let's see if I've got any water. I've got nothing. I need a drink so badly, and there's absolutely nothing. This is the penalty phase. We may have a verdict as the judge is here. I guess they're calling everyone back into the courthouse right now. Let's check Twitter and see if we have an update from some of the media that's present. Okay. We saw the light on. Something's happening. Grab a drink, and as soon as I leave, they will be back. You know that. That's how this works. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. Can we do the intro music, or which one is it? Like this one? That one. I'll be right back. Hang on one second.
Because he's the guy.
I'm not a camel.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Bring the jury.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? I'm not going to consent to that, man. Oh.
All right, I'm back. I left the sound effects on. Got the last bottle of Deer Park water in the house. We need a sponsor. We need Deer Park. Deer Park needs to sponsor me. I go through so much water. We'll figure it out. I turned the music off just in case they would come back and start. I didn't want that to AJ reminded me that would not be good if you guys are trying to hear what the verdict was. As fast as this court goes, it could be seconds after they come back that they're reading the penalty. Should we ask YouTube to change the like button to the red button? Okay. I don't know where... Zoe's gone, by the way. So we don't have any more Zoe. She just barely left. Have you legit thought about sponsors? just water. Just Walmart with the pickles and the water. I haven't done any actual... I don't even know how to begin looking for a sponsor. At the same time, I wouldn't want a sponsor that is something that I don't believe in. So I'm not going to be,
Alex Stollett.
I don't just want to tout a company because they paid me money. It would have to be something that is meaningful to me, that I think would be useful to the community and
jury. Both sides present. Mr. Lopez is present.
Here we go.
Court received the following note that I'm going to admit now as Court's Exhibit Number 2. The note says, between discharge in 2013 and the offense, can you provide records including 1. Medical, behavioral, and neural assessment dates, results, and conclusions, 2. Treatments for known mental and behavioral conditions including medication, therapy, neural feedback, counseling, etc., and 3. General trends of adhering to recommended treatments and medications, signed by the foreperson of the jury. After discussing the case with both sides off the record, the court intends to send the following note back. The court is in receipt of the attached note. In response thereto, you are instructed that you have received all the evidence admitted in both phases of this trial. You are instructed to continue your deliberations. Is there any objections from the state? No objection. And from the defense? No objection. Okay, very well. Very good. Court's Exhibit Number 2 will be received and sent back to the jury.
Okay.
Court's in recess.
Someone decipher this. Okay, so good thing we kept the counter going because they're not quite done. They came back basically asking about PTSD. They came back asking about his TBI, his treatment, his the medical records, the details, and we did not. Those were I believe those were admitted into records for the court, but not into evidence. So there's nothing for the court to give them. They don't, they don't have an hour back to watching the button. So they basically just say, you just have to base it off what you've heard. There is testimony on there that we know that the DOD, from the military paperwork, from his military service, that he was diagnosed with the traumatic brain injury, that he was diagnosed with PTSD. I believe minor. There was a minor something. There might have been a minor TBI or something like that. I mean, how is a brain injury minor? I don't know. I guess it means you can still function. You have received all the evidence that you will receive. This is the most common answer, honestly, that we see when a jury comes back with a question. The judge basically saying, "Hey, you've already got the evidence," and they want more, but they're not going to get it. Now they have to just base it off what they've heard. It sounds also like from the wording of that, tell me if I'm off base here, but it sounds like from the wording of that question, that was a very educated question, even in the medical field. So it sounds like somebody on the jury has some experience of some sort in that area, whether it be in the medical profession, whether it be a family member who has had a similar type of diagnosis. That's what I'm thinking. If the jury hangs at this phase, then the court must grant a mistrial, says Matthew Harris. He would know. He's in Texas, and he's a great lawyer. Thank you, Matthew, for that. So this does need to be unanimous as well, and we'll go back to watching the red button. Are they buying into the PTSD? I don't know. I'm not sure if that. I'm not sure if that means that they're on board, or if they say prove. They might be saying prove this was really a thing, that this really impacted him. The evidence that they have that would support that it did would be the 100% disability that he received from the military when he was discharged. The fact that he got a medical discharge from the military, that would indicate that it was substantial and it affected his life enough that he was not able to serve anymore, even though he wanted to in the military after 18 plus years. But we didn't hear. We never got that testimony of Darrin's life of, how he was before the military and how he was after, and how this changed him. And it's like post TBI, he would sit in his room and stare at the wall. We never got that to sit and digest and see the before and after of Darrin, which would have been, I think, helpful to the jury this time. Let's see, Cachette just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Cachette. Appreciate you. Cachette is I don't know how to say this, a mod in name only. She performs other work for the channel, but part of the other work she performs for the channel grants her a mod status on her name. So, Cachette, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see. We've got Content Angel, Adriella Hillis, Frankie's World, Duke Delta, Liven. All gifted memberships by Peter Ware. Thank you so much, Peter, for that. Cachette's gifted memberships went to Nandi, Nick K, Katie Joyful Heart, Jill Martin Angelos Rowe, and Cheryl Boyce. That's Boyce. Thank you. Ongoing treatment for PTSD would possibly prove it affecting his day-to-day life. Yes, that would be helpful as well. I can't remember any testimony about that we heard, or that the jury heard. There was I think in the voir dire, or the 70, was it 705, 709? I forget what it was. The hearing to authenticate the expert status of the witnesses for defense. We got a little bit into that, but I think that got sort of ruled out, and we didn't hear it in the sentencing phase. The daughter testified to how he changed. That was so quick. I must have missed it. See, I've been with Brandy a lot lately. Can anybody give me info on Amber? Is she okay? Did something happen to her? I really like her and appreciate her. Prayers for her. Are you talking about the Amber in this case, or the Amber we share in the lock crime community, Calypson's Vixen? I don't want to share what isn't mine to share. A prayer for her would be great. Appreciate that. Had a rough day, and that would be it. 702, 705. That's the hearing outside the presence of the jury. Livian just paid it forward. I gifted a membership as well. You just received one and paid it forward. Thank you. Appreciate that, my friend. Don't you think it would be a huge piece of evidence? What happened to the defense here? Rudy, a lot of stuff was ruled to be inadmissible. There was, there's a lot of what defense wanted to bring in, they couldn't with the rules of evidence. And I think I want to clip this little video of that light turning on. I think that would be a great little clip to have and include in like a boom, we've got a verdict. That's I might have to make a new intro with that. I'm just thinking about that out loud. Okay. Soon no one in gray with all these super generous peeps. That is a common event here. The gray people just all turn green. Let's see. PTSD was once called shell shock, and they thought it was limited to combat. Our understanding has changed a great deal about that. I love it. I love live television. I really do. I don't like daytime television and soap operas. I'm not very much into that. But I do like the production end of television. Yeah, DMB, you smell what I'm stepping in, right? That production light would be great. Are there impact statements after this phase? Amanda, I don't remember in Texas. Let's see, the last one. Juan David Ortiz trial, also in Texas. They had victim impact statements, and it was immediately after sentencing, and it lasted for all of 4 minutes. It may be very quick. It may be very brief, and not nearly as many people speaking as you might think. It's not going to be like the Parkland case, with a couple days of testimony. Do producers have that distinct smell? Content Angel, is that what you're saying? Yeah, it's something about the timing. I mean, if you're in radio production, hitting the post and just hearing a sound clip and knowing how it would work with an intro or an open, it's fun. I love that end. I love the technical side of it. Yeah, thank you, CG. I appreciate that. Amber's communicated a little bit with the mods to let us know what's going on. So that's probably the best advice right now. Amber's a very good friend of the channel. Some prayers and thoughts for her right now would be much appreciated. Honestly, I say that there are so many people here in this community who come in here and chat and are familiar faces and who are silently carrying a heavy burden. And come in here for the relief, the camaraderie, the companionship that they have here that helps them get through some very difficult things in life. So, we're aware of Amber and what she needs right now and what help she needs from us. There are so many of you that are in the same boat, and I'm aware of that because I know a lot of you reach out to me and privately share what's going on. But let me just say thank you to this community. Thank you for being the kind of people you are to each other. Thank you so much. Let's see. This is way more fun than just a YouTube channel. Lizzie, thank you. It is fun. It is fun. Honestly, this is I get to know you guys a little bit and your personality and your background and Lizzie Dog just gifted 10 memberships. We're losing all the green people. Let's see who we lost as gray, and so we're losing all the gray and picking up green. Jonathan B, TA, Amanda Brown, M Raymer, I am Omni 008, Susan Bond, Sunshine Sarah, Kathy Gahan, Brett Henney, Dusty Den. I think that's all of them, all 10 of them. Thank you very much, Lizzie Dog, for your generous donation there. Spreading the love. It's the gray purge. It's happening, guys. It's happening. It's here. Get someone to polish the button up for the intro. We can grab that, even though it happened off stream. I can grab that clip and polish the button. It's good. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support. Inquiring Mind. The light was. It's been lightly dusted, but if we could go back to the previous time we were looking at the light, it was just covered in like a coat of dust, like months of dust with no contact. No one had brushed up against it at all. And so somebody came out, they like got their pocket square out and were polishing it. It looked like somebody wearing a suit, but it was fun. Let's see. Debbie says, I love the gray. This channel is so much fun. Very fast moving court. It's fun to have a trial that fits neatly in a week. I don't know. Some of you might like reading books. There was a time in my life I really loved reading like fantasy novels that were like about magic and knights and, just think Lord of the Rings type stuff. Imagine reading a book and getting through a couple chapters and you're loving it. It's like, hey, this is good. I'm halfway through the book, and then putting it down for the weekend and not picking it up. And then you pick it up again and you've got that whole brain fog. It's like, now where was I? You almost have to flip back a chapter and sort of get caught up. When we have a trial all in 1 week like this, it's just like back to back to back, and there's no downtime, and we just get to see everything in the in real time, and it's all fresh in our minds, and it's a lot of fun. Are they allowed to go later than 5 p.m. or over the weekend? Rudy, I'd be surprised if they did the over the weekend thing like they did. Was that in Show Business where they did over the weekend? Just because it requires the judge to have courthouse personnel there, and most courts are not there during the weekend. Texas weekends are reserved for fishing and football, so that's some sacred ground you're treading in there. But church as well, church, fishing, and football. James Patterson books, can't put them down. We've all got our favorite authors. Why is it called The Well? First I've heard that term. Matthew, are you in? Why did they call the courthouse well the well? I mean, we've got the gallery, the well, the bench, the juror box. Why the well? What's the terminology? And Matthew clarifies here, if the jury hangs in penalty, then a new trial only for penalty. That would also cause problems, because you'd have to get a new jury, and they don't have all the evidence from the first trial, so it would probably still be a very long trial, because they'd get to hear. Well, no, they wouldn't have any of the guilt and innocence testimony, but I imagine if they had an entirely new jury, they would have a larger guilt, or they'd have a larger penalty phase section than what we saw. Bring the puppy back. Puppy is gone, unfortunately. Puppy's on the way home, probably sleeping on the drive too. Sorry, DSN, I have that effect on people. I should probably rent that service out. Let's see. Matthew Harris Law call-in fund /bribe. Matthew, I know.
Matthew Harris Law call-in fund bribe buys.
I know you've had a busy week, Matthew. I don't know if you have ability to make a quick call or not. It would definitely be welcome if you're up to it, but no pressure. What was the defense not allowed to submit for evidence? Any medical records would be the most important evidence. The records themselves, they didn't submit. I'm trying to remember what the objection was, but there was a lot of objection. Anything about Jennifer was objected to, and although they were allowed to bring in the testimony, and we did hear the testimony about the diagnosis and even some limited information about treatment. We didn't. No, it went to. I'm remembering now that it even went to listed the medications that he received. So they did get to go into that, at least some of it. See, is somebody answering the question about the well? I can't tell Cachette no, says Matthew Harris. Nobody can. Cachette is such a nice, fun, bubbly person that if she asks you something, you have to say yes. So here we go. Matthew, happy afternoon. Happy Friday.
What's going on, man?
Oh, we're just flying
Happy Friday to you.
We're flying through court. You guys do it differently in Texas. It's amazing.
Hang 'em high. We got fishing to do.
That's it. We had a question, and I think this is what Cachette was sort of goading you into calling about. But we were talking about the terminology in the courthouse and the well of the courtroom and why it's called the well. Do you have any guesses or wrong answers only that might be insightful for us?
Wrong answers only, because that's where we go fishing, is in the well.
You fish for
I don't know.
gullible jury members, or what?
Well, they've used that term since law school. I've never asked that question. I've never wondered why they called it the well. I just went along with it, I guess. Probably because it looks like a well. I mean, you've got the jury panel who's sitting a little bit higher up, and the judge who's sitting higher up. Everyone else is sitting a little bit higher than, those down in the well, down in front of everyone else being judged. If I had to guess, I'd guess that back in old English courts that there were times whenever defendants were tossed into the well, and there's probably some sort of correlation between the two.
That's fascinating. So they throw them in the well to judge them, and if they're guilty, they throw rocks on them. Is that basically how it worked? And if they're not guilty, they throw them a rope. We're going to go on one with that and say that's the official definition. You heard it from Matthew Harris first here on our channel. But
I'll tell you what, you have found a new topic for a future video. Is what you've done.
I tell you, we're just here to inspire. That's what we do. That is awesome. Any thoughts or takes on this? I know you've had a busy week. I've heard it's all wins, but lots of punches going on. Have you been able to follow it all and have any thoughts you want to share about this trial?
This seems like a pretty straightforward trial. I mean, I think that they're trying their best to avoid the death penalty with all of this, and I think that most of the posturing that they did beginning the case and prior to even going to trial, kind of like what we saw with Letitia, is a lot of that posturing prior about the mental health and well-being, and then they carried it in just a little bit, even though they're not actually seeking some sort of mental deficiency, reason of insanity sort of instruction here. They're using that as a posture for the reasons why he took the actions that he did and trying to justify it to some extent, because I don't think that they had some expectations that they were going to avoid a guilty verdict here. The question was just going to be, what's the sentence going to be?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a trial like this where the defendant comes in, pleads not guilty, and then admits to every element of the charge in his own testimony? Have you ever seen that before?
No. I think I even said it in chat at some point that you could tell by the questions from his own attorney that he was saying, "Dude, you're giving away the farm here. Calm down."
Oh my goodness. It was he almost objected to his own client's answers. It was just like,
he should have.
Wait for me to answer the question. Let me lead you. Because there was so much leading going on. There was a lot allowed in this case, even on direct. But going back to the sentence on this, on the prosecutor's side, she didn't ask for the max, and usually we hear the prosecution come out and saying, go for everything. We're going for the gold here. We want the maximum penalty because they deserve it. This is the worst of the worst. If there's ever a time where this penalty should be issued, it's in this case. We didn't see that. As a matter of fact, the prosecutor came out and said, "I'm not going to tell you a number. I'm not going to ask you for a number. I'm just going to say the minimum isn't right." Do you think that that's because she feels that maybe there are mitigating circumstances, or there are things that should be considered, that she herself, if she were on the jury, would say, yeah, life in prison without parole maybe isn't the right solution? Or do you think she was just strategically letting the jury do its thing?
Here's my thought behind it, which is a pretty smart move on her behalf. I think that by her doing that, she is hedging her bets to try to avoid a hung jury in the penalty phase, because she knows how expensive it will be to have to come back and retry just the penalty phase, because all that same evidence is going to have to be put on again. They don't have new evidence of just for the penalty phase, or at least not very much of it, if they went that route. Yeah. And so by her doing that, she's not tying any one of the jurors that might be sitting in the deliberation room and saying it must be at least 50 years, and because you can go up to 99, but you have to go at least 50, where someone might be saying, I think 20 should be enough for this guy here. I think he's been through a lot. And hoping that they're going to reach a sentence, because realistically, given his age, a 20-year sentence very well could be a death sentence.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, that by her saying that or not saying a number, if she had a juror that's like, I'm 100% on board with whatever she says, the prosecution, everything they said has rung true for me, I'm on board with what they want. And if she came in with a number that was maybe much more than what any other juror might settle on, you might end up with a hung jury. Whereas if she doesn't come in with that, they have some flexibility and don't feel tied to that. So so you're saying probably a very low chance of a hung jury at this phase. Is that what you think?
I think so. And I missed her closing. I came in. I now realize that you changed the clock to a penalty watch and not a verdict watch. But I came in now realizing it was about 20 minutes after the penalty watch went up. So I missed all of that. But absolutely, I think that whenever you phrase it that way, and you phrase it with come to an agreement, I think that there's a low chance that we're going to get a hung jury here. I think that, and I know that there's a lot of horse trading that goes on back there in the deliberation room. Yeah. And so I think they're gonna work something out. It just might take them a little bit of time, but especially now with the judge giving them this answer of you're not going to get additional evidence. You've heard all you're going to hear. Now, whoever was stuck on their position and said, well, let's look at this and then I'll vote, I think we're going to see that red button, that red light come on pretty soon.
That's awesome. Great call. Matthew, thank you very much. It's good to hear from you. We'll have to do something sometime online where we can see your face and your amazing cufflinks and just how dapper a lawyer you are.
Absolutely. Well, as soon as I get some of these cases cleared out, I will be back and on video, and we'll break down some of these just proper. I love that you're busy. It means that people are demanding your services because you're good at what you do. So keep fighting the good fight. Thank you very much, Matthew. Good to see you in chat, and love to have you on the phone. So we'll talk again soon. Thank you, sir. Bye, chat. Bye. Thank you very much, Matthew. Arlene White, welcome to the jury. Welcome to the jury. It's awesome to have you on the jury. No gallery seats for you. You get padded seats. Thank you very much. I missed a. I think I missed a gift or a comment up here. I'm sorry. Mayla's mom said, but she said right after that, but Jamie was 49. I missed what it was. Hold on one second. Let me scroll up. I missed something in chat. Let's see. Maggie Carr had a message for 6 months. The space between the counsel table and the bench where the courtroom clerk and the court reporters sit. And everyone looks down on it. The gallery looks forward on it, sometimes down. The judge looks down on it. The jury looks down on it. Everyone's sort of situated around that. It's where the fight happens. Really, the battle happens. I apologize if I missed another comment. Let's see, Arlene. I see that. Let's see, Cachette. The bribe works. I have to figure that out, and I'll get that passed over to Matthew, so he can pay the appropriate tax on that. Let's see. Thank you, Maggie, for the definition there. Mayla's mom. I feel like I missed a comment. Hopefully I didn't miss a super chat there or a gift. I apologize if I did. You guys have been extremely generous today and just awesome. So if there's a hung jury, then what do they do? Mary, in that case, Matthew's told us, Matthew being a lawyer in Texas, so he's familiar with this proceedings, because it's hung jury in the penalty phase, they would redo just the penalty phase of the trial. Which would cost a lot. I mean, it's redoing a portion of the trial. Even if it's only a day or so, it could be thousands and thousands of dollars that it costs the county, the state, to put on. But 1 hour judge presses the orange button. 11 minutes and 27 seconds. You're calling for the 1 hour mark on this deliberation. I'm curious, longer or shorter than the initial deliberation? We had, an hour and 15 in the guilt and innocence phase? I want to be watching the screen when it comes on. Like I was watching last time when it came on. I was like, boom, it happened. That is neat. Let's see what Sharon said.
Mela's mom, congratulations on your 2-month anniversary and your continued support of the channel. Thank you, Mela's mom. Appreciate that. And Maggie as well, 6 months anniversary. Love to see you in yellow. Okay. Someone had asked a question about the next trial. There are a couple things coming up next week that we're keeping our eye on. First of all, I believe Wednesday we have our dynamic duo, Bonnie and Clyde, modern day Bonnie and Clyde, James and Cynthia, the couple in Judge Cedric's court that are accused of shoplifting. We followed their trial for many months as it's worked through the system, and we believe it's actually going to come to some sort of resolution this week or this next week. So that will be happening on Wednesday. We're going to be watching for that as that happens. It's always fun to see the other characters they're working his way through the court process as well. Judge Cedric has an amazing, a funny sense of humor, and he's got a temper too. I mean, you don't want to be on his bad side. You set him off, and it could be bad for you in sentencing. But we'll see. He really seems to have a soft spot in his heart for James and Cynthia. And this is their first run-in with the law. They did some shoplifting, or at least were accused of it. They've tried to admit guilt, and he's like, wait, don't tell me this, don't tell me that, and got him a lawyer, even though they didn't want one. They were appointed lawyers, and we're hoping for a good outcome there. We know that Cynthia has some medical conditions with her fighting cancer, and we just hope that this was a one-off and that they can put this behind them and move on. Did you see any more gliding squirrels last week? Thanks. I did not. As a matter of fact, I never saw any of them. I heard them described to me. The only thing I saw a millipede, like a centipede, but a millipede that was about 6 inches long. I saw a lot of frogs and some deer. I don't know. I think that was it. Do you know if defense attorneys are public defenders? I don't think they are. You've got a military, a highly decorated military individual who's on 100% disabled, so he has his money coming to him from that. He has at least 20 acres up in Tennessee and a home. I think with that income they might say he's not indigent, and that he would be able to provide for his own lawyers, but I'm not sure. I'd be interested in any trial stuff for the Gilgo Beach murder. That's going to, obviously, Cindy's crazy. There's going to be a lot of news about that as this case develops, but I'm guessing that will be years down the road, unless he really pushes for a speedy trial, which generally is not in the defendant's best interest. It's probably going to be a couple of years down the road before we see that the Long Island serial killer in trial, in court. Not a fan of metric insects. What would be the equivalent in imperial measurements? Can we send some merch to James and Cynthia? My door is opening and closing, which I don't know. Don't know who's out there. Okay, not a fan of any bugs. What's the name of the documentary, please? Are you talking about, for this case, Sarah, the 48 Hours documentary? Sharon, do you have that handy? I think it was Sharon or let's see who else had that the other day. Inchworms. Yeah, but inchworms, how do you account for like the thousands of feet or the hundreds of feet? Like Milla, that seems to talk about. There's the title. Thank you very much, Greeners. 48 Hours, The Plot to Kill Jamie Faith. That's going to be, it's on YouTube. I think it's about a 40-minute. It's made for TV, but it's like they've cut out all the commercial parts. If you have if you have YouTube Premium, there's no commercials at all in it. You can just watch all the way through, and it's a very, very well done documentary. Over 5 million people have watched that. I'm taking it too literally. Okay, it's just bugs. Bugs are bad. I refer to those overly legged things as hellspawn. There's actually a creature in the river that we were tubing down. What was it, last week or the week before? I forget. Whenever I was on vacation, I think it was last week. Yeah, I think it was. It's called a hellbender. A hellbender, and it's a giant hellbender, or I think that's what it's termed, a giant hellbender, and it's a salamander that lives in the water. It's endangered. River Monsters RA edition. But it's a salamander that looks, in the picture, it was funny because I was teasing the boys, just saying, if you come across, I have to switch the camera to this. If you come across one of the hellbenders, and I was doing this huge, huge motion with my hands, much wider than you can even see on the screen, which they actually are, much smaller, I think, but I was telling them that, teasing them, saying that it was going to be something dangerous. But they're just a protected salamander. What's the possibility that the protrusion near the jury light is actually there to stop the door handle from denting the wall? They have 4 of those protrusions. The way that camera is looking down, there's one other angle where we get to see this light, and you'll see that there are 4 little silver knobs. And I'm not sure if these are buttons that can be pushed in, mostly because I think the hole that around them, oh, somebody's right there. The hole in the drywall would have to be bigger unless the button was put on after the fact. So these may be knobs that stick out and have like different reflectors or protectors. I don't know. We need somebody in the courtroom to just run up in the well and tell us how this works. Thanks, Lindsay. It's about to go. I think it'll be gone by over the weekend. Cat and Animal Lover. Does anyone know why Jennifer was sent to a federal prison? She was charged with federal crimes. That's usually how it works. The crime that she was obstructing was took place over multiple states, and because the investigation from the get-go, it got pretty wide and spread out, especially once they identified Darrin as a possible suspect. It involved the ATF and everything else, so it cast a very wide net initially, and that involved the feds. Thank you, Sharon, for posting the link. Appreciate that. That's right here. That's, if you scroll up, that's the link to the 48 Hours episode, if you want to watch that later. Okay, here, I'm going to get educated here. Caffeine Free says, metric prefix has nothing to do with the number of legs. Millipedes have 2 pairs per segment. Centipedes have 1 pair of legs per segment. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick check of some pictures here. Okay, here we go. I'm sending this to my computer. Help me out here. I'm about to show a picture of a bug. Waiting. There it goes. Give me a second. We're gonna have a little science lesson right here. I'm gonna get smarter. It's loading. Okay, here we go. So here's the bug picture that I'm talking about, and the legs just look like a wave of little hairs on the ground that just waving, and it's hard to see in that depiction, but the leaf in the bottom in the center, that's a full-grown maple leaf from a giant tree. No, that's a small leaf, but it is about a 6-inch tall bug, and it was out at night. So that's what it was. Would that be a millipede? I don't think it's a centipede. Cachette, am I ignoring you? What's an SFW? Is the timer hiding out of shame? No. Let me bring it back. Did I not have it on? Here we go. There's our timer. We're just over an hour. Can you see that? Yeah, it should be showing up now. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm just so glad that didn't, climb on the wall behind me, like on the screen, because it would look like it would be climbing up the courtroom wall, sort of like Godzilla on the Empire State Building or something like that, or King Kong. But let's see. You're doing the content warning for the bug. I love it. Wildlife ecology major here, says Blackbird Speaks. Then I can trust you. I can trust you. That's right. Hey, little RA. No, not right now. Thank you. industrial fan blowing in the hallway, like one of those fans that's used to blow all the smoke out of a huge warehouse after it's had a fire inside. If it didn't have legs, I'd call it a night crawler. Have you guys ever caught night crawlers, caught worms for fishing? I know some of you who have used worms for fishing think that worms come from the store and you buy them in a little styrofoam cup and there's little mud inside, and that's where worms come from. But you can actually water your lawn at night and then water during the day, a good heavy watering, and then go out at night, and the worms, they stretch out and they'll be like almost a foot long on the ground. And worms move slowly, except at this moment. And as soon as they sense the vibration, in an instant, they just shrink back because they've got their tail in the ground, and they like anchor themselves, and they could just dart back into the hole, go underground. They're super fast. You didn't know roaches fly? Oh yeah, they're a triple threat. They'll come from every angle. Check direct messages. Hang on one second. You're talking about the burner phone? Yep, burner phone. AJ, let's see. Hang on. Okay, I got the Leslie Ann. If you're still on, can you, in your text, can you tell me was it a crew neck sweatshirt? Tell me the actual type of sweatshirt. Amber, I'm looking for your comments and I'm not seeing it. Are you saying mod chat? Facebook Messenger. Okay, hold tight. I'm going to find it. Okay, let's see. So Jennifer pled guilty to murder for hire, was sentenced in February of 2022. The original charge of obstruction of justice was dropped with her plea agreement. A sentence in June. Sorry, I'm reading all the corrections. Guilty plea in February of 2022. Sentenced to life 6 of 2022. Okay, thank you very much, Amber, for that. Appreciate that. Take a break, girl. Lay down, rest. Just all that fun stuff. Okay, crew neck, not hoodie. Leslie, you don't need to do a super chat to tell me that, but thank you so much.
A crew neck, yes. Okay, not a hoodie beaming face with smiling eyes.
Thank you. Let me... Okay, I'm going to reply to you, so I have it in here. Crew neck sweater, right? There we go. All right, we'll get that sorted, and it's with the same logo that we have in the uniform apparel, right? With the seat on the front and the recovery addict on the back. All right, 95 in Roxborough, North Carolina. Everybody stay cool and safe. This fan is really helping, but it's warm. It's 93 here. Eileen, I don't think we have any court watchers right here. I don't think anyone's driven to this court. It's gone so fast. Is Mr. Lopez still with her? With Jennifer? Jennifer's in prison, so no, they're not together. The interesting part about this, Tipsy, if you're talking about Jennifer and Darrin Lopez, since the kiss under the Eiffel Tower, or basically since they broke up after their high school and maybe early college days, they never saw each other until the day of the murder. And then they have not seen each other since. That's it. It's only been, text messages, maybe some pictures sent back and forth. Everybody saw each other. We won't go into that, but New York trials are never televised. We need to change that, because New York has a few good criminals up there as well. I think the door opens the wrong way on this one, and I think it's too far away. We'll watch for the video for when we can see the other angle of this. Jury right now is approaching the exact same amount of deliberation time they had on the first deliberation. Did Darrin run after the murder? How long was it before he was arrested? Nikki, yes, he immediately after the murder. So we're talking like immediate, in the seconds after. He fires, he empties his gun into Jamie. Jamie falls. He then moves up to Jennifer, either hits her or knocks her to the ground, and uses duct tape to wrap her wrists. And then a neighbor comes out and he leaves. He walks back and gets in the truck. We don't even have any information as to him saying anything. Like, there was no communication. He's wearing his little blue, little mask that he was wearing, the same one he was wearing in the convenience store when he was stopping on the drive down to Texas. And that's it. He just turns around and drives straight back up to Texas, and then continues the text messages just as they were. Let's see. It was reported that jury asked a question regarding his medical records after his 2012 discharge. They asked that right away. That was just a few minutes in, right after Ivan was on the phone with us. That came back. We thought they might have been a quick verdict, but it turns out no. Judy, welcome. Our little bot here says that you admitted to being an addict. That's what we call it when you click the subscribe button. You are now one of us. It's like Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. So welcome. You're one of us. Thank you. The orange button is a hanger. It's a purse hanger. It does sort of look like that. A little coat rack of some sort, maybe. Heard that New York State's the only state in the union to not allow cameras. I will say that I can't remember a New York case that ever had a camera, and there are definitely some states that are difficult to film in. I mean, California allows cameras. It's very difficult to film there. You really have to fight and twist the judge's arm in a nice way for them to allow it. And there's a lot of paperwork involved. Could he snapped because of his PTSD? Possibly, but there was so little evidence given about his PTSD in any other role. They said, oh, his threat assessments now is off, his response is off, but there was no other evidence saying, look at this example. He got pulled over for a ticket and he verbally ripped the cop a new one. We haven't seen moments where he's sort of acted in a way that was, different than how a normal person would react. So we don't really have something to measure that by. What are we waiting on a verdict for? This is the penalty phase. So the jury, the same jury that convicted him, Little Miss, is now determining how long he's going to serve in prison. And the option is it's between 5 years and life without parole, or anywhere in between there. But it has to be unanimous, so that has to come together. As soon as they either have another question or it is a unanimous decision, that red light is going to light up, and we'll be back in court within minutes. Don't do cameras in our UK courts. I hope that changes, Eileen, because I would love to. There is so much about our court system that we adopted from the UK system. Originally, even the Whigs, but I'd like to see that. I like watching political, televised political debates over there as well. Parliament or stuff like that. So the door opens. I think it opens towards us. Amber, I'm sorry, Amber. Hang on. I thought I'd read
it. Would you checkbox FBDM from me PLZ Republic deaf woman with medium light skin tone face palming?
Amber, hang on. Regarding the public defender. Election of counsel. Okay, so here we go. He does request, so Darrin did request a public defender. So the first one is the request. The second document we sent, State of Texas with Darrin versus Darrin. This is... Okay, so he was appointed an attorney. Let's see. Okay, so the attorney Clifford Duke and Juan Sanchez were court appointed. So yes, it's a public defender. Amber, thank you very much. I think the documents you sent me are probably available over on Discord. Amber does a great job sourcing documents. She is a true document hound. Thank you, Amber. I'm sorry for being such a scatterbrain when it comes to that. So they can choose between 5 years and life without parole, so they can decide 10 if they want. Yes. So they're not given amounts of time to choose from. Just the parameters, the minimum is 5 years, and you would have time served taken out of that. So he's been in for 2.5 years, so he'd basically have 2.5 years left at the bare minimum. And the maximum is life without parole, or 99 years. So in theory, 99 years may be longer than life without parole as far as time goes, but you only die once usually. Was that a soda can top I saw walk past? Possibly. I didn't see it. John says we're now starting to show sentencing of high-profile cases here in the UK from the High Court. In fact, we had one yesterday for the shooting of a police officer. It's funny because, John, if you go back in time, there was, courts, especially the punishment phase of courts was very public. I'm thinking Guy Fawkes, but the door's still locked to the courtroom. How torturously boring to be locked in during this. Cachette, the judge said earlier in the week, there was a juror actually who complained and said, look, we're having a hard time focusing on the testimony because people are just popping in and out of the courtroom. And the noise is distracting, the doors are distracting. And the judge is like, all right, guys, if you're here, you're here. If you're out, you're staying out. Doors locked. And that lasted for about a day and a half. And then we started hearing a lot more activity. So I think they've loosened it a little bit. But it wasn't the revolving door that was in the beginning. And some people have an exception. So they're usually, I tell you, I've learned these things. If there's one thing I know, is that you usually only die once. Let's see. Sherry saying, if it's premeditated, they deserve life without parole. Sandy says it's only 100 degrees here in California, but I'm getting that recovery addict sweatshirt. Wonderful, Sandy. If there was a better item, let me know on the burner phone. I can make that same design available in a range of items. I just don't know. I mean, if you want cotton versus tell me what you guys want, and I can put it available there. All right, still hung up on the medical records. Why? Or I'm still hung up on the medical records. Why were only some of them submitted for evidence? Probably because they are medical records, and I don't know. Would that be hearsay? They have to be authenticated and brought in a certain way, and I don't remember the exact objection, but I don't think in the defense sought to admit all of them. I don't think that's usually something you bring in. The light's on. The light's on. Red light is on. It's on. Let's see. 1 minute 17. Almost identical time to the initial. There, and the light's off. Wow. Another question, maybe. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, so if this was a verdict, it came in right about 1:15, or maybe 1:17. I think was when it was. Verdict music. You're saying verdict for sure. Buffer light on. Gotcha, Sharon. You might be a little bit behind. We have a winner. Trisha, so I missed, was he found guilty? He was found guilty unanimously. And then we went immediately to the sentencing phase or the penalty phase. And we think the jury may have reached a verdict in that phase. I feel like we're playing red light, green light. 10 years at least. I think that was my call. I think 10 years, anything less than 10 years would look like a slap on the wrist. Anything like life in parole might seem like overkill. Matthew, I agree. The way they answered the first question sort of it has a chilling effect on the jury as far as answering new questions. They get their hands smacked. Like, hey, we gave you the evidence. Stop asking for more. We saw that in Zachariah Anderson's trial as well. The jury says, hey, we've got these questions. And the judge is like, you have the evidence. And then there's radio silence after that. Jury question, could we please have Detective Sims' binder? Just wheel it in on a forklift. Massive, massive binder. All the information except for the Snapchat. The, what's that called? That other chat application. WhatsApp. Let's see. During a recent podcast, you promised RA branded face towels. Time to deliver. Cachette, I can do that. We can do... Can you text me that, actually? The burner phone's the best place. It's where I keep all my notes. Ann says that for you, the max is 10 years. Sandy says 10 to 15. Why do you guys think such a light sentence, says Lemis? I don't know. I think some of us were swayed by, I'll tell you, I felt that I believed he was telling the truth. I believed that what he said, as strange as it was, he believed it. And that he actually thought he was doing something good. Now, it was right if that was the case, it was right all the way up until the point where he pulled the trigger, where there was no immediate need for deadly force. So that's where the guilt comes in. Ring spun cotton is best. Let's see. You're like a contractor. Text me again so your name is at the top. Rudy, you've clearly worked with North Carolina contractors before. That is very much what it's like for me. Wonderful, wonderful. Judge, can we have the messages read back to use in play format? And can we have the props, please? Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. I'm hoping that the jury steered clear of that whole range of information. I think, Matthew, I think it's time for a new mug. And I was talking with Mrs. R.A. about this morning, and I think we know what we're going to do. We're going to do the word art with things about the channel. So we'll have the channel name on it, and it might be prominently displayed, and then word art around it with some of the, like, bring the jury. I'm not a cat. I'm not a camel is definitely going to be one that's going to be on the mug. And just some of those fun little clips or sayings that have become a big part of the channel. I think we're going to have a new mug available if I can find a good source for that. Okay. How old is he? He's 49 years old.
I'm not a camel.
You won't have much time of a break before your podcast tonight. It's 5 now. Podcast is at 8. Weather Watch and I think we're ready, only because Weather Watch prepped everything for last week, and then I called it off because it was a rough week for me. I just emotionally I couldn't commit to giving it the attention and that it needs. Honestly, I didn't want to show up on air and be not there mentally. It's bad enough that I do that during the day to you guys, right? Didn't want to do it to the podcast and Weather Watch as well. Is there a podcast tonight? When can we tune in? 8 p.m. 8 p.m. is going to be the time, Cachette. Thank you for asking the question. It's going to be a lot of fun. 16 to 20 ounce mug, please. Most are too small. I think the mug I've got here This is just shy of 16. I think it's 15 point something. But I like the bigger mugs as well. It leaves more room to have your little sayings. The small mugs can be very difficult to read. And sometimes you want people to be able to read it from across the room.
Taking it easy.
How about a tumbler? Like an insulated tumbler, Nikki? Or just a regular, like a metal tumbler?
Is that
I'm not
correct?
a camel.
Okay. What do you think of the last comment, Sherry? Sorry, I missed it. I scrolled through it. Just 1 second. Peeps. So if he gets a light sentence, that's saying anyone with a TBI or PTSD can unalive someone and practically get away with it. Sherry, I hear what you're saying. By light sentence, what do you mean? Because if we look at the letter of the law in Texas, the sentence, a just sentence, a fair sentence, is anywhere between that 5 to 99 years. So yeah, it could be on the lower side, and that would be light, but that would still be, according to the Texas law, an appropriate sentence for the jury to reach for the crime of murder. Premeditated murder.
Stuff that is not relevant.
Let's see. Fun fact: most prisons in Texas don't have air conditioning. Oh, wow. That would be awful. How would it be to not have air conditioning? I need a recovery act, wine glass, or shot glass for all the wine-worthy moments in these court trials. Thoughts? I think it's a little bit of an oxymoron. It would sort of be funny. I know that there are people who collect those sort of things, but there is definitely a correlation between recovery and addiction, and my channel name. That's not lost on me. So it's sort of funny. I don't want to. I'm not making light of it, but I'm not against having something like that. Do you look into pet stuff? I have not, Rudy. You looking for a new collar? Maybe one that doesn't itch so much, or you can slip out of to get into trouble. Insulated with straw, please. Okay, so I've got to make some notes here since you're not texting this to my burner phone. Crew neck sweater. Insulated. Well, I put a slut. I put insulated and I put a space in there. So sorry, that became Freudian slip. Insulated tumbler. Straw. What else did I miss?
Bring the jury.
Large ceramic mug with word art. Okay. I want a golf baseball cap for ladies. Golf cap? I will say, ladies, there are more of you than men out there. According to how you report your demographic information to YouTube, there are more of you than men. So you have more of a say in what gets produced. Ladies golf cap. If there's a design, I mean, I haven't really had a font or a brand image for the channel, and maybe I need to come up with that. But if you like the courthouse type design, if you want that on a golf hat, let me know. With or without a patch or just all cloth, let me know. We need wipe off bingo card in the store. That would be a little harder to get, but I do like that idea. So like a dry erase bingo card. What time were we talking? 8 p.m. Central? It's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern. So 6 p.m. Central is the podcast time. Ladies golf cap is a sun visor. I can picture it. I just haven't seen it in the list of available materials from the companies that I'm currently using. But I can look for that. Anything with pickles. I do love pickles. That's just a personal thing for me. Okay, here's a font suggestion. XO2. I will Google that. Oh, Central is 1 hour. I did say 2 hours difference. Sorry. Thank you for the correction, everybody. As I did very difficult math, counting down from 8 to 7, and did it incorrectly. So sorry about that. I think that if RA does get a media badge, it should have a great big pickle on it. Funny thing you say that. For one of the court cases, I needed access. For one of the FOIA requests I submitted recently, I needed to submit my media press pass, like my corporate media press pass. And since I'm my own corporation, my own little me, I made my own press pass and I send it into him. And it does have a pickle on it, and it's just as valid as anyone else's. It says who I am. I might be able to show you. Well, it has some personal identifying information on there, so that's not good. But it identifies me. It has my picture. I put a little selfie on there, and it looks just like the press passes I had when I worked for the news. And they made their own as well. There's not like some organization out there who grants you press status. That's the thing about the press. It's really the freedom of the press is very free, and you're all free to be press. Let's see. We still haven't heard anything about the second time red light came on in this phase, right? Frankie's World, no, we have not. We saw the light come on, but we have not heard the judge talk about it. The audio is on, but the camera has not turned away from it, so we're not sure what's up. It might be another question. I want a golf hat with DB Troll holding a recovery addict mug. Put the picture of the wooden gavel on items. The wooden gavel is great. What did I do now? I'm in trouble. When you hear that sound, I've done something wrong. Uh-oh. We need to unban Julie songs. Sorry, there was an accident. Hold tight, Julie. I think we just got you in as a member today, and we accidentally banned you today. So let's fix this really quickly. Community settings. So I'm looking. There's a. I wish it put everything in order, but it doesn't. Are you sure she got banned? Because I'm not seeing her banned. I'm scrolling very slowly. I don't have her on the banned list. She's unbanned. It was taken care of. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you, Keshet, for your help. Why not lanyards with pickles for the court? Dog collars and leashes with pickles in courthouses. Tilted Tiara. Actually, that is something I am looking at. Because we have court watchers that are helping us. In some cases, I may be looking at basically deputizing you for the channel, so that you would have some access media-wise, and I would have to sort of talk to you on the offline, and it would be a one-on-one. It's not something I could do in mass and just let everyone buy their own pass and be media. It would be in specific situations in specific courts that we would do this. But there are individuals who, say, like Lee, who is a photographer, and could benefit from that, as he's a court watcher for us, knows how court works, knows how to run a camera, can follow the rules of court, and can represent us as media in a court where we are recognized as a media outlet. And for that, I would get him a press pass that would just be one more assurance to the court that yes, he's legitimate and he knows what he's doing. But yeah, that is something we can definitely do. I wouldn't, if I made a mass-produced one, it wouldn't be one that designated everyone as media, because it could bite us if somebody, got that and then used it nefariously, and it reflected very badly on the channel. Julie Songs, hopefully you're present. There you are. You're here. Okay, sorry about the little slip. The accidents happen, but we try to fix them as fast as possible. Let's see. Are we going to try and do one for me for the Arizona Valley case? Maddie, that's one I'd definitely consider. I'd have to talk to you a little bit about the case. First of all, I have to go through the media rules for the court, and every court's a little bit different. What they allow, especially what's allowed to be photographed, what the rules are for the type of camera, for the sounds the camera can make, what you're allowed to take images of. We'd have to go over that to make sure we're on the same page and that you're cool with the restrictions the court puts in place. Sometimes you have to be there well early, way ahead of time, and things like that. So as long as that works, I would be very willing to help with that. The clock is stopped. The clock stopped on the other channels. We've kept it going because last time it was a question, right? And so we're going to keep it going until we know that it stopped at 1:17, 1 hour 17 minutes, almost identical time to their original verdict. Let's see, Paula says I ordered an RA shirt. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. Ooh, where's Mrs. RA? Is she on? I didn't know she's home. I thought the kids were out at the park. There she is. Our kids are wondering why you were staring at a red button. This is what Dad does for work. The red button flashes occasionally. The light comes on briefly, and then the door opens, and then the door closes, and we stare at it some more. That's what we've been doing. 1,000 people have been watching that red button. We could look at something else, but I think the red button is more interesting. But yeah, anyway, so we'll keep the red button on. I love your plan to go big media. Wishful thinking. I've worked this plan out. Actually, I've been in contact with LiveView, the company that makes my bonded cellular encoder.
Stuff that is not relevant.
That is the bonded cellular encoder is how all the big channels bring this feed from whatever courthouse to YouTube.
Is that correct?
I have that same gear. I have the same ability to do that, and it was an expensive investment, but it's something I thought was worthwhile for the channel and something I want to pursue. I have the technical skills and ability to match that up and make that possible, and I thought that it would not just differentiate us from a lot of other channels that are out there, but also give us the opportunity to see stuff that other people can't see, that isn't available, and do it in a way that would be a safe way for the channel, where we wouldn't have legal threats and careful lines we have to walk. What's taking them so long? It could be a verdict. Let's check and see if there's anything on the Twitter webs, or what is it? Do we have to call it X now? Can we not call it Twitter? Let's see. Will it be a verdict or a question? Says Amber. I like that tweet. Not sure. Did light up about 15 minutes ago. Once it lights up, somebody comes over, opens the door, and goes in, and then the light goes off. So basically, they have been acknowledged. And now we're waiting for either the judge to read the question, which he might be doing off the air, off the record. He might be talking with the two sides, coming up with an answer, and then he'll announce it on the record. He might handle it off the record. And they might be actually right now just delaying as they call all the victims, the family members, the witnesses, get the defendant, everybody back in court if it's a verdict or a decision. Okay. Google allows you to change your YouTube name every 2 days. DMB, I have no doubt that this is a very witty comment, but I have the memory of a goldfish, and I can't remember what you're talking about, so I missed the punchline. Oh, Twitter. I got it. Twix. Okay. I think a candy bar company might take issue with that, but I like the Twitter X combination. Does Homeschool Ground Zero have any merch for her channel? No, I think she should write a book, honestly. She has a ton of information. Helicopter just flew by my window. Is it a SWAT team, and are they aiming anything at your window? That's what we're curious about. While we're waiting, I'm going to check the status of a couple of FOIA requests we have out. Still nothing from Sarah Boone and Governor DeSantis in Florida, unfortunately. Hoping that comes in soon. Let's see. 14 days ago, I requested a footage from a helicopter of a chase. That's still pending. Now we're going down to one we've got here in Texas. Let's see how that one is. This one I think is going to take longer because it just barely happened. Nobody's even reported on it in the news, I think. And that one's also in progress. Yay. Let's see. C. Cachette's comment above about Mrs. R.A.'s name. My first idea is for a book. How I got 1,000 people to watch a button. The button is fascinating. This is good. Somebody's on the line. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Cruiser Chris.
Hey, Cruiser Chris. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing absolutely wonderfully, Scott.
That's great to hear.
I'm watching you with the red light on the wall right now on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I'm doing the same.
So, yeah, we're waiting for the red light to turn bright again. So I had a suggestion. This red light would be a great on-air light for when you're in the intro, when you're like ready for air. This light could turn on.
Yeah, I do have. There's a clip that I use in my intro. Let's see if I can show it here. Just one second. Okay, let me cut to this really quickly. So right here, I've got in the intro, I'm backing up a little bit. So during this part of the intro, I click this button which says output, and I click the start stream button, and then it cuts to this on-air light. But that red light turning on would be better right there. Instead, but
I think it might, but if it's totally up to you.
That's a great idea.
You know.
I'll have to editing. I'm good at editing, but I don't like doing it. So I'll put that on the list of things to do when I'm in the mood to edit. But thank you.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Chris. Good to hear from you.
And then I have one other question, Scott.
Yes.
The fact that it is taking this long for the jury to deliberate on the penalty phase of the trial, do you believe that they might be looking at his PTSD stuff from the military?
The first question indicates that they're definitely considering that in some format, which would, to me, indicate that there's at least one person in there that might think that something less than life without parole is appropriate. So that's all I drew from that. The part that between when the light came on and now, that sort of is the court's time frame, where the jury has submitted a question. They might still be deliberating if it's a question, but they've either submitted a question or have told the judge they're ready to go, and now the court has to go through their process of having all the players available, notified, and ready to move forward. So this, if they have got a verdict already, the last half hour has been the court getting ready to announce it. So So this counter in the corner could have technically been done about half an hour ago. We just won't know until they announce it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea for you to keep it going because we don't really know exactly what that red light was turned on for, and until we get a verdict.
Yeah. sometimes we hear if there's somebody in the press, the courtroom, obviously, people, when the sound is off for us, people are still talking. So there's still, the bailiff might come in and say something about, they've got a question, and somebody hears that and it goes out in a tweet. Or, you might say the word verdict. So a lot of times if you're watching social media, you'll get an indicator of that before we actually hear it on the live stream. So that's what I like to watch right now.
And then if I could say one more thing before I get off the phone with you here,
sure.
Scott, I have no idea what's going on with Amber, nor do I really care, but I think everybody just needs to give her space right now. And the Cruiser Chris World Network is sending our prayers her direction. So
wonderful. I would
please just.
She's amazing. She's been a huge help, and I appreciate the kind words for her.
Please just be mindful of people's privacy, and when she's ready to share whatever's going on, if she ever is ready to share whatever is going on, that will come out in her time.
Yep.
And we can't rush that. So
I agree. And it might be something just like, I've got a migraine, and today's just been rough. I just need to lay down and have it be quiet. So, but either way, thank you very much, Cruiser Chris. Good to hear from you again. Appreciate you, my friend.
Good to hear from you again, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We don't know if it's a verdict yet. I'm just checking the Twitter again. Let's see. Jury has reached a verdict. That was 4 hours ago. See, now it could be another question. Still, I just don't see. Let's see. I don't see anything other than the original verdict on guilt.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let's see, Cheryl. The last caller was Cruiser Chris from the Cruiser Chris Network, one of our longtime subscribers to the channel. He has his own channel as well. If you want to check out his channel. Don't know if we have a verdict yet. We're still waiting. The light came on, so we're anticipating at least some sort of announcement. Court TV penalty clock is running again. Ours is still running as well. We haven't stopped ours until we hear the judge say that they've reached a verdict. We're going to keep it going, just to keep it as accurate as possible. But now, they're half an hour past the deliberation time they spent in finding guilt. So it was easy to find guilt. It's a little harder to find the exact sentence. They all have to be unanimous. They've got to pick a number that every single one of them is good with. And the numbers between 5 to 99, or 5 to life without parole. I think they pushed the button just to get you excited. Hopefully they're not in there watching or listening to anything I'm saying. That would be bad. Does your new merch hoodie only come in white? So far, yes. I'm trying to find a good color that a selection that's available. Here's the problem. Call me a cheapskate. I've never paid the prices they're charging for hoodies, and I have a hard time putting one up for sale. That's a lot of money for a hoodie. That's what I'm saying. I'm having a hard time putting those out there, but I wanted to find a quality one that was good price and also has a variety. This particular company I'm with only lets me list 5 different colors in the color scheme, and that particular hoodie was only available in white once I built it, and I had already gone to all the effort to build it and just didn't have another option. So I need help with the merchandise. We need a poll. Okay, still no light. Regina, there's no shame in this. There really is no shame. You could say you just need to couch what you did in different terminology. You could say you were part of the team that was watching for the moment that a jury was able to reach a unanimous conclusion in a murder trial. It sounds like, at least there, that it was that it's a little more productive than staring at a red light, a little button, which we can't control. See, Wendy, I see that. I see your comment. It may be unpopular, but that is an opinion that's held by several people here. Several people have expressed something similar to that, and probably many more have shared that opinion and just haven't expressed it. Usually when it's less popular, it doesn't get expressed as often. So thanks for sharing, first of all. But just realize that if you were on the jury, if we were, a little a macro version of the micro jury, if we use Sarah Boone's terminology, there's a chance that someone on the jury feels exactly the way you do. And now the jury has to try to reach a conclusion. And it may be unpopular to have that, the opinion that 5 years is exactly the most that he should receive. The minimum is the max in your idea, in your mind. Then that it's going to be harder to reach a conclusion, and it might take a little more time. Okay, I missed Cachette. I think there was a name suggestion for Mrs. R.A. I could not find it anywhere. I don't know what the text was I missed. Thought the red light, my screen would be black. Let's see, Canada beat Ireland in FIFA soccer. That must have been a good match. Doesn't Ireland have a pretty good team? What happened if they can't be unanimous? Alice, if the jury is not unanimous, that returns a hung jury verdict. Now, there's a chance that they could come back in this phase of the trial and say, Your Honor, we can't reach a conclusion. There's just no, it's not a compromise type thing. We can't get there. One of us won't budge on either end, and there's no space in the middle where we have common ground. And the judge at that point could issue an Allen charge or a dynamite charge where he says, look, go back there and try again. Talk about that's typically, this is, I think, used in a guilt and innocence. It may also apply in the penalty phase, but he basically tells them to try harder, rethink it, be willing to listen, and point out the weaknesses in your argument. And then if they can't reach it, then it would be a hung jury. It's a mistrial, and they would have to redo the penalty phase of this trial. So it would start over with what we picked up with this morning, and it probably would be much longer than what we saw, because it would be a whole new jury meeting. Let's see, what's the meaning behind your name? Carrie, that question was asked early this morning, and I said I would answer it, and then I didn't. So thank you for the reminder. I chose the name Recovery Addict when I first made this channel because I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground as a metal detectorist. I love metal detecting. It's fun. I love the history. I love searching for items and finding them. It's one of my addictions. And so I chose the name Recovery Addicts because it was a fun play on words. I didn't realize at the time just how much that would fall directly in line and be associated with addiction and recovery. Like a drug addiction or some other addiction and recovery. And so we started finding a lot of people who were finding me as they were searching for addiction recovery material. And I will tell you, I'm not trying to, capitalize on that end of it. I do have my own story of addiction and recovery that I've shared that was a little bit different. It was a gaming addiction that just about cost me everything. And so on this channel, we do support people who are in recovery, who are taking it one day at a time, whether it's 1 day of sobriety or whether they have 10 years of sobriety. We cheer on every single milestone and support them that way. But I kept the name. I started live streaming using this channel because I had it for my YouTube channel for metal detecting, and it was just available. And so I live streamed here. I didn't think it would be anything. I was just trying to get a break from the job search, honestly, that was going nowhere for me. And it turned into this. And it's at this point it's grown on us. We like it. And so, with our support for people who do actually either suffer from addiction or have family members who are in addiction recovery or, any involvement that way, we offer all our support wholeheartedly and cheer people on that way. But that's where the name came from. It was basically a poor choice by me. That's my life story. Let's see. Could you explain what happened at the other trial where she got life without parole? AJ, yes, the other trial where she got life without parole was actually, it never went to trial. And it was federal, first of all, so even if it had gone to trial, we wouldn't have any video of it. But she was charged, and she pled to a lesser charge. She pled guilty to a lesser charge to avoid the death penalty. And so now she's serving life without parole that way. There's no recovering for metal detecting. It's terminal. Okay, the link to the movie, the 48 Hours movie about Jamie is on YouTube. It's available on YouTube. Let's see. They would only have to redo the penalty phase. You're correct. Have you tried underwater metal detecting? Yes, but not diving. I don't have my diving certification, my scuba certification, which I'd like to get sometime. But I do have metal detectors that can be used underwater, not like 100 feet underwater, but fully submerged for an hour at a time. That's not a problem. So I have two, I guess what you could say, underwater detectors, and I like detecting in the water. That's a fun place to go. You find really cool stuff. Link for the merch, please. Tower Hill Girl, the latest merchandise, if you type !uniform, will get you the result of the recovery addict with the courthouse symbol colors, and that's our !seat clothing, which is sort of, just a play on the words that are available, the commands that are available for members and the perks, the membership perks. I think someone took the light bulb out of the light. The breaker has blown, I think, on this one. They're back there. They're hitting the button. They're like, why is the bailiff not coming? We've had a verdict here for an hour and 50 minutes, and nobody's coming out. Mike Savage, too soon. Can't go there. Recovery addict, did she have him killed so she could be with Darrin or for the life insurance? Thanks. D, all of the above, Rona. One of the things she did after he died was try to claim, I think it was like $600,000 worth of life insurance. But one of the investigators had put a hold on that and said, we haven't cleared her as a suspect yet. And when she found out, she was trying to claim it with the insurance company, and they're like, no, we can't because you're still not cleared. She turned up and calls the investigator. Why have I not been cleared? And she wanted that taken care of. She wanted that money. Her actions with Darrin immediately after, where she provides, the credit card numbers and says, hey, there's no limit, buy whatever you want. That seems to indicate that she thought she was, either she was very well off to begin with, which she was. She was doing really well financially. Due to Jamie's employment and his position in the company, but it gives the indication that she thought she was coming into a lot of money. It's like I'm winning the lottery, basically. Spend what you want. It's fine. What's the next trial you're going to cover? We're going to try to cover the Lori Vallow sentencing on Monday. Wednesday we have the James and Cynthia trial. Those are not full day trials, so we'll keep our ear to the ground to see what else is beginning that we can cover. But if you have a suggestion, let me know on the burner phone. Nothing yet. The light came on, but we have not heard anything. That was almost 45 minutes ago. 40 minutes ago, the light came on. Breaking news. This coming through Natalie Lawyer Chick on YouTube. Carly Russell arrested. In 2 hours, 2 verdicts for me. Eva, you can't complain about that as someone who loves true crime. 24 hours and 2 verdicts. That is awesome. Holly says, I haven't heard of the James Cynthia trial. James and Cynthia are a husband and wife duo who found themselves in in court for shoplifting. We found them on accident. We were doing some court surfing, jumping around from some small courts that stream online on YouTube. We were in Judge Cedric Simpson's court, and we saw this couple sitting on the couch, and we're like, what in the world are they here for? And it took forever to get to their case, and it turns out they have, this is their first run-in with the law. They're an older couple, just as cute as can be together. They were wearing like matching shirts or matching outfits the first day. They're both charged with shoplifting, and they're really nice, and they admit, they came out right at the beginning, like, Your Honor, we did it, and we want to pay the price. And the judge is like, wait, don't say that. Don't tell me this. I can't hear you. Do you want an attorney? They're like, no, we don't. And like, do you want an attorney? And he's trying to feed them the answer. And it turns out that money is an issue. Money was a big issue. They're like, we can't afford an attorney. And he's like, you don't understand. Because you can't afford an attorney, you get an attorney. One is provided for you at no cost. And once he was able to make that clear to them, they're like, okay, we'll do that. And we followed this court case with their appearances as it's progressed. And we think that Wednesday next week, it'll actually come to some level of resolution where that they probably will either plea or something, but there's going to be some sort of resolution, and we'll see some action on that. I hope it's a very light sentence, and we just want to follow up with them and see how they're doing. Yeah, Cynthia was like, I'll just Google it. I'll just be my own lawyer. We're going pro se, or per se, whichever one. But it was fun. What did they steal? I think it was from Walmart. It was probably something very small. Money-wise, I don't think they were like making a run for the door with loaded shopping carts. Like you see in some of the security camera video. But I do think, from what they've said, it was intentional. This wasn't I forgot to pay for something. I forgot to pay for the water on the bottom of the cart and paid for everything else and forgot to scan the bottom item. I don't think that's what it was. But we'll probably find that out with the details. A day with Judge Simpson is fun. It is so much fun, and he has so many characters. Judge Simpson runs his court over Zoom. Okay, so even though the pandemic's over, he likes that setup. He's kept it. It works well for him, and we get to see all these characters, and it's sort of fun. It's sort of funny as people interact with the judge over Zoom a lot differently than they would if they were in court. And so a lot of people get educated really quickly. Say like they appear in court from the driver's seat of their car, and from the windows you can see things are driving by, and you've got their hands in the steering wheel in the picture, and they're like, yeah, Your Honor. And he's like, are you sitting in? Are you driving right now? And they're like, yes, you are. He's like, no, we're not going to do it. That's a crime, And it's funny to see things like that happen. Walmart has AirTags. Yeah, they will find you. They will find you. It was a Home Depot, not a Walmart. That sort of makes me feel better, because Walmart has supplies that are necessary for survival, whereas Home Depot is more, repair type supplies, which I guess could also be necessary for survival. Let's see. John Stupel says, Ari, got to look at Judge Simpson 2 days ago. Donut theft and a legend of a defense lawyer. Donut theft. We might be able to pick that up next week in the downtime, doing a replay on that. Michelle Johnson says, if I went on vacation, I'd go to the courthouse and be your reporter in Ann Arbor, Michigan, my home. That would be fun. Well, Michelle, there's only one thing to do. You need to come home from your vacation. Cut it short. Let's see. Did she get caught and rat this guy out, or did he get caught first? Virginia, in this case that we're talking about here, the Darrin Lopez trial, Darrin left a trail a mile wide. The trail was so good for those who were following it that once they were onto that trail, they could track him every step of the way, from Tennessee through every state, through every stop, it's like traffic camera from traffic camera, all the way down to the place where he was seen in the yard, and then you hear him in the Ring doorbell camera as he commits the crime, and then the car driving away, photos, and then all the way back to Tennessee. They have everything, and he threw away nothing. He kept all the emails, he kept text messages, or most of them. He says his phone cleared some of them off, but he kept everything he could. He kept the weapon. It still has blood on it. I mean, there's just so much evidence here. This was not a whodunit. But the police were worried because they were in communication that if they arrested one, it would tip off the other. And so they coordinated very carefully to make sure they could, arrest him without him being tipped off about it. They were worried more about him than her. But she got arrested later, a little bit later, maybe a month later. He was arrested in January. She was arrested in February. Is that right? Did they leave sprinkles as evidence? It was donut crumbs the whole way. Try to fit a few sob sits if you can. They're always funny. They're funny, and at the same time, you just want to bang your head against a wall, saying, "Get a lawyer." Darren's the worst criminal ever. Yeah, and arguably that could be in his defense, that he was not trying to be a criminal, except for some of his actions at the end. Attacking Jennifer, duct taping her wrists, knocking her to the ground, hiding some evidence in some way, as far as taking the tea off the car, planning the route. There's some things that he did knowing that it was a crime and did it anyway. It's just proof that he knew it was wrong. Why doesn't the judge make the sentences? Linda, it depends on the state. Some states the judge does determine the sentence. In Texas, the jury does for these crimes. It's possible, even in places where you have a jury, you can select that. You could ask for a bench trial where the judge acts as jury and does both of them. You can do either way. What happened with Sarah Boone's latest letter? We read it, Virginia Little. If you look at the playlist for Sarah Boone, it's on our latest playlist. It was a great letter. I think it was about 7 pages long. Hand delivered it to the judge on the 21st of July, I believe, on that Friday, or the 24th. Yeah, 21st of July. So a week ago. Okay. All right. I think we're ready for that light to come on. If we all just mentally just will it on and do like a little bing, if we do like a countdown from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, would it turn on for us? If we all counted together. Clip the detective reading the text message chain in court for us. That was so cringy. That was so bad. Watch light never glows. Everyone's counting differently. Take a walk, the light will come on. I need water. I really do. My throat's drying out and cracking. The fan on me is probably doing it. Just like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, we close our eyes, click our heels, and repeat, "Please turn on," 3 times, and it works. See, DOA says, in Texas, the defendant chooses prior to trial if jury or judge decides the sentence. Last time. Is that all it takes, is me to go get water? I'll do it. Anita Wells, thank you for clicking the subscribe button. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. We like to think that you're a member of the family now that you've admitted being a true crime addict. Welcome. Good to have you here, Anita. Why does the defendant get to choose? This is one of your rights, actually. You have the right to face your accuser. You have the right to a trial from a jury of your peers. Let's see, someone's calling in. Let's see who this is.
From Lego My Briefs.
Lego My Briefs. This is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I just thought while we were bored and killing time, I just wanted to phone in and say, not that I'm dating myself, but I started being a crime addict when I was young, like a teenager. My mother wanted to kill some time downtown Toronto. My dad worked at City Hall, and we went into the courthouse and we started watching this trial. And we got addicted. And so we would go early in the morning.
In person. You're doing, that you started out in
we were in the courthouse, and we became regulars. And people thought we were significant and would even save our seats. Anyway, the trial was, and I must be going back to like maybe early 90s, was a woman out in Kincardine, Ontario, who was accused of murdering her infant child, left him in a snowbank, and she had dreamt where he was and took the police to find his body. Anyway.
Whoa.
We had,
So she did her own little psychic discovery.
She did.
Oh my goodness. That's bizarre.
She most certainly did. The same night. So he was supposedly stolen from her car while she was in a coffee shop. And he went missing, of course. And then that night, distraught, she called the police station and said she had a dream. So they took her out to find the body. She directed them, which is bizarre because, to be honest with you, my mom and I were convinced she was innocent. And the reason why we were convinced is because her twin brother hated her. And he was constantly reprimanding her for leaving the children unattended. And it was,
so you thought he did it to frame her?
The child. Yes, because he had done it before.
Wow.
So we think, my mother and I, that he had done it again, but this time it was like a province-wide search for this child. And he panicked and laid the child in a snowbank in his own, snowsuit and whatnot. Because there was nothing, the baby was fine, like harm. He died of hypothermia.
Oh, man.
The crime is, you know what, the crime of it was proven during the trial that the child could have been saved, that he might have still been alive when they put him in the body bag. Yeah. But anyway, she was acquitted. She was acquitted, and her attorney, he's world renowned. And his name escapes me right now, but when you hear his name now, which is like 30 years later, you go, holy crap, that guy, he's gotten a lot of people off, but he got her off. Yeah, she was acquitted.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
so the name of her.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you imagine if that trial was, something we could watch today? That would be all over the headlines.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So that was my first taste, and I loved it. I mean, I was only a teenager at the time, so yeah, it was
what
fantastic.
A start! And now here you have the internet, and you can pop into courts all over the world. Basically,
I love it. Just love it. Yeah, I love it. And everybody who knows me, all my family say I missed my calling. I should have been a lawyer.
Yeah. Would you do it? I mean, if it were a job, though, would it be the same as it is now? Would you still have the love for it? Because it's different when you're on the line, right?
It's true. It's true. I do accounting, and I love a puzzle. And I think I look at law the same way. It is a puzzle. You got to put the pieces together, and I don't know. That's just me, but I love it.
Well, that is a fantastic start
if
to
anybody's
true crime.
listening and wants to look up the trial online, because I'm sure there was an internet like it is today, but it's out there. Her name was Julie Bowers. And it was Kincardine, Ontario. Yeah, and her son's name was, they nicknamed him Dusty. Like, I remember his name being Dusty. So something along those lines, but yeah. Anyway,
that is awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, and that was my mom and I's take.
So do you still have the desire to go watch court in person? Is that still like the preferred
method? For sure. 100%. Yeah. And you know what's a sin is I had been called for jury duty twice in the last couple of years, but I had to shoot it down because my husband was really ill. And so now, unfortunately, my husband passed away, which
I'm sorry.
Awful, which is a great sidetrack for my mind is when I'm watching all these trials because it takes you out of your own head. But so if I got the invitation today, I would take it in a heartbeat. But yeah. Anyway, I just thought it would fill the air because you guys were looking at a red button and
it's
getting pretty bored.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is so neat. Thanks for sharing your story. We all have our introduction to our addiction. Yours is a great one for sure. That is neat.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Like my briefs. We'll
see
you.
No problem. Okay. Bye now.
That is an awesome story. And you know what else is awesome? My son just brought me some pink lemonade in a mug. This mug is defective. There's a hole in the top and everything's spilled out. And I had to swallow it. Wow, I was thirsty. That was good. Thank you very much, Lego My Briefs, for that call. That was fantastic. I love that story. Let's see. Nice, but we wanted you to leave the room. So I have to go get a refill. Is that what you're saying? I'll go get a refill. I can do that. I'll leave the music off just for a minute. No, that he's here. He wants to. He's like, I can get you a refill. No, they actually want me to leave because when I get up and go, that red light turns on. That's what we're all waiting for. Okay, so he's gonna open the door. He's like, well, you can go. Here we go. I'll be right back. We're gonna get a refill.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Bring the jury.
I'm not going to address subject matter jurisdiction.
Okay, I gave it plenty of time. That was like almost a minute and a half that they could have turned that light on.
Alex stole it.
That's
You're talking about stuff that is not
PFOG, thank you very much. There's the mug. That's pretty much.
Fog just sent a super sticker with 3.99.
Other than the fact that it has red juice in that one, and I got pink lemonade. That's pretty much what just happened. Did Mrs. R.A. change her name to Mrs. R.A.? Oh, okay. I don't know, Mrs. R.A. I know you're watching, Mrs. R.A., but she's delayed a little bit out there. Hang on one second. I think she's delayed a tiny bit in chat. Is Mom live or is she delayed a little bit? Tell her to check and see if she's live. Okay. Did she change her name? You changed your name. But okay, ask her if she changed her name to Mrs. R.A. Have her say something in chat, or if it's somebody else. Where's Mrs. R.A.? It would have to be in blue, right? Unless somebody is spoofing it. Okay, so I don't think this is actually Mrs. R.A. I think that's somebody else. Oh, the Mrs. R.A. name change has been going on in the background this time. Compliments of Cachette. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Mrs. R.A. is watching, but she's not talking, I don't think. How many wives do I have? Now I'm going to be getting in trouble. Just one. Just one. I would really like to cover the Vallow sentencing. I believe that happens on Monday. I think we'd like to cover that if we can. It's been a tricky one to cover, but we think we're gonna do this. I'd like to cover the sentencing, but I'm more interested in covering the trial in Arizona for her. That's where my big interest is on that one. Interesting that the sentencing has surpassed the verdict. Yeah, time-wise, we're an hour over, and we're actually approaching. We're nearing the time that the judge might be looking at the clock and saying, it's the weekend, it's the afternoon, maybe we should call it quits.
Julie Weaver just sent a super sticker with 0.99.
Julie, love the mustache. Thank you. Thank you. Mine is going away. It's actually when I had that last, I guzzled the lemonade. It was getting in the way, and it was making the seal between the mug and my face not tight, and so I was like getting little lemonade dribbles down the chin. So when the mustache gets in the way of eating, it has to go. It can't stand between me and the food. How long has Sarah Boone been continued? She's over 3 years. I think over 3 years she's been in jail. What, 1,049 days? I forget the numbers. We did when we wrote the letter. We had the math figured out. But she waived her right to a speedy trial that fall after she was arrested, or at least her lawyer waived it for her. Depends on how you view those facts. But it's been pushed and pushed and pushed. Now she has dates for hearings in September. But I mean, it could very realistically be early next year, a January court date before she actually goes to court. So it's been a long time we've been following that. Brandy says she's going to cover Vallow on Monday. Can you and Brandy do a trial together? We probably can. We'd have to talk about it. We haven't yet, so I don't want to commit her to that. There are some ways that we can stream the same material both on our channel, so you could watch either place, and you would have the sort of the same content on both channels. I haven't talked to her to see if that's something she'd be interested in, but there's that technology is there through StreamYard. The button was on. It was turned on. Somebody went out, and the light went off, and that was it. And they might have just bumped it. The judge may have. The judge may have answered the question and decided not to publicly address it. We've seen that before. Kelly, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a brand new member. Look at that. You have a courthouse by your name, and you appear in green every time you chat now. That courthouse will change colors as the duration of your membership goes through the months. So it starts off blue, and then it will change. And we're just excited to have you. Welcome. One of the perks of being a member is you have a reserved seat, so you can type !seat in chat, and the automated response will welcome you and direct you to your reserved seat right there on the front row. But thank you. You're one of us now. Love it. And there's the hi. Hi, Kelly. I'm not interested in Vallow, says Wendy, because it's obvious she's going to get the biggest sentence possible. I need some suspense. Okay, well, Wendy, the biggest possible in the Vallow case, because the defense or because prosecution screwed up, and I forget the details off the top of my head, but they made a mistake that ended up penalizing them in court before it went to trial, and the penalty that they received was it took the death penalty off the table. They wanted the death penalty for this, and so that's the case there. But in Arizona, they can try this again. The way they can try it in Arizona, because of the different crimes and things, she can be tried. And my understanding is the death penalty can be on the table for her in Arizona. So that's why I'm looking at it that way. I think if the death penalty is on the table there, that will be a very, very interesting trial to follow to see if they handle it differently down there. Will they continue until verdict or be dismissed for the weekend? Usually we've seen judges dismissed for the weekend. I think it was different in the Shabusiness trial where they deliberated on Saturday, right? If I remember correctly. We're going to have a lot of yellow soon because the next color change. Yes, yellow will be like, I think, the most popular color here for a little while as people are approaching the 6-month mark, and it takes a while to change after 6 months. See, tonight at 8 p.m. on this channel, that's in 2 hours, we do have our podcast with yours truly and Thomas. Weatherwatch will be there. We'll be here, right here, to have just some good time and some great discussion. If you like that, it will be live as well, so you can interact and respond and participate in that. And it's a little bit, it is kicked back. It's the weekend. We're a little relaxed and having a good time. So hope that's good. See, yesterday they went to 5:30, right, when the judge called it, and I think we will hear from the judge probably within the next 30 minutes, if nothing else. But let's see. Sorry, I love to chat. Todd, you don't have to pay to chat. This is enough. we can see you. Love that you're here. Thank you very much, Todd. Todd Hudat Clement, welcome. Let's see. Jury's first question, says Cachette, was to receive medical records related to PTSD, mental health treatment, and meds. This was a very detailed question, but those things were never submitted to court as evidence, so there were no docs to give them. Thank you, Cachette. That was exactly correct. Let's see. The Chad Daybell case is going to be interesting. They deliberated on Saturday in the Shabusiness. I guess they did not want to go all weekend long. They had something to do on Monday, and it was not trial. Riley, make sure your setting, if you type !gifts in chat, make sure your setting is selected so that the button is moved to the right. So make sure that's turned on so you're at least eligible for a gift if it comes through. And you never know; it could happen. Erica, there you go. You sent the command, so watch for the response here. It wasn't the Shabusiness. No Shabusiness. Millie on Saturday. Melly, the Melly trial. Okay, I knew it was one of them. I think it was definitely wasn't Brandy following that one. Let's see, Dane Mama, had the verdict come yet? The verdict, as far as guilt, has come. That was very quick. It took about an hour and 15 minutes, and they came back with guilty. They proceeded immediately into the penalty phase, and we're now in the deliberation of penalty phase. And it's taken 2 hours and 24 minutes, roughly, so far. The light came on twice. The first time they had a question. The second time we didn't hear what the result was. Let's see, Amy just gifted 5 memberships. Lauren Farmer, Kay Metz, Denise Dominguez, Johnny Bowes, and Wendy all gifted memberships. And then Linda Hill, 6 month. Look at that. The Yellow Courthouse. Love this channel. And love the police chases, too. Thank you very much, Linda. Love your support of the channel. It wouldn't be the same here without you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Leslie says, I don't understand a lot of the chat stuff. I can't afford to join, unfortunately. Leslie, it's fine. I've said from day one that that I try to read all the chats. And sometimes when we have a big group here, I can't follow everything, and I do miss a little bit, just the way my computer updates. But if you've got a question and you want to get my attention, do what like Maisla did right here, and just you can type the @ symbol and then recovery addict, just like she did. It appears in orange right here, but if you type that as right at the start of your question and then ask your question, it'll appear in orange on my screen. It'll make it easier for me to see your comment. Obviously the super chats do sort of show up by default. They will highlight those on the screen. So if you choose to do that, that's an easy way to get noticed, but it's not necessary. We'll watch for comments and answer questions anywhere we find them. Selena K just gifted a membership as well. Just still spreading the love. That one went to 49er Fangirl. Congratulations, 49er Fangirl. Welcome to the crew. Let's see. You're welcome, Leslie. Good to have you here. Thank you very much. Amanda says, I've been lurking all night. You have to type !lurk then, Amanda, and fess up. So type !lurk, and it will respond with a little response. I think you can type it twice. Does it say something different the second time you do it? I'm not sure if I did that. Let's see. How about a not guilty by reason of insanity plea? They didn't go with that one, Allie. This wasn't the defense they used. They're basically saying we did it, but we'd like to be found not guilty because it was the defense of a third person. But that's, I don't know, maybe that's what the jury is mulling over right now. I think the whole defense of a third person thing is done, though. Now they've convicted him. Now it's just the sentence. See, I got a gift membership to Brandy's page yesterday morning. Wendy, that is awesome. Both pages. That is just great. Glad you're a member there as well. Brandy is fantastic. Both her and JT are good friends. Super happy about them and their success. They're going to go far for sure. Bradley doing double duty, lurking and watching the Formula One racing in Belgium. Which one is more interesting right now, Bradley? The red light or the Formula One racing? I reckon the Formula One racing has a little bit more excitement to it than this. Moz Homemade Soap. I I do get a little tired and hungry sometimes. Hopefully I'm not hangry. But we've just got a little bit of time before the judge is going to probably wrap this up for the weekend. And we'll start this again on Monday.
I'm not a camel.
There it is. There are 2 commands. You have lurking in the shadows and then cover the kiddo's eyes and shout the alphabet song. The court content. No, that's the CW one. So lurking is this one. I thought there was a second command. Fun and Funky says, love this channel, but I had to watch the Gray Shabs trial. I'm back now. I don't blame you. That honestly, I've made bad calls before. We started watching the Jensen trial, the Mark Jensen trial, thinking it would be a good trial, and we had to bail on that one. There was nothing to bail to during this trial. There was no trial that I could just be like, okay, never mind, we're going to go over here. But had there been, we would have. It was this trial ended up being very spicy, where we didn't think it was going to be very spicy, and not in a good way. Doors open. Let's see if the judge is coming in. Ooh, they slammed the door. Zoom in a little more, please. If you're watching, let's see if we can do this. I love how crisp and clear this focus is. It really clearly shows the depth of field, because the wall that the switch is on has a texture on it. You can see around the switch. It's almost like a canvas type texture on the wall, whether it's wallpaper or some sort of cloth. But you can see that it's blurred out in the background and it's blurred in the foreground. But right the area where the light is in crisp focus. That has to do with the depth of field on a camera, the area that's in focus. And it's an artistic skill, being able to use that with the camera to direct your eyes in a picture to something that's of importance. Linda says the messages on your screen are really unreadable and blurred. Linda, it may be your connection to the internet being a little bit weak. Right now I'm putting out a good solid 1080p signal, so a high definition signal. Click the refresh button and it might help.
I'm not a cat.
The cloth helps with the echoing in the courtroom. Sound deadening. That Shabissa's trial was horrific and she showed no remorse. She laughed a lot and shot the judge a finger gun. Glad to be back here. Tracy, I saw that the finger gun thing, and that is just never right. About the remorse, going back to this trial, I think there was an opportunity in this trial and a missed opportunity on Darrin's part to show remorse, because now, as he sits right now, he knows what he did was wrong. He knows that the person he killed was completely innocent, and instead of taking an opportunity to show that remorse and say, I am so sorry for what happened. I was led astray. I was led down this path, led to believe this, and I made a decision based on what I heard. And now I have so much regret for that. I wish I had, seen the red flags. I think that would have swayed the jury more so than some of the evidence we heard in this penalty phase. Red Sky just gifted 5 memberships. We're losing gray names in a hurry. Let's see who got those here. Detect Vids, Donna G, Erica Tolliver, Sally, and Amanda J. Detect Vids, I'm guessing you're a metal detectorist as well. I'm curious what detector you swing, and what type of detecting you do. The button panel looks like it's suspended in air. That's the idea with this soft focus on the front and the back end. It's really cool. Okay, qualifying. There's a sprint race on the weekend. I like racing. I filmed for a figure 8 race car team, figure 8 train race car team, where the racetrack is as it sounds, is in a figure 8 shape. So you have an intersection in the middle with cars racing, and so it's a crash. You end up crashing. But I filmed for that, and the way the figure 8 train cars work, the car in front has an engine, a driver, and no brakes. The car in the middle is a shell. It's like just a a middle train car. The wheel, it's hollow. There's no engine. There's no brakes. It's hollow. The steering is just locked in position. It just drives straight, and it's chained to the back of the front car. And that car is chained to the caboose car. The caboose car has brakes, a brakeman, but no engine. And there's no communication between the driver and the brakeman. And so they race in this figure eight with these cars, with 8, 9, 10 other figure eight train cars, and some are faster, some are slower, and after like 2 or 3 laps, that intersection becomes very crowded from different directions. And the brakeman might have a better view of who's coming that the driver can't see as people are coming from the side, 90-degree angle from you, as you're racing through, and you're wearing a helmet and everything else. And oh my goodness, the crashes were phenomenal.
Is that correct?
That was a fun job. How do you know if you're allowing gifts, Leslie? If you type !gifts with an S, so the plural version of gift, in chat, it'll put a link on the screen. Right here. This link will show up. You click that link, and on that page, there will be a slider that says allow gifts on this channel. Make sure the slider is slid to the right. You only have to do that one time, but once it's turned on, you're basically telling YouTube that you are open to being given a gift on this channel. YouTube won't give you a gift on a channel that you don't do that on. They want to make you a member of a channel that you're, watching but not interested in. I don't support them. I don't want to be a member. They're not going to force you to be a member, but if you turn that on, it will at least put you in the eligible pool. And then how YouTube gives out those gifts, it's part mystery. but generally, people that are involved in chat and participate regularly seem to rank higher on the list of who receives a gift than say somebody who only pops in once a week or something. Okay. What is Weatherwatch about? Carrie, Weatherwatch is, first of all, he's a great friend. He is my podcast partner, and he has a channel on YouTube that he's beginning where he's fascinated with weather. He got involved in. I'll let him tell the story if you tune into the podcast. But he got involved in weather when he was working at a golf course, and was responsible for the safety of golfers on the course, and just loved it, and loves watching tornadoes, loved watching storms move through, and tracking and warning people about that. He does a lot of that for us, and sometimes even in the courts that we're following, when there's weather that could affect the court, he's calling us and giving a heads up saying, hey, this will happen. And sure enough, the judge is like, okay, we've got a storm coming in, we're going to let everybody go home, or we need to go check and see if we had damage from the tornado in the area. But he's just a great friend and weatherman, and just a cool all-around guy. One of the most genuine, awesome people I know. Wouldn't have the patience to metal detect vids. I'm telling you, once you swing that metal detector and you hear that crystal clear tone that just screams gold, and you dig up a ring that hasn't been seen in 25 years, the fever bites. It really does. It's so exciting to do that. I love metal detector. It's like dirt fishing. Yeah, I think Thomas has done a bit of storm chasing. He might want to do some more if we ever let him get away from the podcast on a weekend. In other words, we blame WeatherWatch for every bad weather moment. We do. It's sort of the running joke here. Tag, we do say that anytime there's bad weather, blame WeatherWatch, because he's our local weatherman. Caper 000 gifted 5 more memberships. This is going, if you're still gray, it might not be for long. Tamara Jones, Ohio Lisa, Vicky H, Connie V, and Maud Roberts all gifted memberships. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Caper 000. That is awesome of you. Appreciate the generosity. WeatherWatch admits it's my fault. That's why we blame him, because he's confessed under oath that all weather problems are his fault. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Generous. You guys are amazing. What time can they debate till tonight? Sarah, I think they're about done. We've got maybe 15 more minutes, and I think the judge will be up for calling it quits. There's only one day on this trial, and that was yesterday, that he ran long. They went overtime in the evening, and that was because the judge came late during the morning. So we wanted to get the same amount of hours in. I doubt he's going to, here on a Friday evening, just make them stick around and wait for it. Rudy, gifted a membership. Congratulations. That one went to Emily Looney. Patricia Landry, love this channel. 3 months membership. Love the Green Courthouse. Thank you so much. Sometimes it says 3 months, and it's actually 4 months. Some of you have noticed that. I'm not sure why it does that. So I'm not sure, Patricia, if that's an accurate count at 3 months or 4 months. But thank you either way. Last tornado weather watch sent my way, I almost threw a virtual milkshake at him. At least he told you it was coming. At least he told you it was coming, right?
Alex stole it.
Love these emojis. Erica, that's another thing we do on the channel. We try to make emojis that are pertinent to various trials that we can use. I did make the screw emoji yesterday because the defendant testified in his own defense, and he was screwed, and it's his own fault. Well, look. What's this dude doing? I think we've got that may be the bailiff going to talk to the jury to see if they're done. The judge did say, though, the schedule is up to them. The jury's been pressing the button for the last hour. There must be a loose wire. What trial are we looking at next? I told you a couple of them that we're interested in. Obviously, the sentencing for Lori Vallow. This one may go into next week, early next week. I doubt it would go farther than Monday, even Monday morning. I think there will be a quick result on this one. If it does go Monday morning, it'll be early Monday. So that's going to be a possibility. Also on Monday, we have the Lori Vallow sentencing in Idaho that we'd like to follow. We have a small little trial in Judge Cedric's courtroom with James and Cynthia, an older couple that are accused of committing their first crime together of shoplifting, and we found them purely by accident and fell in love with them immediately. And so we want to follow that court case through. I think they're going to probably be get off very lightly on this one. The judge has a soft spot in his heart for them, and you'll see why when you follow that. Now, he didn't warn you. It came out of nowhere. I'm about to make a virtual milkshake spilled emoji just for the weather watch. Tag has been one of our artists that has created a lot of the artwork for the emojis that we create. The way YouTube works, it's funny. I can create emojis based on how many members are on the channel, not subscribers, but members. The members are like the people who have gifted membership, or like Caper just gifted 5 memberships, or people who sign up themselves for a membership. So that count, YouTube looks at that and says, I think right now I'm allowed 29 or 30 different emojis, and I've got 29 of them used. So I have space for one more emoji. So as the membership grows, I'm able to add more emojis, but we do filter some out sometimes. And the emoji is just a way that we can sometimes share an idea or a message or a thought with each other without having to type something out, especially if it's something that happens frequently in court that we think is funny. It's just a fun little internal joke. So if you have a suggestion for emoji that might be pertinent, even if you don't have an artwork type suggestion, I might be able to make it very quickly. Patricia just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Patricia. That went to Carrie Rader. Carrie Rader, congratulations. The elderly couple are in their 60s, not 100 plus. Okay, so I say elderly. I've gotten in trouble before. In my mind, anyone older than me is old, and anyone younger than me is just a kid. And I'm like the perfect age, right? It doesn't matter how old I am. That's just how I see the world. Older people than me are really old, and younger people than me are really young, and I'm just right in the middle of the perfect age. In their 60s, they're not really old. I take that back. I'm going to eat my words here. Looking forward to tonight. Thank you, Cass. It's going to be a lot of fun. I probably need to pop over on the lineup and just make sure I know where we're at. Let's see. here somewhere. There we go, July. Okay, the door just closed again. If they can't come up with a decision, would they just let him go? Not at this point. He's already been convicted, Jimmy. So they can't let him go. They would retry the penalty phase, which was, today it took less than 2 hours to get through the entire penalty phase. I think 2 or 3 hours was the entire bit, but they would have to redo that with a new jury, which would probably take more than a day with a new jury. At least you've got all the jury selection process that would start over from scratch. That could be a day or two. You've got all the calendaring working in with the judge to have another option. So this could push it out a week, a month. It could be longer. Let's see. Yeah, I've got a lot of people telling me they're not old in their 60s. I agree. I misspeak a lot of times. If you can get the senior discount at Hardee's and you're considered old, I don't even know what the threshold is for that, Detect Vids. But I'd like to find out, because I'm looking forward to when I can get their. But they have a biscuits and gravy that is just phenomenal, really, really good. As far as fast food goes. How old is R.A.? R.A. is in his middle 40s. Oh, sorry. You said you were going to guess. I gave it away. Well, now you have a very narrow range to guess. Philip, you're starting jury duty Monday. Interview for 2 murder trials in Kenosha County, Wisconsin. Philip, Kenosha County, Wisconsin airs their trials. I believe they by default air their trials on Zoom. You're not in Judge Doro's courtroom, are you? Isn't that Kenosha County? Oh, man. Let's see. CG, this is a great question. It's loaded as well. What trial would you watch if you could pick any in history enticing you with pickles? Okay, I would go back to, and I'm going to get the names wrong. I'd go back to the very early trial in early colonial America where British soldiers fired on a crowd of people who were throwing rocks at them. And was it Thomas Jefferson? I forget who. I think it was Thomas Jefferson who was representing one of our founding fathers. Okay, one of the names of our founding fathers represented him as a lawyer. Represented the soldier, the British soldier, which was not a popular position to take. A lot of other lawyers would not represent him, and represented him and strongly defended him. And in that trial, I just want to be there for when the time he stood up and said the quote that he said, "Facts are stubborn things." And even though the emotions of the crowd were leaning one direction, there wasn't the evidence to show that this individual should be convicted. So that's probably where I would go as a go-to. I'd love to see early trials. It was John Hancock. He was the signature dude. I don't think it was John Hancock. I thought it was Jefferson. Facts are stubborn things. Excellent quote. Love it. It's right up there with War is Hell. The trial of Socrates. I almost said it like Bill and Ted do in the movie. It would have been a soundbite if I was there to get audio. For sure, I would record that. Those are the sort of sound bites that would stand the test of time. John Adams? Okay. That does sound right. John Adams. Yes. A Bloody Sunday in Northern Ireland. When I was over in England, I met met a guy who was on the armed side of that one, and that messed him up. He struggled with that for the rest of his life. That was a difficult thing to have been a part of. Check this out. Caper says to Riley, first, I love your name. It's a favorite of mine. This is to Riley. I'm just jumping in the conversation here, Caper. Secondly, I watched every minute of the OJ trial and have it all taped on VHS tapes. That's awesome. If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit. Bundy would be a good one to watch. One of the early cases, I think if my early interest in court cases, I would have liked to watch Mark Hoffman's. Mark Hoffman was accused of doing some, he was an incredible forger and tricked a lot of people, making fake documents and things like that. Also was making letter bombs and killing people to cover his tracks. And ended up having one go off in the car while he had made it, and it went off in the car. Whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. But I went to the library and checked out the court transcript of that case and just pored over it. They wouldn't let me leave, and so I just go to the library and read it. It was a lot of fun. What plea deal do you wish went to trial? There are so many plea deals that I'm disappointed with. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but let's see. This is not a stream related call. Hold on just one second. Okay, let me just say I have awesome friends. That's all I'll go to. That was just a really cool guy. Do you have any interest in wrongful convictions? Tash, yes, not in seeing any more of them happen, but in them being resolved. I think the latest one, what was it blinking? Did I miss it blinking, or are you pulling my leg, Gailey? Was the light blinking? Okay, I think you're pulling my leg. I realize the Zachariah Anderson trial. A lot of you are on the side that look at that and say it's a wrongful conviction. Okay, just kidding. Just because I took a phone call, you said I was missing it. I see what you're doing there. In that trial, even after talking with Solomon Anderson, I don't feel it was a wrongful conviction. I do think, based on what the jury heard, they made the right decision. But I do think, I mean, if I was voting right now on whether or not would get a retrial, if it should be, get another shot at this, be overturned on appeal and go back to court and have just the process of the court play out again, I believe I would say yes. There were just so many times where I thought that the jury heard too much, that stuff was brought in that shouldn't be, or there was just so many times that it should have been a mistrial and it ended up not being, that I think it clouds the waters. It makes it makes the verdict sit there with a question mark over it. But having looked at that, I still haven't changed my opinion on the jury as far as based on what they heard, based on the evidence that was allowed. I think they made the right decision. But that's where I stand. So as far as wrongful verdicts, I think we have now, especially with DNA and the ease of doing DNA testing, we have the ability to free a lot of people who are wrongfully convicted. And it's shameful that we have people that sit in jail for 20 years and then get freed because we finally tested the DNA on something that we were able to get the DNA on, and it wasn't them. Or, the evidence we thought was them was somebody else. I think that needs to be expedited in every case. Obviously we'd want to start with the people who are saying they're innocent, okay, that are trying to fight this. And I think a great deal of effort needs to be put into that to use the new technology we have available to us that we have proven that this DNA technology. I think we can say it's proven. We know it works. We know how this works. This is a whole new asset that's available to us that wasn't available, long time ago. Take those cases where we have that evidence and free the people that are wrongfully convicted. Innocence Project, yes, for sure. Scott, I 100% agree with this. I'm a big proponent of transparency in the system. And if we can get the federal system to be open, I think the system itself is designed to be nearly unfair. And Ivan, if Ivan's listening, he'd probably call in a heartbeat to talk about this. But man, it's like a gotcha any which way. There's so many ways the feds can they can ruin your life. And you try to do one thing and it's a catch-22. I think that needs more visibility. It needs to be open. We need to let the sunlight in. I'm not saying it's corrupt. I'm not saying that the system itself is wrong and treating people unfairly, but I think it needs to be public, more public than it is. I hate these secret courts. Not a big fan of that. AJ would want to watch the Salem witch trials. Knowing the outcome of those, I wouldn't want to be any part of that. That's no good. Let's see. It's the end of the day. It's 5:30 in Texas. The light is not on. Light must be shorted out. What about Brian Koberger? Guilty? Cheryl? I'll say this. Ivan's calling in. He heard me. He heard me.
Call from?
Hang on one second.
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Were you sending out the bird call?
Did the bat light go off and you heard the signal?
The signal. I'm at the store just kind of helping the new hire. I finally hired somebody, so please send prayers that they work out so I can step away from the store a little bit and start the podcast.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, I just happened to pull my phone out because I've been lurking, and I heard Feds, Oversight, Ivan, and I was like, oh.
we were just commiserating on the lack of openness in the federal court system and how I think it would be so much better if we could at least see what happens.
Let me tell you, people would be amazed if they only knew. Like, you would think with federal government and, like, it's an eerie feeling when you get your indictment and it says the United States of America versus your name, right? Like you realize the entire weight of the federal government is now upon you.
You versus one of the most powerful nations in the world. That's
right.
What it looks
right
like.
off the bat, right off the bat, it's okay. I have the entire federal bureaucracy, all their resources, all their manpower, all their tricks, all their schemes, all their everything. So right off the bat, you're outnumbered to an infinite degree. But what's interesting is that people would think that when you are charged federally, that the requirement of evidence or that the standard of evidence they need to convict you would be somehow higher or the bar would be somehow raised. It couldn't be further from the truth, all right? There's a reason why the feds have a 98% conviction rate, okay? First of all, they don't come unless they got you, okay? They really don't. They're not in the business of being made a fool of. They're not in the business of having somebody skate on a technicality. That's not their game. And so they automatically don't come unless they got you. But the means and ways in which they are able to, quote unquote, get you are so crazy. And so, first of all, they have what's called the FISA court. Okay, in the FISA court, so people always, like, you often hear, like, people think, like, oh, my phone is tapped, or, oh, they're watching me. In order to get a phone tap, you have to get a federal judge to sign off of it. Unfortunately, the way that you get a judge to sign off on getting you your phone tapped is a secret court. It's literally secret. Like, there is no, like, you don't get a lawyer, you don't even get a say, you don't even know what's happening.
Yep.
Okay, and so they can literally say anything to get that FISA warrant to get your phone tapped. And there is nothing more chilling than having you sitting in an interrogation room and having your own voice played back to you on a phone call you made 4 months ago. Okay, and so when you hear that, then all of a sudden your brain starts racking. Like, what else did I say? Like, what else? Who else was I talking to in these 4 months?
Yeah.
But the crap of it all is that it's always a one-way warrant. So, like, it's a two-way warrant. So everybody who's calling you, they don't even know either. They're not even guilty. Like, my mom is tapped. My brother, if he calls, is tapped. You know what I mean? The Walgreens calling my prescription is tapped. Anybody who contacts you, everything is recorded. Okay, and so it automatically pins you against the wall.
Yeah,
but
and your calls to your lawyer are tapped, and they just say, okay, we just won't listen to those. We won't. We'll ignore that part.
Right. Bingo. And they're supposed to. There's a word for it. I can't think of it, but they're just supposed to. Basically, it's a fancy word for ignore. Right. And so you could be calling your attorney, as you said. And so the other part of it is they have things called like. So what I was at my federal charge, I got brought down on conspiracy, and how they got brought me down was one of their favorite terms. It's called ghost dope. Ghost dope. So they don't even have to actually bust you with the amount of drugs that they're claiming that you had. All they have to do is get this. It's called the 3 rule. They need 3 people on the stand to point to you and said, I saw Ivan with X amount of X. Okay? So if they can get 3 people on the stand to say they saw you with this amount of whatever, that's considered evidence. Yeah. They don't even, it's called ghost dope. They don't even have to catch you with it. So, like, the standard of evidence is so much different in a federal case. It's bizarre, and that's why everybody pleads out, is because you're up against the biggest machine in the world, and so you have 2 choices. You can either agree to your indictment, like I did, or you can fight it, lose, and get double.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how it works.
It's a bad deal.
Yeah, you either take the deal, or you fight it. You're going to lose, and when you lose, those are going to give you double. Those are your choices.
Yep.
So
I didn't mean to get you riled up, especially on a Friday. I apologize for that, Ivan. Approaching a sensitive subject for you. But as always, I really appreciate your vantage point and your perspective, and that you're willing to share it with us. You're a favorite around here, so appreciate it.
It's very, and like I said all along, like, believe me, Darrin's problems are far from over. If for some reason the feds are watching intently, because if for some reason this jury comes back and gives them a slap on the wrist, I can bet my bottom dollar in confirmation cash that the feds will be waiting to charge him that way, because they have more than enough crossing state lines with a firearm and the commission of a crime, yada yada. So
with the trail he left, this is a walk in the park for a federal case.
Absolutely. Yeah, they can absolutely bring federal charges, and there is no double jeopardy when it comes to that. They can charge them with the same exact crime that they already been sentenced for and convicted of. So, anyway.
All right, Ivan. Thank you.
I look forward to the podcast.
I hope. Yeah, I hope everything goes well with your new employee. Hope they're fantastic and they double your sales and have your business expenses. So.
Hey man,
that works out.
You and me both, brother. All right, love you guys. Talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right. Let's see. We're rapidly approaching podcast time. It's 6:40 here, so we've got an hour and 20 minutes before the podcast starts. Not that that's a problem. I think that'll be all right. But they need to stop deliberating at some point so we can start the podcast. We're looking at starting an hour and 20 minutes. I'm expecting the judge any moment. Silver Fox, I can enable closed captioning. I just can't do it during a live stream. That's not something that Silver Fox. That's not something that YouTube allows me to change during a live stream. I have to set it on the front end, and honestly, the reason why I don't have it set normally is because it requires a long delay or a longer delay between when I actually say something and it gets uploaded to YouTube and you get to see it. And that only becomes a problem in, if we were doing something where we were able to communicate back and forth and hold a conversation like this. Because then suddenly you ask a question and I see it, because the chat is fairly instant when you post it on screen. I see that. And I respond, and you don't see the response for 15 seconds. So I respond, and then I start reading something else, and a bunch of other chats come, and then you hear my response, and then you respond to that, and it just takes the conversation and it stretches it out, and it makes it harder to have a back and forth, especially if I wanted to follow up about the closed captioning. And I said, are you talking, do you want to hear me better or Ivan better? And then I'll sit and, wait 15 seconds for you to see it on the screen and respond. And that's the problem. But in court cases specifically where we have serious audio problems, where we're not able to hear a lot of what's happening and the closed captioning can pick it up, I'll definitely be turning it on so you can watch. Verdict watch with Weather Watch. I don't think he has any desire to sit there during a verdict watch. Maybe if there was weather to watch during the verdict, it would be a little different. Closed captions, they can be disastrous, as Brandy's live streams have shown. Sometimes they really come in with a doozy, make a sailor blush. It's going to be a not relevant, but at the moment relevant podcast. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate the call. Look forward to seeing you in the chat on the podcast. Fun and Funky says, I'm in bed with my eyes barely open, so I'm hoping for a conclusion before Sleepy Eyes takes over, or I turn into a pumpkin in 20 minutes. Fun and Funky, I'm probably wrong, but I think at this point the jury's going to be sent home. And we may or may not see that live. We might, it's possible that the court just turns off the live stream. Says, oh, we're done. We're out of here. Everyone go home. And the judge never comes on the record. So that's a possibility. We'll watch for that. But we've passed the 3 hours of deliberation on the sentencing side. So we'll see where they're at. Watching both trials, and they were both spicy. Tash, you got a double dose of spice this week with both trials. Closed captioning during show business was a hoot. I bet the closed captioning was never. It's like I've never had to type that word before. I know that's probably what it had with our trial. Let's see what's in store for Monday. Ashley, apparently we have continuing verdict or penalty watch, is my guess, if they're not able to fix this really quick here tonight. And it's not looking that way. Tangi Mills, welcome to the gallery with the Green Courthouse. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you, my friend. That is just awesome. Please take your seat, just for the brief bit of court we have left tonight. Any thoughts? They may order dinner. Melissa, it depends what the judge... if what the judge told the jury is 100% literal and they are in complete control of their schedule, and if they want to, they can deliberate all night long. I don't think they would do that, because that's just really mean to the lawyers to make them sit there, because the lawyers can't leave. There needs to be somebody representing them pretty much at all times so they can answer questions and address those. But I think they'll be reasonable and tell them to wrap it up here, probably within 15 minutes. That's my final thing. 6 o'clock in Texas, I think they're going to be done on a Friday. If they are somehow still working into the night, I'm 100% good with hopping on the stream via Zoom and combining the podcast. We could do that if we had to. Eventually, I'm going to need a break because I'm not a camel. But what do we think they're debating? Tash, the only fact they're debating is a number of years. How long should he serve? But reaching that conclusion, there are going to be several factors that come into play, and it might be some verdict or some jurors are strongly connected with the traumatic brain injury, and saying, this guy mentally he had problems processing stuff, and I just can't see throwing the book at him. And other people, might feel exactly opposite and say it's premeditated. It's clear as day. He admitted to murder. He should get the penalty. Let's see. Take a break and the red button will flash. That's what you said when I went to get a drink of lemonade, which is now warm lemonade.
Because he's the guy.
Ashley, I'm going to an Italian restaurant soon. What should I get? Ashley, I'm a huge fan of a good lasagna with a healthy dose of Parmesan. That's my weakness. I would definitely say if you have breadsticks, say if you're going to like an Olive Garden, like a chain type Italian restaurant, breadsticks are good. Italian bread, they have to go together. Salads work really well with most Italian dishes as well. So that's just my recommendation. I'm not big on like true Italian pizza. I realize pizza is like Italian, but I've been conditioned on the pizza we have around here. The trial in Laredo, Texas last week, the jury came back at midnight for the penalty phase. In Texas? Oh no, we're in Texas. But that was Laredo. Laredo, hopefully they do it differently than in Dallas. Carrie, the joke and answer to this question is that this episode is sponsored by Depends. It's not. It's one of my superpowers. Pre-stream and after stream. But there will need to be a break before the podcast of some sort. Cachette? AI? I don't know. How do I explain that? That's all I know. I can tell you the story. It's way too much information than you want to know. I mean, we're not going down like the rabbit hole that they did in this trial, but the story relates all the way back to when I was just a young boy in the scouting program, and I was fiercely competitive. And we would go camping like once a month, and we'd drive sometimes 2 hours out to the campsite. And the scout leader, one of his pet peeves was, we get in the car, we all start driving, and it's immediately, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. There's always a scout need to go to the bathroom, and then we pull out. He's like, oh, wait, now I need to go again. That was his pet peeve. And so he instituted this program, this contest, where he said, the last person, once we leave and head out towards the campsite, the last person to have to go to the bathroom gets a 6-pack of their favorite drink. Non-alcoholic. This is scouts. We're just kids, okay? Not the hard stuff. And I was not going to lose. And so I became a camel. Quite literally. I don't know. I just developed the ability, or the capacity, I guess would be a more accurate term. Mind over matter. I don't know. Have I thoroughly, fleshed out this topic for you? It helps that all that I'm drinking I just completely sweat off in the heat, because it's 90 degrees plus in here, and the fan's blowing on me, so it just evaporates. So I can drink gallons and gallons a day, and it all just evaporates. Peter Ware says, if I sat that long in the chair, I would have peed in the chair. Don't do that. That's never happened so far. Fingers crossed. Yep. Carrie, I'm a nurse, and talk about pee and anything else I could go do all day long. Oh, now we're gonna get a fun call. Let's see where this goes.
From Adam.
Adam Nusky, like Husky. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm pretty good. I'm sitting outside in the very, very warm temperatures in solidarity.
Yes, I appreciate you doing that as a token. I feel connected. Here we are on the same continent, sweating together.
What was I going to say? So, I was going to say, yeah, you have the bladder equivalent of a competitive eater's stomach.
Yes. This is it. This is exactly it.
That would be a helpful image.
But I think it was the way you describe it. The analogy doesn't work very well because a competitive eater, they're stretching their stomach out. I think honestly, I was just born this way. It's it's a gift. I don't know. So
you don't deserve any credit for this.
I'm not. I'm not saying that like I stretched out my bladder to have this skill.
There's no merit.
That's not healthy at all. No,
you had a. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't. I have no claim to this fame. It's just I was born this way, and lucky me. That's how it really boils down to.
Do all your scout mates know you were cheating? With a
Legano, illegano, 'tis gray area. It's name
what
that movie.
Showed her on me. What was that Latin? I didn't.
It's I think it's from the Cutting Edge. I think the movie is. It's an ice skating movie where they say they're going to do the Panchenko move, which is where they spin and throw, grabbing the ice skater by the ankle and throw them, and it's nearly fatal almost every time. Yeah, Cutting Edge misses already got it, or the fake misses already got it. Anyway, so legal, illegal is gray area. It's what the coach says when they're like, "Hey, we're going to do this move in the competition." So that's what I'm saying. It's like going to Vegas and being able to count cards. It's available information that everyone has at their fingertips. Vegas doesn't like you to do it. It's not against the law. They'll kick you out if they see that you're doing it, which they can do. But
yeah, I don't think that's frowned upon. But anyway, so I had an idea. I was thinking next time you go on vacation, you should just stream a red light, and we won't even be able to tell the difference.
I'll need a timer in the corner. A timer.
No, of course. I was going to say, I had so with Darrin, right, one of the issues in this trial is whether, the effects of his traumatic brain injury, his TBI. But I think we've all developed a TMI injury from all the information shared.
Specifically when the state starts talking, the prosecution has almost
she went out of her way to make a reference, and that basically every opportunity she got a mic, it just spilled out of her mouth.
No snickering in the back, everybody. Thank you, Adam, for that. I think you're breaking up. I'm going to have to let you go.
The audio issue.
Yeah, another audio issue is about to happen. But
I did want to. You had made. I don't know if anyone will get this joke at this point, but Weather Watch and I had noted. You said something like people usually only die once, and we both pointed out that character witness. Who had a flyer for his own memorial seemed to have flouted that rule.
Yes, I think actually the flyer had the right name. The prosecution announced that he had died in part of their case. And so that was news to him because he was in court at the time. And, sadly, they announced that he had died at his own hand, that he had ended it, which also was news to him. So the prosecution didn't address that, never corrected that, apologized or anything, but the defense did have some fun because he did apparently die. He's going to die twice if he already has once, and he's still alive.
And then I had one more comment, which is a kind of a borderline. So. Just as a warning, but you know how you get those calls from scammers offering you vacation packages,
yes,
cruises, and maybe some underwater activity. I was thinking maybe the prosecutor kind of made a suggestion that maybe that you'd have some more luck if they offered that as one of their packages. I won't say any more.
Yeah, you're done.
But
you're done, Adam. That's enough. All right. Thank you very much, Adam. It's always good to talk to you, my friend. I appreciate the solidarity and you sweating up there and up north in the heat. So stay safe. We need an update on your plant sometime. We'll see you.
Yes, I'm working on it.
All right.
So. I'll let you know. All right, bye.
Bye. If you don't know it by now, Adam is one of the wittiest people in chat. Really funny guy. He's awesome. Thank you very much for the call, Adam. Let's see. Duke says, when Penalty Watch began, RA was clean-shaven. What happened? Duke, that's really not fair, but it's true. No, it's not. I wish it was. If I could pull off a rugged 5 o'clock shadow instead of a 5-day shadow, that would be a cool thing. But this I've been working on for over a week. This is all I've got, and it's already I'm almost sick of it. Let's see, one more. The other thing about this trial, it's actually been really fast. I realize it's taken all week, but the process we've been through, it's just been back to back. There's not been delays in this trial, and I know that those of you who've been watching over on Brandy's trial, I think it was with Melly particularly, delay was the name of the game. There was so much time between each portion of the trial, and every interruption was another half-hour break, and the jury out, and everyone's waiting, and it's this trial has been the opposite of that, and it's been a welcome relief. Adam is hilarious and always perfectly timed. Yes, and almost always appropriate. Almost always, he knows the line and he flirts with it. Wishful Thinking says, if DL gets life without parole with this trial, what more could the feds do to him? Change where he serves that time? Yeah, Wishful Thinking, if he gets life without parole, unless the feds want to charge him and go for capital punishment, I don't think they'll charge him. They'll say, there's no point. He'll never get out. Anything we do is just an added cost. And honestly, I think people like to be in a federal prison over a state prison. Is that, well, you don't have to call, Ivan. It's all right. But I've heard that federal prisons can be better. We'll save that topic for another day. Have an Easy Day says, a worm has been revived 46,000 years after 46,000 years in the Siberian permafrost. That's a long time to be cold. Have you worn a beard before? Yes, Maisla, but I've never like done the whole ZZ top, filled out. I've had a goatee that I could, run my fingers through if I was careful. But the finger length is about as long as I've let it go. And I've never had it since I gained a little more salt than pepper in the whole spread. Okay, we've got 2 minutes, and Judge, we need to wrap this up. Debbie, I agree. I really have enjoyed the trial for the pace of it. When RA began, I had a full head of hair. It's an insulin pack. I'm close behind you on that one. Melly was painful. I heard the pain. I was following Brandy's tweets, and occasionally, I'll admit, I sometimes steal in on Brandy's show during stuff here when it's quiet, just to see how things are going, so I can drop in and hit a like and say hi and things. And I've often dropped in and seen when they were on a break or delay. Tag says, hey, I can be funny and don't count out Matthew and Thomas too. Oh, Tag, yes. Tag, Cachette, Red Pen, Weather Watch, Matthew Harris. There's a ton of you that, and I'm just barely scraping the surface. DMB, there's a ton of you that are extremely witty, much more so than me. And just look at the letter we wrote to Sarah Boone collectively, with 40 of you, just pure comedy gold in there. You guys are a very creative and hilarious bunch. Poll for the beard, Sarah. Only if Mrs. RA agrees to that one. She gets the final say. What was the name with the TS trial? Organized, coordinated, and flowed perfectly. Oh, why can I not think what TS is? It's late in the day. Gailey May, I don't know. Is it Shabusiness? The Taylor Shabusiness. Okay. Nellie was so painful. Brandy doesn't want to stream the next trial. Can't blame her. Yeah, Nellie ended right in a mistrial. Hung jury. mistrial. We've never had one of those trials on our live streams that I can think of. But it ended in mistrial, and she's like, unless there's a new judge, right? Unless we have a new judge to handle this that will speed up the process and change how this runs, nobody wants to sit through that again. It was like being at the dentist chair every day. Let's see. Caper says to Gailey May, I'm here. I'm just jumping into the conversation again, Caper. I have a bad habit of doing this. Love trout too. We have the rainbow trout here, so I only like the red flesh trout. It's all in my head. I know. So salmon too, Caper? You a salmon fan? Lizzie says, why is it when I watch every second there's nothing? The minute I step away, I miss a verdict. Lizzie, you've told us about your incredibly unfortunate timing and luck. For it seemed like, oh, boom, light came on. The light's on. There it is. It's 7 and the light came on. The door's going to open. The light's going to go off. Dun, dun, dun. Door shuts. I need to not talk when the light goes off. I need to just stare at the camera so that I can use the clip in reverse for when the light comes on. Okay. So now I can have that little clip and play it backwards, and boom, the light comes on. Right, finally, yes, we've got something. This is the second time, though. This is the second time the lights come on, and we did not hear anything last time. Probably just ending for the day, looking at the time, nothing exciting. I agree. That is most likely, with it being like precisely at 7 p.m. Eastern. Glad I didn't leave yet, says Tower Hill Girl. We're getting there. It's close. They're just ordering pizza. I was like, hey, is dinner here yet? Love the Atlantic salmon. Good. Yum, yum. I'm a shrimp fan myself, Caper. Love shrimp. We actually have shrimp here in the Sound here in North Carolina, and you can go out and fish for them. You can throw a cast net, or you can fish for them when they're in season in the Sound and catch. I think you're allowed to catch like a 5-gallon bucket worth of them per day or something. It's a lot of shrimp you can catch every day. Just completely fresh water. Freshwater shrimp, but not really freshwater, sort of brackish water. Drum roll. We'll see what happens. I'm sure they're exhausted. Judge, can we get pillows, or can we turn the lights down a little bit? It's hard for me to sleep. We should pause the clock. Yeah, we probably should. I can always reset it. Let's just remember that it came in, let's see, at exactly 4 minutes ago. So 3 hours and 21 minutes is when the time came. I can reset the clock to 3 hours and 21 minutes if we need to. Think positive they have ascendants. They might. There's a chance, Debbie. Ashy, you might be correct. We're gonna have to wait all weekend. Eric, you may. Or maybe they say, is it all right if we come back tomorrow? And the judge says yes. I still say the light is shorted out. The jury question is, are there other menus we can choose from? Debbie, the light goes off when the bailiff has responded to the juror room. So he walks in, and his job is to turn the light off. So he opens the door and walks in and turns the light off. And they hand him a note, or the foreman hands him a note, and then he takes that note and brings it to the judge. Here we go. No. I thought for sure it was going to be it. K-Matt says, I sent a text I think you'd be interested in. Let me take a quick look here. I'm always interested in texts. Oh, wow. Let's see, which one is... K-Met, I'm going to do the whole contractor thing. Can you text your name so I can get, so I can tell which one it is? We're looking back at the light again. We need bumper stickers. Who says this? We need bumper stickers with courthouses and YouTube info. Okay. Oh, right. Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, but thank you. I'll look at that. I've had a couple people offer. Honestly, we've had a couple people tell me about opportunities. Just for everyone else's information, it has to do with merchandise. My big concern is I want two things. Well, I want three things. I want all of them. Okay, I want the value. I want a good price where people can order and it's not ridiculously expensive. And obviously, I want a quick turnaround time. So usually, you can have three. There are three different things you can have. You can have it soon. You can have good quality. You can have good price. Choose two, right? So I realize I'm asking for everything, but I want to find a nice medium there where people that order merchandise are happy with the quality and say, this is, the best response would be is this is better than I expected, or this is better than I thought it would be. That's the sort of output I want as far as the end user getting it. And I want the price to be somewhere where somebody says, yeah, that's a good price. That's fair. That's a good price. I'm not going to be the low price leader necessarily on merchandise because I realize that there are costs there. And then what was the other one? Just reasonable delivery time. It doesn't have to be everything next day delivery or next day turnaround, but a time when somebody orders and I just don't want to have all the comments of people saying I ordered. Where's my order? Where's it at? I would like good tracking that way. So that's where we're at. I'm using Printify right now. I'm using Spring right now. My little RA comes in and he's like, why are you still staring at this red light? Ricky Watson needs a shout out. Ricky, how's it going, my friend? I didn't see you in there. So if they are ready, is it another 30 minutes to get everyone in? Not if they're ending the court for the day. Off topic while we wait, do you think all states should have jury questions? In my opinion, I think they're important. Tash, I'm a big fan of both jurors being able to take notes and jurors being able to ask questions. I think that serves the process very well. My son is pantomiming that dinner is ready and he's hungry. Are you hungry or hamburgers? Oh, you want me to go outside and cook hamburgers on the grill when I'm done? Is that correct? Yes, he wants me to go cook hamburgers. There's good news and bad news about that. Maybe hamburgers will have to be tomorrow. Lights on again. They're like, hey, we're ready. They're serious here. Exit music, please, says CG. Lights off. Doors open. What's happening here? They're playing with the switch in there. Here we go. We're turning the audio up. We should have the judge audio in just a second. We'll have the other camera pulled up. AJ, still wondering why I was timed out earlier. It would help both to know if I did something wrong or if it was just an accident. Mods? Probably an accident, AJ, unless there was a point where we were trying to dial back the conversation, probably during the testimony from the war buddies from Darrin, where there was the conversation was getting pretty heated, and so we just asked everyone to dial it back. So it might have been in there. Please don't be offended. I didn't see anyone that did anything super egregious. We just wanted to keep the topic more focused on the trial Please don't be offended. Whatever you do, blame me and not the mods. Okay. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, I have about that many messages on the burner for sure. Carrie, thanks for the suggestion about the bumper stickers. I do like, I like bumper stickers, but I'm forbidden. I'm forbidden for using them on our vehicles. Mrs. R.A. is not a fan of bumper stickers. I had a friend growing up who had, his parents had all the bumper stickers, and the one I liked the most was just like, it was white with black letters and just block letters, and it just said "Question Authority" on it, right? And I thought that's pretty bad, eh? That's what I thought as a kid. Just the question authority, stick it to the man. And at the time, I thought, that would, I thought that was really cool. But they were actually, the parents were actually like hippies. They were the most chill folks ever. Great guy. His name was Strider. I'll tell you his last name. I can remember his last name, but I won't tell you his last name. Anyway, that was cool. Be done in time for your next show. We're getting there. Bumper stickers are illegal in our house too. Weatherwatch, you're not going to put one on the motorcycle, just right there across the side of the tank. Maybe a good political sticker for the local election or something. CC, thank you. I will tell you this: these mods are absolutely incredible. The work they do in the background, I can't show you because it's a full-time channel just tracking what they're doing, how they're helping people, how they're following things, alerting me to things that I'm missing, just the questions, what's coming up, the help they give me about the channel and reminders. They are the most amazing mods. And they're doing all of this while they try to read my mind because I'm the worst at giving them information about how to do things. And so I'll come up with an idea and halfway explain it and then just send them out to implement it. And so if it gets implemented in a way that I don't like, it's not their fault. It's my fault for not saying it clearly. But they are absolutely incredible. The way they work with each other, the way they work with me, the way I could not ask for better mods. Just amazing, hands down. Thank you all so much. And if for some reason you have an issue with any of the mods, if something happens that just doesn't make sense to you, that upsets you, that's what the burner phone's for. Call me. Honestly, I can count on like one finger the number of people I'd really like to offend on YouTube, or just that I think really deserve being treated brashly. We don't do that. That's not what we're about. Odds are there's probably a miscommunication or a misclick that happens very easily. I wish I could show you just how easy it is, to click the wrong button, and from between pinning a message and banning someone on the channel is a tiny mouse movement, and it's just so. Just bear with us. They're doing a great job, and I love them. I'm sure the light came on. It's been on twice. Well, it's been on 3 times now without an explanation, but the last 2 were very in close proximity to each other, within a couple minutes apart. Going to go all night till the jury comes back? No, but if they're still deliberating, I'll keep this on standby while we start the podcast. So we'd be able to cut to it if needed. The only sticker I have is my brand. I have a audio box that I keep all my podcast gear in, my desktop gear, and it's covered in stickers, just absolutely covered. It's a very slow Morse code. We've seen dit da da dit. For those of you that do the old-fashioned Morse code, the SOS. They want out. Ooh, the door's open for a long time. Are they holding it to let people in and out? I could put the button in the corner during the podcast. I can do that. It would be in the corner of my screen. This guy's opening and closing the door, trying to figure out what makes the light go on and off. Okay, judge is back. I see him on. We saw the bald head just briefly. Yeah, Darrin, the sticker on his window sure helped the prosecutors or helped the investigators find him, but they had enough evidence to pin him down just on the make of the vehicle alone. That would have been enough to follow up. So it wasn't the sticker itself that did it, but it sure did seal the deal when they flew a plane over, took a couple pictures, and boom, there in the driveway was a truck with the same sticker in the same location as at the scene of the crime. We're going to have Mrs. R.A. have to tell a story really quickly. You want to tell a story? Okay. If I raise my hand, that means the judge is talking. You have to stop mid-sentence. Okay, here we go.
I think this is the best way to get the judge to show up with, or the jury to show up with a verdict. Okay, so here's the deal. When we first moved into this house, we're killing time, so I'm just going to tell you a Morse code story. We got into this house and we had no furniture. It was being driven across. We had nothing. It was it was kind of overwhelming. Everything was sad and lonely, and all of our hardwood floors were super hard, and we just had to sit on them. And so I was upstairs in the kids' bedroom right above this office, and we were all sitting there, and I was trying to comfort them and say, it's not so bad, it could be good here. Think of all the great things that we can do. And then I decided I was done with that and tried to open the door to leave the room, and the doorknob fell off. And we're stuck in this room with no phone, I don't think we had air conditioning. We had nothing. And Scott is not in the room with us. Scott is downstairs, but he's on a call, and he's not listening to us. And so I was like, I know what we can do. I'm super smart. And so we said, we're going to tap out Morse code SOS. So we... first we started yelling. We tried to get him that way, but he did not listen. And so we were trying to tap out SOS, and we were just beating on the floor. All, 7 of us in there, we're going dash, 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 dot, 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 dash, dash. Oh, done. You guys are
5024 State of Texas versus Darrin Lopez. Record should reflect that it is 6:30. The jurors have been deliberating with a few breaks since 2:30, so call it 6:15. Call it 3 hours and... just call it 3 hours or so. The court received a note. First page of the note says, "We are not at decision on the years," and it's signed by the foreperson. That's not really a question. The second one says, "What happens if at the end of deliberation, parentheses, however long it takes, close parentheses, our group cannot reach a unanimous sentencing decision? What would be the next step?" I've discussed the note with the lawyers. I intend on sending back the response that reads as follows. Members of the jury, this would be Court's Exhibit number 3. Members of the jury, the court is in receipt of the attached note. In response thereto, you are instructed to continue your deliberations. Please keep the court apprised of your schedule. Are there any objections from the state?
No.
And from the defense?
No.
Okay. Then,
oh man,
go off the record. And Sheriff, if you wouldn't mind taking this back to the jurors. The court's in recess.
They're not going home. The judge says, keep us apprised of your schedule. So the judge is like, what are you guys going to do? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to end the live stream here. I'm going to be on standby watching the light. We'll have the light as a featured guest on the podcast, and we'll jump in with that if anything happens. He's leaving it entirely up to them. It's a slumber party. Yes, I hope they brought their sleeping bags. The jury is staying, possibly. I don't know if the jury knows that they get to call when it's the end of the day. I don't think the judge told them that it's their call. So the lights. It looks like the lights were right. I think here's what I predict. I predict we're going to have another light within 5 minutes. Okay, so we're going to end here. We'll give it 6 minutes, and then we're going to end. But I think we're going to have another light within 5 minutes, and that light is going to be a quick note with their schedule. But yeah, Weather Watch. See you in 30 minutes. Podcast starts in 30 minutes. I need at least a little break in there. That'll just keep me sane and healthy. There's the slow zoom. Good focus. The centering is a little off. If you're going to do that tight of a shot on the light, it needs to be right in the middle. But man, other than that, I cannot complain about the cameraman in this case. It is so good. This tells the story. The cameraman is a storyteller, more so than we've seen in any trial before. So center the light, show us the orange button, zoom out a tiny bit so we want to see the whole switch. But is a podcast here on YouTube? Lizzie, it sure is. It's right here on this same channel. It's on the Recovery Addict channel. We call the podcast the Not Relevant Podcast because we talk about things that are not relevant. Not relevant to, maybe what we do all week long. It's a lighter fun podcast that I'm just looking over the rundown. Oh no, I need to come up with an over and under. Okay, I like this already. Good stuff. There's good stuff on this rundown. So we're going to have some discussions. There's going to be probably some polls or opportunities for you to share the story, share a story or two. But it's live just like this. It's me, but it's me with Thomas, and we just get to kick back and have some fun. It's a little bit lighter environment than just true crime and talking about crime. But honestly, this is me 24/7. So you get me like this no matter where I am. But it is so nice to add Thomas to that mix and have his just his calming influence and his voice of reason and just everything else. Debbie, they are not sequestered. I've never felt more like an insect. If there were a bug on this light, like a little spider or something to crawl across it, that would be great. We're deadlocked. Send everyone home, including Lopez. They can't do that now. The deadlock. Had they been deadlocked on the verdict, then the whole trial goes into mistrial, and they'd have to redo that. But here, because they've already reached a verdict unanimously, that part is done. He's convicted. They can't reverse that now. All they can do is say we can't reach the penalty. We can't come to a conclusion unanimously. So we're hung and you have to declare a mistrial, and then they'll redo this portion of the trial. MCAT just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, MCAT. This is a great way to finish off the show. That one went to Arena. Sorry. Congratulations, Rena, and thank you very much, MCAT. Dia says, hi, everyone new in this channel. Welcome, Dia. Love the picture of the... is that a dove or a pigeon? It looks... I can't tell. I'm ashamed to say I don't know the difference. But a beautiful bird. How about a metal detecting podcast? I'm not sure if it would hold everyone's interest as much as it holds my interest. I can talk forever about metal detecting, but I think you guys wish I don't. Do you want to finish the story? Okay, Mrs. Ari is going to finish the story. The light's going to come on here in just a second, and they're going to come in. They're going to come back with their schedule for the day. Like, we want to go home. We're tired.
I'm here for you guys. I can make this thing go on. Okay, so... Okay, I'm almost done. This story wasn't even that long. So we were up there, and we really could not go out the windows. I don't think they would open even if we tried. But if we could get them open, these floors are really tall. They're like 12-foot floors, and I didn't want to drop my 6-year-old out of there. It's just not good. And so we're up there, so we start beating on the floor in Morse code, and Scott is just not a happy camper. He comes upstairs. He opens the door. He's like, what are you people doing? And I was like, well... we were locked in, and so we were doing Morse code. And he said, no, you said OSO. I was like, well, okay, I am not a Boy Scout, but sort of close. Anyway, he let us out. It was all good.
We have an old house. I guess you could say it's a historic home built in like 1915. And the doorknobs, it's the original doors. And the doorknobs have a little set screw that keeps them attached. And the screw and the pin had come out on their end, they could not get it back in. I don't remember. I think they tried to put it back on, and it pushed the doorknob off on the other side, so there was nothing to attach it to. It was still locked. Like you couldn't open it. Yeah, and so it's even though the door wasn't locked, you had to be able to turn the handle to open it. But OSO does not mean emergency. OSO is just, oh, I'm so loud up here, and oh, I'm so unconcerned the fact that you're on a business call and need it to be quiet downstairs. That's what OSO means. They're not the glass doorknobs. Their house isn't that cool. It's the metal ones. But okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna end it right here. I was wrong yet again. The light has not come on. I thought we'd have just a couple minutes and they'd return with the schedule because the judge asked for the update. So we're going to end it here. I'll keep watching the light. Well, not during my bathroom break, but other than that, I'll keep watching the light. We're going to come back with the podcast here in just a bit. Thomas, I think we're going to do that through StreamYard, if that works for you. So I'll hurry and get that set up. Give me about 10 to 15 minutes. It's going to be a little bit before the podcast shows up, but it will be here right on this channel if you want to see more and know that I'll be keeping an eye on the light and on what's happening there. So we'll be able to follow this.
I'm not a camel.
Why do we never see the wonderful Mrs. Ari on camera? Smiling Thrifter Pam. You have to see her on her channel. She has her own channel on YouTube where she talks about homeschooling. She's Homeschool Ground Zero over there, and I am Mr. Homeschool Ground Zero on her channel. She is an amazing, amazing wife, an amazing mom, an amazing teacher. Just has a lot of insights and skills in the teacher realm, and just makes learning so much fun. And she's just fun to be around. So anyway, I love her. She's amazing. I definitely married up. You guys will all know that is true. On that note, we're going to wrap up, and so help me if this light comes on while I'm doing my outro. This is no good. What was that? Did I just hear sounds? Oh, I'm not a camel. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. This has been a crazy day as we've continued this case with Texas via Darrin Lopez. It is Darrin Lopez, right? It's been so long I can't remember. Oh man, it's been crazy. It might end tonight. We'll keep an eye on it. If it does, this is the place you'll find out about it. But in the meantime, we have a podcast coming up that's going to be a lot of fun. We'd love to have all of you there hanging out. It'll be sort of like this, but better, because we have better stories to talk about. It's not boring. So that's coming up. Watch on the YouTube channel. Make sure you have the subscribe button and the bell notification turned on, because then you'll be notified of when the placeholder comes live. And when the placeholder comes live, you guys can chat with each other. You don't have to wait for me to get there. Now, the commands don't work until I actually go live, but you'll at least be able to chat. The same group will be there. A lot of you are same friends, so it'll be great. Hope to see all of you there. I realize some of you have to go to bed. And for you, I'm sorry. I promise to save this, and you can watch it on the replay. OSO, everybody. Yeah, it's so long. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. It will be in about 20 minutes. For the Not Relevant podcast with Thomas and myself, thank you all. It's going to be great. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye.